Serious people who have accidentally caused the death of another person. What happened? I was driving from a friend's house last November on a road I've driven a million times. I knew one area was particularly dark at night because the city hadn't replaced the street lights in over a decade. The dark area also crests a hill in a residential area between two crosswalks that are far apart, so people cross the road at the top of this hill. Knowing all this, I still never saw him coming. There was a huge thud, and my window was cracked all the way across. I turned around and saw him laying motionless on the sidewalk. It was late and no one else was there, so it was just me, parked on a side street, and this body. I checked his pulse while I was on the phone with 911 but couldn't feel anything because I was shaking so badly. This was maybe a quarter mile from the hospital, so the paramedics were there before I even realized what happened. They put him up on a stretcher with this strange device that I found out later was to automatically compress his chest. The cops showed up, and I finally saw my car with a flashlight. There was a large chunk of flesh and blood caught on the side of my car. I passed my sobriety test and they took me home. He lived for 3 days before dying due to complications of the accident and was never conscious during that time. I found out through a friend of mine who's the editor at a local paper that the police were still considering charges. Also how I found out that he died. I was obviously a mess about the accident, but also the possibility of involuntary manslaughter. After the officer called me to tell me officially that he died, I consulted a lawyer and was basically told not to talk to the police again and to let them conduct their investigation. 2 grueling weeks later, I got a phone call at midnight from the officer who gave me my sobriety test. He worked third shift. He told me that the guy was incredibly intoxicated and basically stepped into oncoming traffic without paying attention. With that info, I wasn't to be charged and I could go pick my car back up. The relief I felt was indescribable, but also terrible that I could feel so great in a situation where someone died. What made that feeling worst was that the officer told me the family of the guy were super concerned with how I was doing and that they wanted to tell me they didn't blame me. He was 24 and had just graduated college. It was his last night in town before going back to his hometown. I go to his Facebook page every once in a while, just so I don't forget what he looked like. Sorry if this comes through as rambling, but I've been actually explained this in writing before. Edit. Clarified / spelling on a few things. Edit 2. Thank you all very much for your words. There aren't a ton of people I can talk to about this because they just get super sad and coddling, so it's a strange breath of fresh air to get some of this stuff out in the open. Thank you. I'm not sure if this counts, but I wanna get it off my chest. After reading these, my friend was a well-known and liked guy. Very social. Did drama, football, and baseball in high school. Some of the best moments of my life was with him. One day he just stopped coming around. He would read my messages but not reply. He ignored anyone else. It was so bizarre. One day, he came to my house, and it was like the good old days. He said he got into target shooting, but his gun blew up because he fired a bullet that had been in the washing machine. He had some powder burns on his hands. He asked to borrow one of my guns, and I said yes. 2 days later he shot himself with it. I've hated myself since. Most of our mutual friends hate me. His family hates me, and I was barred from his funeral. I feel so bad I didn't see the signs. I miss you, Tom. I wish I could have helped you, like you did me. Edit. To clarify, he borrowed my gun. Also, thank you all so much for your words of support. I wish people here could see things how you did. It's taken years, but I no longer blame myself for what happened. It still haunts me. He was being himself that day, laughing, joking, and making plans for us to hang out more. I'll let him borrow the gun without a second thought because I got lost in the moment. Plus, as soon as I said yes, he carried on like it was no big deal. We grew up with guns. A lot of people don't see that. Most never asked. To them, I'm the piece of shit who gave him the gun. Plus Tom was very popular person and I never was. So I guess it's easier for them to demonize me. It still hurts though. I wish I could have talked to him about how he was feeling. I wish he'd shown a sign of sadness, something to clue me in. Every day, I spend time playing the what if game. I get everyone who knew him lost someone special, but so did I, and it's like I'm not allowed to grieve for him publicly. I'm a paramedic here. We tend to have a fair share of what we ourselves consider deaths we are responsible for. You don't always interpret all situations right. There are days your hands are a tiny bit shaky and you miss that vein or trachea, etc. But I will always remember the first one as a fresh paramedic. 65-year-old male with chest pain. Just had his birthday yesterday. Now presents with chest pain. For this we give nitroglycerin as a spray. Works well, but has a downside. It reacts massively and violently with Viagra, etc., which was a brand new drug on the market back then. I asked the patient if he took any medication. He says no point now. The seasoned paramedics already know where this is heading. I of course forgot to ask the wife to leave the room and ask again because he visited a hooker for his birthday. He crashed half a minute after I gave him the nitroglycerin and despite all efforts died on scene. Edit, as it is asked a lot. We found out about his secret birthday party via the police investigation. Every death that is non-expected in my country mandates a police investigation to rule out any wrongdoings. One of his friends told police the truth, and I'm fairly sure the family received the police report as well. Edit 2. Nowadays it is protocol for most services to explain to the patient that he will most likely die if he has taken any Viagra, etc. The consequences were known back then, 1999, merely months after it became available in my neck of the woods as well, but we weren't as explicitly trained on it. It needed a few cases like the one above to change training and push that scenario into every healthcare professional's mind. Warning, this is a faked up story with only losers. I was 14 years old. It was a Sunday afternoon, somewhere in Europe. I was returning from a soccer match with my dad and two neighbors, friends of my dad. Going through my neighborhood, we met a new neighbor. They had moved in a few weeks earlier. He was returning from a hunting trip and was unloading a couple of rifles from his car. We said hello and chatted for a bit. Curious, 14-year-old me couldn't take my eyes off the rifles. I had never before seen anything like it up close. He noticed and asked if I wanted to hold it. Of course I wanted to. My father and one of the others asked something along the lines of "It isn't loaded, I presume." The hunter said of course it isn't, and handed me the gun. The moment I took it, it went off, hitting his 7-year-old daughter, who came running from the backside of the house, more or less in the middle of the chest. She was dead before the ambulance arrived. She was their only child and had celebrated her 7th birthday just days prior. The aftermath was a lot of police investigations and a generally bad time. It felt like I fell down a dark, empty hole and shut myself completely in. I don't remember much from the years that followed. I existed, but that was it. Legally, I was acquitted. Everyone agreed that the hunting neighbor had stated the gun wasn't loaded and that he practically insisted on me holding it. The hunter himself got some kind of suspended jail sentence. The year since has been bad for most involved. The hunter was divorced from his wife shortly after. I heard he got some kind of depression and apparently has been in and out of a mental hospital. His wife is consumed by hatred and shows up to threaten me anytime she can find me. I have moved repeatedly and even changed my name, but she still finds me regularly. I have filed several court orders against her and she is forbidden to come closer than a few kilometers from me, but that doesn't stop her. She has never hurt me physically, though, but she usually say that she'll kill me one day. My father took this very hard and was in dark place for years. He is now retired and spends most of his time doing various volunteer work for youth organizations and the like. I know it is way of doing some kind penance. My mother died a few years ago and was an amazing support for me. Even though we never discussed the incident or the dead girl. I was never able to get back into any kind of meaningful education, barely managing to finish my country's version of high school. I now live and work with my brother and I'm doing kinda okay. I never speak to anyone about this, except my father. TLDR. Neighbor asked if I wanted to hold his rifle. It went off, killing his daughter. Edit. I didn't intend to ever access this account again, but just a few comments. Thanks for your sympathy, thoughts and warming words. I really means a lot point regarding the trigger and why the gun went off. I honestly don't know. I probably put my finger on the trigger as I was handed the gun. Remember, I had never seen a live gun before. My only experience with guns was television. I haven't even been a gamer, ever, only a soccer game at a friend's house. I know the official report, which I probably have someplace, say something about the gun, the trigger and the probable reasons why it went off, but at the time I just blocked everything. I don't really feel like reading it anyway. It doesn't matter now, and will only bring me pain. The mother is arrested with regular and irregular intervals, and I know she was at least heavy fined some time ago. She is regarded as a low threat according to the police, no violent history ever, and I think she is considered mostly noise and no action. This kind of court orders is not very common in my country, and I think not very high priority with the police. To be frank, I'm not very afraid of this woman. She is mostly a very unpleasant reminder of my own guilt, and every time I see her I get a very negative reaction that can last for days or weeks. My ex asked me for money for Thanksgiving dinner so she could try and smooth things over with her father. Her life had fallen apart in a horrible divorce between her parents in her senior year of high school. All her college fund was wasted in legal fees. All her prospects and privileges were ripped out from underneath her. She was already a rebel because of abuse from both parents, but nothing too bad. Some weed, alcohol, teen angst stuff. After their divorce and her mother disowning her for not lying about her side of the story in court, she moved away with her dad. Started getting into oxy. Thanksgiving rolls around. She calls me and asks for money. Seemed fine. I wanted a receipt. 6 hours later she odd on heroin. There was no funeral. Barely a blurb in the paper. She was just erased. It kills me to think about how she used to be so smart and ready for the world, and how it all crushed her. Fuck drugs, fuck parents who can't even see what they are doing wrong, fuck me for trusting her. I knew she was an addict. She's gone now. Edit, spelling and grammar. I'm not rereading this edit 2. Thank you to those who have kind words to say. Edit 3. I can't believe this blew up to over 3k upvotes. I'd like to graciously thank all of you, and I feel for all who have been through similar. It's places like Reddit that will help you get by if you can see past the trolls. Thank you. Final edit. Thank you for the gold. Again, I appreciate the thought. I just wanted to vent, but I'm doing fine really. She was the first girl I ever loved, and part of me always knew, after everything went south for her, that her suicide was always a possibility. I regret not calling the appropriate authorities before it got that bad, more than even the money I gave her that she used to kill herself. I know it would not have mattered, and I know I could only have done so much to make a real difference. But I want everyone else to know that when someone cannot handle this world and its harsh realities, it's not your fault. I'm at least partially responsible for 3 deaths, so I'm a weather forecaster. A few years ago I was forecasting for Afghanistan. Now, we were doing these forecasts from a base in the States, which means we had to coordinate our forecast with someone who was deployed to Afghanistan. Sometimes the downrange forecaster was really experienced, other times they weren't. It was a mixed bag. Anyway, I had been forecasting for this region for at least 2 years at the time of this incident. I was familiar with it, and I was actually in a supervisory capacity, simply overseeing all of the forecasts going out in my zone. Well, one day I was talking with one of my forecasters about the potential for large hail, and how I'd like him to put that in his forecast. Now that's a big thing to put in a forecast, because of how operationally significant it is. Aircraft must be put in hangars, missions are cancelled, assets must be protected, etc. So when it came time to discuss this with the downrange forecaster, he was absolutely against it. He didn't want to brief that to the commander because, again, missions have to be cancelled based on what you think will happen. If you're wrong, you've set back a lot of people and wasted a lot of time. So the deployed forecaster tries to argue against it, but his reasoning really just boiled down to, I don't want to brief that. So when I wasn't looking, he essentially just pulled rank on my junior forecaster and forced him to take it out of the forecast. And so it went out to the base with no hail in it, only hinting at some vicinity thunderstorms. Well, when I noticed I was pissed, but I said screw it, we'll let him be wrong. This was the first time I'd ever wanted to put large hail in a forecast. Maybe we were over forecasting it. Nope. Basically right on schedule, a huge thunderstorm popped up and dumped large hail on the base. It did a few million in damage to aircraft, injured a hello pilot who was pre-flighting his bird, and killed 3 Afghan National Army soldiers who had left on a patrol and couldn't find any cover. They wound up beaten to death by hail. That has always bugged me. They didn't need to die. We knew the potential was there, and I basically just let an incorrect forecast go out that got them killed. I used to work a strange overnight schedule. 10-hour shifts Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'd try and keep awake the same hours on my days off, especially on Thursdays. This was a pretty rural area, so there wasn't much open at those hours, except a gas station that had a tiny cafe area. I didn't want to keep people in the house awake, so I spent a lot of time at the gas station. I'd usually read or talk with the cashier on duty. I think she felt a little safer having someone else there too. One night a man comes in with a little boy and asks if they can use the bathroom. It's something like 3 AM. The kid looks sick or uncomfortable. To me it looked like he'd been punched in the stomach. After they're in the bathroom, the cashier and I look at each other. She thinks there's something off about this too. I went outside to get a description of the vehicle. After they leave, we call the police. The local police passed it along to the county sheriff's department and a local officer came to the gas station. He asked us a couple more questions and we listened to his radio to hear what was happening. A county officer spots the truck and pulls it over. After the officer gets out of the car, the truck backs into it and takes off. The police pursue him. We didn't get a lot of details after that. He crashed or abandoned the truck. The truck was on fire and loose rounds of ammunition was going off in the truck. I believe the boy was somewhere safe because I didn't hear any more about him. The guy tried to swim across a small but deceptively treacherous river and he drowned. That was close to 20 years ago. If I remember correctly, he was the boy's dad but did not have custody. He was recently released from prison and the truck was stolen. Edit. At the time of the story, the man had been recently released from prison prior to stealing the truck and drowning. Throwaway because I'd rather not have this associated with my main account. When I was 12, one of my guy friends my age had a crush on me and would do anything to get my attention and praise. Being young and stupid without a shred of empathy, I would make him do a lot of dumb stuff. Usually silly kid stuff like licking something dirty or posting something stupid on social media. One time, I pressured him into playing chicken at the train tracks with our friends. You can guess what happened next. I don't remember if it was because he mistimed it or got stuck or something else. I remember that's all I could think about afterwards when I was in shock. Just that one insignificant stupid little detail. Did he get stuck? Did he not jump in time? I think it was my way of trying to deal with it. I'll never forgive myself for that. Ever. Edit. I'm putting this edit at the bottom around 2 hours after the original comment posted. The reason for this edit is because I wanted to address the 2 main replies I've been getting before new people jump to post the same thing. These are wow, you suck and wow, these people saying you suck. I'm sorry for what happened. I'm alright with people saying mean things about this. This is a natural reaction. I'm in no way angry at any of you people saying these things. You are 100% justified in that reaction. To those giving me sympathy and sticking up for me, thank you, but kindly refrain. Don't argue with people's emotional response to a post so deeply upsetting as this. I know that's a big thing to ask, but if you want to be sympathetic towards me, that's the way of showing it. Thank you everyone. I was the first car at a red light, with a grey car to my right in the right lane. I picked up a habit to look both ways when a light turns green, and it never proved worth it until now. So my light turns green, and before I go, I check left and right like usual. This time, I see a red truck speeding at least 100 miles per hour trying to make his red light. 2 whole seconds pass, and I'm still waiting, but the grey car to my right didn't see the red truck speeding, so he went along. Huge collision. The grey car that was to my right is now rolled over, hitting 2 other cars in the other lanes, and the red truck that sped through hardly had a front anymore. This happened no more than 5 meters away from me. I think I was in such shock that I proceeded on my way without much consideration or checking up on them or anything, which would be one of my greatest regrets. I always wonder what would have happened if I did not check left or right before going. Probably wouldn't be typing this, to be honest. Also, that grey car wouldn't have been T-boned and flipped, so I have a bit of survivor's guilt, I guess, about that. I wish there was a way to reach out and see what happened to that grey car. I hope he or she and all their passengers are alright. I often use this story as a cautionary tale about always checking before going, even if your light is green. Green doesn't mean go, it means proceed if safe. Not exactly caused by me, but I was definitely part of it. When we were 15 or 16, we had a guy in school who got bullied real hard and ended up committing suicide. I remember being quite nice to him whenever we were on our own, but being quite insecure myself at the time. I've also been a douche to him in the group a few times. It was definitely life-changing and shaped my character to the better. It's just scary that you completely fail to realize what such actions can do to somebody when you're a teenager. Edit. On a side note, there were definitely more things to it, as we have realized afterwards. He immigrated to us from Albania, had no father and certainly nobody to talk to about these things. Close before his death, he openly dealt with satanic rituals and such. At that time, he also had a girlfriend who shared these things with him, and probably also had a hard time regarding the questions about how everyone felt. I can't even say how the real bullies felt after that. We haven't been talking about it much anymore. I can definitely say that no never came out with how much he has liked him or such, but I suppose they have all been in sorrow privately. I know that they have all turned into more or less good people after all. Also, despite the fact that I accept having been part of it, I still don't consider myself a bully. I was also always on the lower end of the food chain, as I developed very late, and looking like a young boy in a class of 30 young men is definitely a thing you need to stand. But still, there is no excuse to ever join such a bully train on a weaker guy. The most important conclusion I have from that time is that you as a parent are asked more than ever to deal with the problems of your child and never let him out alone in the rain. Teenagers can be so incredibly cruel, and they don't have ability to realize the impact of such actions. I was a manager at a theater, and it was the responsibility of the manager to make sure every last person left before you go right. Caitlin didn't have a car, but was the best, nicest, kindest, hardworking 18-year-old I had met in a while. I didn't mind taking her home down this curvy backwoods road every night. Caitlin would sing me gospel while I drove, and she had an amazing voice. She sang at church choir. Well, one night I was exhausted. I had worked 2 long shifts back to back. I wasn't sure I should be driving, much less taking someone else home. So I asked another employee, not their job, they reminded me. I know, and I pressed anyways. Caitlin asked if it was okay. I said sure, everything is fine. And I watched as I put her in, called her mom, so they knew a different car was coming, and went home. Next day at work I was pulled aside as soon as I got there and was told they had an accident. The girl, Tiffany, that I asked never drove on dirt roads and said she took the curve too fast. She was injured for life and will never walk straight again. Beautiful Caitlin died. Her mother came in that night and saw me, walked right up to me, and stated, smacking me in the face, screaming I had killed her daughter by making the decision for her. I watched her collapse in anguish, squeezing my arms, and I just let her in front about 3k people. I felt tears rolling down my hot face. Regardless of what people say, I still after 12 years blame myself. I think of her often, and I suppose I might forever edit. Thank you so much for all the kind words. When my thoughts wander, I will look back on them. Thank you again. This isn't exactly along the thread, but it's very close, and I'd just like to say it. Cathartic, or whatever the hell that is. I wasn't the full thing that caused it. I was this guy's boss. I had recently been promoted, and was usually very relaxed. My exact words usually were, I don't give a fuck if you're doing meth in the back, so long as you get your job done. We got 3 new guys, a couple years younger than me. I was around 23, these guys were 18 to 21. One guy was slow as hell, one guy gave no facts, and the third guy I thought he was dumb or just making poor life choices. I knew he'd been trying to get into the Air Force, but beyond that, and a girl we both knew that we both, at one point, had the hots for, we didn't have much in common. Well, he'd have things go wrong in his life, like getting stuck in traffic, and being 2 hours late, exhaustion and therefore messing up, poor memory, and he'd have to ask me the same thing 20 times. It didn't help that he was friends with the guy who didn't give a fuck. They'd gone out a couple times. Douchebag was probably just using him as a DD though, so I ended up being a dick to him. Nearly fired him. I was trying to get him to start doing well, cause I liked him, but I'm not a nice person. So it probably didn't come out how I meant it at all. He killed himself. Turns out he was supporting his family in pretty much minimum wage, 8.09 at the time, if I remember correctly. That's 2 sisters and 2 parents. I don't know much about the parents, but from the snippets I got, they were manipulating him and guilt tripping him into paying for their bad habits. The only reason he stayed is because of his sisters. The military was his only real chance at helping them out, since he was already working 3 jobs. Also didn't know that, and still not making enough. I'm aware it's not my fault entirely, but I found out a lot about him the day after he died. And I'll always know that however small the part one played was, I did not have a positive effect on him. I never really gave a fuck when people said you don't know what random person is going through. I'd think they're all dumb as or as holes. Some kinda as. Now, though, I think I get it. Edit. I'll clarify a couple points when I'm on break. But right now I'm just gonna say I was assistant manager, which changes a lot of the context of my getting on his case to my boss yelling at him and me just being the medium. Does not absolve me, but it changes things. Sorry for lack of clarity, thought this would just get glanced over and ignored. Edit 2, as I said, I was the assistant, which meant outside of a write-up, I had no power. Union store, so write-up means nothing, really. I was mainly a conduit for my boss' anger. I'm not nice, in that I don't go out of my way to be nice and friendly. Poker face, honest opinions, and will call people out on shit. A lot of people do not like that, even when they say they do. How I was a dick. Example, one time he was 2 hours late. This is in a kitchen retail blend, so not really acceptable. Why he was late? He was filling out paperwork for the Air Force. There was an accident. He got stuck in stop and go traffic. Understandable, but still bad. Since he called the store and talked to middle management, I had no choice but to really get on his case. He'd also show up late because he worked graves at the airport. I did not know this at the time and was getting what sleep he could. This also made him slower and more forgetful. I did try to be positive at times, asking him what he thinks he should do and encouraging him to problem solve, but I'll admit that I was short-tempered a lot because I got stuck with the role of managing 3 new people and everything that went wrong. There's always something with my boss fell directly on me. Why I didn't know these things. I did talk to him when we had time, but he didn't open up much about his life. And he was only there a few months maximum. I can't actually remember how long, yet I feel like a jerk because of that. And even the co-worker he was friends with had no clue about how stressful his life was. Would say more, but out of time. Edit 3, got a couple minutes to say this. No, I don't want sympathy. I faked up, and to tragic effect, actually expected to see -1k, because I'm completely aware I handled things poorly. No, I'm not a manager of any sort anymore. I didn't want to be in the first place. I was just the most qualified and needed the money, and we had to have an assistant. I left a few months later, came back, and do not intend to move up again. Workplace info, dominated by older women who are, I don't really know how to put it kindly, they're very irritable and constantly have something angry/negative to say about everyone. If I don't hear a 10-minute story about something sometime that was completely idiotic, do they have any brain cells left? It's a good day. That's why I always tried to be the relaxed one, but even I had to crack down sometimes. As many who have posted, I indirectly caused someone's suicide. I was not the whole reason, I know that, but I was the last nail in the coffin, so to speak. My best friend had been living with me for 2 or so years and was constantly making poor financial choices that fell on me, and I would nag. We eventually got kicked out of one place due to this, and I raged at him, but ultimately forgave him, because even after all of his shortcomings he was always there when I needed someone. Fast forward to me being gone for the weekend. I get home and check my financials and see that there are some weird food or charges on there. I call the places and ask where they were delivered to and realize he'd used my credit card to buy food. Now I'd given him money when he needed it before, because I will not let someone go hungry, but to steal was the last straw, and I absolutely lost it, and just unleashes everything on him. He refuses to admit that he did it and tried to hide the pizza boxes. He proceeds to get absolutely wasted that night and tries to say that his grandfather was sick in the hospital to I guess get me to break my anger. Then next day I text him that he will either admit to it and pay me back, which seems easy, or I will have to get the cops involved. About 3 hours after that text was sent I get a hysterical call from my girlfriend that he has shot himself. It was a year this past April. I know I'm told not to feel like I'm to blame, but I still think about it every day. Now I bite my tongue more and take care of what I say to people. Edit. Thank you all for the outpour of support and replies. Fuck it, I'll reply. I haven't told many of my friends this story, but sharing it has helped wrap my head around what happened. It was about 3 AM on a Thursday last December. I lived in Fort Lauderdale at the time. I was heading back from a party at a friend's house, pretty bleary-eyed. I had slept for a few hours and then got in my car. I was running out of gas, so I stop at a gas station right off of I-95 before heading north to home. A guy walks up to me while I'm pumping gas and he asks for directions. He was older and a bit drunk. He came off as a Yachty, and Yachties are really common in that part of town. I had a bunch of Yachty friends, so he didn't sketch me out, but I immediately kind of wrote him off. I told him to take I-95 north. He stumbles off and gets on his Vespa. Scooters are super common in South Florida, and then drives away. I go inside, get a drink, then sit in my car for a few minutes, waking up before going. I hit the highway and I'm cruising north when I see a ton of emergency lights coming down the southbound side. I remember thinking, oh shit, something's going down. I start paying closer attention to the road in front of me and there are lights in my rear view too, coming up really faking gassed. What happened next was kind of a blur and is NWS. There were recognizable body parts in the road, part of an arm, an upper torso with the head attached, blood everywhere. Bits and pieces of plastic and metal in the road and lumps of flesh or organ or something. I didn't see any of it until I was extremely close, but the image is something that has really faked me up. I called my mom. She said I was incoherent and screaming about blood. FHP checked my car, which had blood on it but no damage. The next day, and the officer explained to me an older white male on a scooter had gotten on I-95 north. He merged inappropriately and was hit by a dump truck, and his corpse was hit by several other vehicles including mine. They closed I-95 for the entire morning, well past rush hour. The news article said that remains and debris was strewn across an area the size of a football field. I sold my car and moved. The first 2 months were very rough, but I'm feeling better now. Despite shaking ATM, TLDR, I told a stranger to take the highway. He did so on a scooter. I drove through the aftermath of my advice. Haven't told anyone what happened, but my friend's little brother who had cerebral palsy was asleep on his back, and my friend slept in a room beside his, and I had to spend the night with my friend's little bro, because there was a spare bed in his brother's room. Basically around 2 AM I went to pee and came back, and his little brother was coughing a lot, and I thought he'd be okay, but he then started to cough more violently and vigorously, and I started to get scared, and not knowing what to do I climbed into the separate bed, and didn't tell anyone. About 30 minutes later he was coughing again, and he started to puke, and I jumped up to see if he was alright. Keep in mind he couldn't stand or even sit up on his own and could only use one arm fully, and the vomit was extremely acidic and I just had to throw up myself, so I ran and threw up in the bathroom, and about 15 minutes later came back and his little brother was no longer coughing or throwing up, so I thought he was okay and got his parents who came and checked on him. His dad called the police immediately because he choked and had suffocated in it. As you could imagine, 9-year-old me didn't know what to do in the situation and was in pure shock of the kid, and his whole family thought I watched as his little brother was dying and choking. I've since moved from there and haven't told anyone about it because everyone called me a murderer. Reddit wow, didn't think anyone would really see this, but thank you for the kind words and help. Never knew Reddit was so thoughtful and full of great people. Bleach. The event that caused a long series of other events spanning over years, including divorces, me getting thrown out of home at 15, a youth of petty crime, my mother marrying a fuck who abused me physically and verbally, not sexually though, until I hit him back, which led to me getting into some bad habits. I suppose I didn't actually cause this death. In fact, by now I know I didn't. But back then, and for a lot of years to follow, I thought I did. I've blamed myself on and off ever since. I was watching my sister in our front yard. She was my responsibility. This wasn't too uncommon. We lived in a good neighborhood. Being kids, I didn't really care as much as I should have. I mean, it's our yard, right? She was a kid, so she didn't think and look. She was hit by a car. She was 11 years old, and she was my responsibility. She was always better than me. She would have made the world a better place. Edit. Thank you so much for the support, guys. I should clarify something though. It was poor word choice on my part to say my responsibility to watch her. It wasn't like I was truly responsible. She was 11 after all, as was I. The reality is more that I'm putting this on myself, on my own. It's nothing but me telling myself that she was my responsibility. I was always the forward one, the one to take charge and the one to take care of her. So I kind of viewed it as my fault. Edit 2. Just read through all the comments. I never once said she was crossing the street without looking. You realize that even adults get hit by cars, right? A lot of you also assume that she was just crossing the street, but she wasn't. We had built a little jump on the sidewalk and were jumping our BMXs off it. She swung around in a half circle to catch speed, came out behind our father's pickup into the street, and was hit by a neighbor. Of course she should have thought of that. But it happens. Everybody can have a temporary lapse of judgment. It was my mother-in-law's birthday, and her daughter and son-in-law had dinner for the event at their place. My wife, 3 kids, and I drove out after work. As we pulled up to their cul-de-sac home in the dark, I saw something odd in the grass between the sidewalk and street near their mailbox. When I got out, an old man, 80 plus yo, called over to me asking if I wouldn't mind helping him up. Said he had been out for a walk, stumbled, and had been in that spot for about 45 minutes. My wife and daughters went inside the house. My then 12-year-old son stayed with me while I helped the man up. Wonderful guy. Started saying this was the icing on the cake for his day, as he had fallen asleep early afternoon on his couch with a lit cigarette, which caught the couch on fire. Fire department came, put the fire out with little damage, and moved the couch to the curb. When they were done, by this time, my brother-in-law had come outside with us. We walked the man back to his house, about 5 doors down. During our trip there, he regaled us with stories of him in the Navy during the war, and I'm ashamed to say, I can't remember which war he had said. He made special not to talk to my son about how wonderful it was that he was helping. Introduced himself to us as Bill. Said he was the last unpaid bill. Thought that was pretty clever. As we made to leave, he asked if we would bring his couch from the curb back up to the house for him. Not sure why he wanted it, didn't ask. So my Bill and I moved the couch and set it next to the house outside of his garage. We wished Bill well, then headed back to the house for dinner. When I got in, I noticed that my shirt smelled of burnt plastic. Bill gave me a sweatshirt to change into, and we had a great birthday celebration before I and the family left about 2 hours later for home. Around 2:30 the next morning, our phone rang. My wife answered, and I pretended to be more asleep than I actually was, so I didn't have to deal with a bad phone call in the wee early hours. They're very seldom about good thing. It was the police department from the town my Bill and Sil lived in. They asked me questions about my activities the previous evening while I was at their house. The faking couch reignited and burned Bill's house down, killing him in the process. The police grilled my Bill, examined his arms, then called me. I don't think I slept well for over a month afterwards and couldn't get the tragedy out of my head for a long time. I should have known from the smell on my clothes that it wasn't safe to move that damnable couch. I should have put the pieces together, but I was just too interested in getting back to my family to celebrate. Nothing more ever came of it, but I'll never get rid of the knowledge that if I hadn't committed to one simple action that I had performed, then another human being would not have died. I was relieved when my Cylon bill moved a couple of years later, because I hated seeing that empty lot every time I went to their house. This was maybe 11 years ago, but to this day, about once a year around my mother-in-law's birthday, my brother-in-law and I still have a toast to the last unpaid bill. Not completely in line with the thread, but I've never been able to stop blaming myself for this one. Breaks my heart even talking about it. I was young, 18, had been dating this girl since I was 15. She was my first love. She had always been depressed, but that had faded when we got together. Our relationship was fantastic for the most part, until about the last 2 months. Long story short, I became homeless and couldn't live with her. I got back onto drugs, something which has always been a weakness for me. I tried to see her every day, but there was times where my back and legs hurt so bad I could barely make it 3 meters. Never mind to her parents. House she never told me. I only found out from her aunt after, but during those last 3 months she had lost a baby. It was mine and she couldn't bear telling me. She was suicidal and blamed herself. I myself was heavily depressed and stupidly decided that she would be better off without a homeless drug addict boyfriend, so I broke it off for 2 days. Then I realized how stupid that decision was, but it was too late. She had committed suicide that night. Damn, I never got over that. Blamed myself. Still do. Man. Edit. Thank you for all your kind words. They mean a lot to me. Edit too. And all I can say to that one edgy child who keeps commenting on people's painful memories with unfunny jokes is that I truly hope karma doesn't come back around, and I hope you never experience what anyone in this thread has been through. Backstory: when I was about 16, me and some friends were smoking and playing cards in a shutdown store owned by a friend's dad. As we were playing, his dad, said friend, wasn't there. It was 3 others and I showed up. He was a little Hispanic man about 5'4", comes in talking trash to this woman in English. He hung up, looked at us, and we laughed, cause it was horrible English, and well, we were high. She shows up, and he says, watch guys, she's crazy for me. After the two were talking for about 3 minutes in the corner, us kids just kept to ourselves playing cards, smoking. The lady, being about 5'10", 6, starts socking him in the face with keys in between her fingers like a Wolverine movie. Puts a big hole in his nose close to his eye. We all react and get up nervously, and he grabs her by the throat, again him being like 5'4", and begins walking her backward. She was barely on her heels trying to keep her balance, and with a thrust he throws her toward the wall. I swear her body was like 4 feet off the ground flat. Her head hits the wall and goes in. Her body goes limp and literally hangs like 4 inches off the floor by her head. We noped the fuck out. But before we left, we saw her pull her head out and drop, looking around dazed, and the first words said, "Why don't you love me?" We couldn't believe it. More happened but no cops were involved, I don't know why, and we convinced her to go home. We went into the store the next day. The hole where her head was an inch from the stud. 2 weeks later a murder-suicide shows up on the news. He shot her with a shotgun, held her body and offed himself. I know I didn't have control, but I always question how I could have prevented it. I'm 24 now and still can't believe what played out that night. Sorry for bad grammar. I'm shaking now thinking about it. I'm just trying to put it all out before I'd question it and delete what was typed. I still blame myself for the death of my older brother. He was the oldest. He got into bad stuff as a teenager and bad friends. I was only in middle school. He had mental health problems from my uncle, from getting some girls, including my sister, to think it was cool to drink and party and stuff. He went on for years. I always thought it would work itself out. He even broke out of a mental hospital, breaking his hand on another patient and somehow getting the bars of the window or opening the window or something, jumping out of the window. It was not the first floor, and injuring his leg. He hitchhiked from Texas to Florida, and then to Cali or something, and then back to Texas. I always feel guilty for not seeing it. He seemed to be getting better. Then the day after my birthday he jumped off the dam. With broken legs he swam away from rescue boats. Some woman was there that day when he jumped, but she refused to talk to us. When we were closer and younger, I would tell on them for anything and everything. I didn't see it coming. I always thought that, if I had known, maybe I could have done something. I could have helped. I could have supported him. I should have done something. Anything. It should have been me. He used to show me all the designs he had made for guns, this and that. He was smart. But after all the drugs, he said he had screwed up his brain and couldn't think anymore. He was scared he wouldn't pass the JED test. The day after he died, it came in the mail. He passed. He was physically strong, agile, like double backflips off the roof onto the trampoline and landing it perfectly. I just should have seen something, done something. And now, because I didn't, he's gone. Empty place at the table. One less person during the holidays. Sometimes I even forget his face. And it kills me. I never want to be the observer of someone's pain ever again. I don't leave people to sit alone. I don't let people go hungry. I don't let people make fun of others. They can do it to me. I can take it. But not them. Not anyone else ever again. Point at it. Gold? I thank you, but I'm sure I have done or said anything worth it. Not trying to sound ungrateful, but I just don't understand why you would choose me above others. I'm honestly not sure what to say. My grandma used to live with us and actually raised me and my sister since my parents were busy working. She would take us to school, prepare our lunch and so on, but since my other aunts wouldn't come visit her not wanting to bother my family, they would say my mom eventually bought an apartment in the same street as our house for her to live alone. Every day on my way to school and back I would walk past her house, but was too lazy to stop by and spend 10 minutes with her, and I guess my aunts would too. I guess they just use the don't want to bother you guys as an excuse not to visit grandma. She started coming to my house to bring food and chit chat a bit, then started bringing me money so I could treat myself. Later she straight up showed up asking me to come to her house have lunch or dinner whenever I had time. I would always say I'd try, but wasn't sure when, because I was busy because of school. At that time I was second year med school student, and although I was indeed busy I would rather spend my leisure time gaming or hanging out with friends rather than visiting her. Yeah, that was my excuse. Guess I didn't truly love her either. One day my mom asked me to go visit her because she was not feeling well, so I did. When I got there I saw her laying on bed in a not so good overall state, which was very uncommon of her, since she has always been an active person despite the age. My mom told me she has been peeing a lot lately and then suddenly started getting worse and worse. When I talked to her she was mumbling some random sentences, but I thought she was just too tired to have a proper conversation. I was a little worried and told my mom and one aunt who was there at that moment that we should take her to the hospital because none of that seemed normal to me. I remember clearly the response I got. My aunt said out loud, "Hey grandma, our little doctor says we should take you to the hospital, but I think we can take good care of you, right?" I don't know if it was a last gift or a sick joke from God/universe, but that was the last time I saw my grandma lucid. The big old proud smile in my grandma's face after hearing that I was her little doctor still haunts me today. We ended up not taking her to the hospital that night, and when we eventually did, it was too late. She died from sepsis due to UT. Now that I think back, it was so clear, all the signs were so obvious. I should have done the diagnosis, or at least I should have trusted my gut instincts and insisted a little more on taking her to the hospital. I know it's not all my fault. I know rationally that I didn't kill her. It was a misfortune. I know. But deep down in my heart I feel that my sloth killed her a little bit. My negligence, my excuses, my lack of confidence, my lack of knowledge, I think all this killed her a little bit, and her medical condition was just the final blow. I know I shouldn't blame myself, I really do. But there's still this what if feeling that I can't shake off every time I walk back home and walk past in front of her house, now with someone else living in it. I still feel so ashamed and so sorry that I have never visited her in the cemetery after the funeral. It has been 4 years now. Edit. Thanks everyone for the kind words. Really, it felt good just to write this and take it off my chest, but the comments really made my day. Sorry the format of the text, I was on mobile, but hopefully it's easier to read now. Also, English is not my first language, so please excuse any grammar/vocabulary error. I used to babysit this kid who was about 7 or 8, and I was a few years older. He had this weird extended family from overseas and there were plenty of people coming and going from his life. One day we were playing with Legos and waiting for our mothers to come home, and he says he wants to show me something. He comes back with a small stack of papers that were given to him by his much older cousin's boyfriend, Jimmy. As far as I could tell, the pictures were printed off on some sheety printer. This is almost 20 years ago now, and what was on them appeared to be underage Asian girls. I literally what the fuck straight away and recognized that this sick fuck Jimmy was grooming this kid. I was abused myself. I digress. The first thing I did when our mothers got home was to tell them and show them both the papers. They get his cousin over and tell her. She then goes to confront Jimmy. That night, as far as I know, he went out to kill himself, breaks into a locked and condemned jetty on the seafront and throws himself in. His body was washed up on the shore. As I said, I dealt with abuse in my childhood, and I'm glad I prevented my friend from it. I'm glad Jimmy died, and I'm glad that I can connect myself directly to his suicide. The person that abused me is dead too, but that was from old age. The world is shit. I don't know if my friend ever was told what happened to Jimmy, or if he even knew what went on. I hope he never had to find out what actually happened. TLDR. Killed Anons. Edit. Thanks for your replies. It means a lot. About a year and a half ago I've bought my first car. I'm 28 years old now. A couple of months after getting a driver's license, I've taken additional lessons with an instructor after getting the license because I wasn't too confident in my ability to operate a motor vehicle. Responsible, right? I'm from a former USSR country and the situation took place there, so the drivers and roads are shitty, and all in all it was a good decision, but that's not the point. So, few months fly by, I'm doing okay, no accidents or any problems at all, occasional minor hiccups here and there, but everything is alright. One day I was in the tire shop, changed my front tires as one of them was damaged. They are done replacing my tires. I'm ready to drive away, and that was the moment shit went south. I'm starting to reverse from a tallish curb. Behind me is a quiet road as the shop is located in a kind of a pocket, so maybe a car leaving a parking lot nearby or an occasional pedestrian. As my back wheels leave the curb, the car rolls a bit quicker, and that's when I see the shop guys waving their hands for me to stop. I jump out of the vehicle and see an old lady on the ground bleeding from a small wound on her head. I realize what happened, start faking panicking inside, but I help treating her wound, call the ambulance and the police, and try to calm the lady down. As I learned later, she was 90 faking years old, practically deafened as life would have it. She was on the way to pick a state-subsidized hearing device. A minor bump from the car that would leave a younger person mildly annoyed was enough to send her to the ground. She was a partisan medic in WW2 and fought against Nazis. So, I'm informed by the police investigator that hitting anything while reversing is 100% on the driver. Her almost 60 years old son is screaming that he'll kill me, and the situation looks faking grim. Afterwards I visited her in the hospital. Her son was not mad anymore. He's a driver himself and understood that shitty accidents happen. She had a minor gash in the head, a fractured hand and some pelvis fractures. Doctors didn't give her much time considering her age. I've completely paid for her treatment, moved her from the hospital back home, paid for a nurse to attend her while her son was working, but it didn't help much as she died some 3 to 4 months later. Her injuries have practically healed completely, and she was almost able to walk again. But such damage in her age was not really recoverable completely. I've paid for the funeral and other expenses that came along, made amends with her son. He wasn't really angry at me anymore, and that was it, in a way. The legal side of the question is being worked on. The courts are slow here. My lawyer said that I would get a probation in the worst case, as jail time is rarely given for criminal cases like this one. More so considering the extenuating circumstances such as not leaving the scene of an accident, calling the police/ambulance, and paying for everything point as a conclusion. I want to say that this whole ordeal sucks balls. I'm guilty, of course, even though I couldn't physically notice her as I was reversing from a curb, and she was a small old lady walking behind the back pillar of the car outside the line of sight. This incident has taught me to pay attention at all times, and to double check everything that I might not be able to see on the road, as you should also do. P.S. I'm sorry for any mistakes. English is obviously not my first language. I don't know if you could say I directly caused the death, but I'm a cop, and one night I was following a car that was driving erratically. It was maybe 3 AM, and it was driving in circles all around town, not going anywhere in particular. It seemed to me the driver was drunk, so I pulled him over and went to talk. Turns out to be two college-age guys, about 20 years old. They were behaving strangely and were somewhat incoherent, clearly intoxicated but didn't smell of alcohol. Driver turns out to have a suspended license, so he is going to jail. I have no choice in the matter. Search the car and find an almost empty bottle of vodka, and it soon becomes clear their erratic driving was from them trying to chug it and hide it. Both were showing more and more signs of intoxication and now reeked of booze as their bodies started absorbing what was in their stomachs, so it's all in all a pretty minor deal in the grand scheme of things. Suspended license is the most minor of arrestable offenses. Spend an hour in jail being processed and then sent on your way. Passenger talks his way into getting arrested too, but it's for underage drinking, also very minor. No DUI. I promised him I wouldn't if he would come clean about what substances he was on. I was more worried we were about to have an overdose or bad pill/alcohol mix on our hands. 3 days later, get a call to a house for an unresponsive subject. Turns out to be my driver from the other night. He hung himself because he was so distraught over his run-in with the law. I learned that he had some other arrests that year, had a crappy job, an alcoholic family, and my arrest was the final straw. It's not my fault, just happened to be the last in a series of mistakes he made, and he decided enough was enough. He didn't want to be responsible for any of it anymore. I don't feel bad. I was doing my job, and I think we can all agree getting a drunk of the road is good. It's just a bit eye-opening that an event so minor to me is enough to trigger a suicide in someone else. I don't know if this is appropriate, since it's not a direct answer, or if anyone will even see this, but after reading through the comments here I feel compelled to say something. To the people posting your personal stories here, or to anyone else fighting a war inside your own mind because of a tragedy you never would have wanted to happen. Forgive yourself. Please, for the love of all things, forgive yourself. You are human, just as I am. You're all wonderful and caring, or else you wouldn't be so haunted by something like this from your past. If you wake up every day thinking, if I had just, or all I had to do was, or anything of that sort, then damn it, it's not your fault. Tragedies happen. I hate seeing them, and my heart goes out to everyone affected by any sort of hardship. But just because a tragedy happened, even if you were directly involved, does not mean you are personally responsible. And it sure as heck does not mean you deserve to live in guilt and torment because of it. That is not a debt you owe. I'm yearning for your heart to find peace, and if you live each and every day carrying the memory of a loved one, I consider you a hero. And I hope somehow, some way, you're able to draw the strength to continue to press through, find that peace within yourself, and forgive yourself. You deserve it, and I want it for you, just as I want it for myself. Peace and love. I know I'm late to this thread, but I've got to get this off of my chest, because it's been on my mind for years, and will likely stay there forever. When I was 19, my friends and I were drinking heavily at this park playground. I remember taking massive pulls from a handle of vodka and honestly don't remember much else. I guess I drove us back to my friend's house at some point. At my friend's house we hung out in the garage for a few minutes, but we all thought we had to go home right away for some reason, maybe because it was so late. Either way, I realize I'm way too drunk to drive, and I give my keys to my brother, who swears he is able to drive drunk perfectly fine. So we get up to leave, and the friend whose house we were at just starts begging us to sleep over and just leave in the morning. There were couches and his parents wouldn't care. But we were too stubborn. I convince my brother we have to go home, since I don't want to get in trouble. So we stumble outside and leave, making it home at some point. I just remember waking up to vomit multiple times later. The next day I try to hit up my other friend who also had to leave that night. His name was Chance, a fantastic intelligent guy, sometimes a dick, but never with bad intentions. He was just really honest. He doesn't respond. For days, we always would get in a Skype call and play CS, or whatever pretty much every day, but he just wasn't responding to anything. Then before I'm about to just go to his house, I get a call that he's in the hospital in critical condition. His brain had essentially shut off after he crashed his motorcycle into the back of a truck. He ended up being euthanized, and his family donated most of his organs. I don't go a single day without thinking about him. I should have just told everyone to sleep that night. I don't know why I wanted to go home so bad. Never drive drunk. It's just not worth it ever. I miss my friend. 3 lanes wide on my side of the street. I'm in the lane closest to the middle of the street. I just get through an intersection and see a car attempting to turn in front of me into a gas station. This gas station entrance is close enough to the intersection I just went through that there is no middle section for them to wait in to turn. When it is clear, they inch into my lane across a double yellow line and stop. I quickly get over to my right 1 lane. They inch over into the next lane and stop again. I start to panic. Why are they stopping? What is he doing? I quickly see I can get in the far right lane and move over this older man driving. I think he panicked. He tries to gas it past me into the gas station. I'm in a Dodge Dakota, and they are in an old Chevy truck with rack seating. I slow down as much as I can, but there is no time. I T-bone them, and my car basically slams them into a concrete pole. I stop a couple of feet from a concrete wall myself. I get out of the car with my adrenaline on full. I'm not even sure if I'm hurt or not. I can't feel anything anyway. I stumble over to their car to see if they are okay. The looks I received from this old man and his wife still haunt me to this day. They looked at me like I was the Grim Reaper coming to claim them. Absolute horror. Blood coming down their face, wondering why I did this to them as smoke from the front of the car looms over them like creeping death. The woman died later that day from her injuries at the hospital. The man later tried to sue me, but I was cleared of any legal wrongdoing based on the investigation that had taken place. They had concluded that I had done everything I could have done to avoid a collision. It was just unfortunate timing that this older gentleman made an illegal driving decision. A decision that I'm sure he regretted until the end of his days. I'm still messed up from this, even though it was years and years ago. Getting cleared legally does nothing for one's own conscience and psyche. My vehicle, whether it was intentional or not, was used as an instrument of destruction that ended up killing a man's wife. I have PTSD flashbacks. If I drive by a similar looking area that looks similar to the accident site, I still get such crippling anxiety that I have to disassociate in order to not lose control. I have severe depression. I don't know how I function and survive, to be perfectly honest. I've run the gamut of emotions over this incident. I have lost friends, relationships, and isolated from my family. Why? I don't feel I deserve what was taken away from others. I'm slowly killing myself daily over it, because I can't find any meaning in it. That's because there is no meaning. It was an accident, and I don't know how to accept it and move on. I've done different types of therapy. I've taken medication. I've talked to many people about it, and nothing has changed. The reason I write all of this is to please implore all of you to be safe when you are behind the wheel of any motor vehicle. I did everything I could to be careful, and something horrible still happened. I can't even imagine being the same level of reckless. I have seen other drivers who end up getting away with it with absolutely no consequences. I hope with every ounce of my being that no one ever experiences a type of pain and suffering that has become my everyday life and reality. I wouldn't wish this pain, guilt, or suffering upon my worst enemy. I had the same boyfriend all through high school and my first year of college. When we broke up, due to me moving to campus, some infidelity on his part, typical teenage stuff. He came out of left field with suicide threats, self-harm threats, etc. In the 5 or so years we were together I had never even known him to be depressed. Anyway, it escalated to daily demands to answer my phone or he would commit suicide, to which I acquiesced for a few weeks out of fear. I finally broke and called his mother and older adult sister, both of whom I had become quite close to, and told them what was going on and that I needed help from them because I just could not handle the situation anymore. They assured me they would handle it, and his calls decreased and eventually stopped. About a week or two after he stopped calling, I came home per my parents' request and my dad informed me that my ex had passed away. I initially assumed some sort of accident had happened, as he always drove like a maniac and had purchased a motorcycle not too long before, but I could tell by the look on my parents' faces when I asked what happened that he had committed suicide. I was devastated. I still cared about him despite us breaking up. I of course asked about arrangements, and my dad said, "Your mother and I will go to pay respects." I was outraged, insisting I should go. When I got there, I quickly realized several of his family members/friends clearly blamed me for his death. Until that moment, I had never considered that I would be blamed, and I was so sad and felt guilty, like I was not permitted to grieve. That is when I realized my parents were trying to protect me from that when they wanted me to stay home. I was driving on the freeway a few years ago. Middle of the day, I remember eating a chalupa and listening to Green Day on the radio. I came behind a truck and a semi driving side by side blocking the road. I was behind the smaller truck trying to pass. The truck moved to get in front of the semi, but overcorrected when they turned too soon and ended up turning into the median ditch. The truck flipped into the air and spun about 7 times while the driver was ejected through the windshield. The truck and driver landed on the opposite lanes of the highway. Keep in mind we are in the desert, so no traffic or help around. The semi kept driving, but I braked and ran to provide help. The driver was face up staring at me while the back of the head was opened. I recall their blood looking more jelly than anything. The driver was still breathing ragged but couldn't talk. I held the skull closed just as another car stopped and came to help. I directed one of the people to bring a blanket and the other to call 911. By then more cars were arriving, so I told the rest of them to go provide traffic control and check the truck for anyone else. I didn't want to move the driver for fear of spinal injuries, so I sat with them holding their skull closed on their back. He passed in my arms and we covered them with a blanket. 911 came about 15 minutes later. I was 19 when the incident happened. I know it's not my fault, but I still think about that driver from time to time. If I had not been there at that exact moment they could still be alive. Ultimately I can't change what happened though. My 17 years old rebellious nature ended up pretty much offing someone. I was at my girlfriend's house and was to be home before sundown, per parent rules. Sun goes down at 6 or so. Her house is 30 minutes away. I leave at 545. Speed limit 65. I'm going 90. Fast forward. I'm almost home. Maybe a mile out, and I approach a hill. 2 cops are there, and one sees me and immediately starts moving. He's got across the median, so I had a little time, but I still went faster, trying to make it home, because my parents would kill me if I had a ticket from being so irresponsible. The way my home lays out, where I park, I can see the highway from it. I made it home and saw the cop speeding by on the highway. Continuing on. The next day, news is on, and I hear of a cop slamming into a sedan of a mom and her 3 kids after being in pursuit of a high-speed chase yesterday. The mom was heavily intoxicated and tried crossing the median and didn't see the cop in time. I live my life now knowing that every action you take can affect someone, even if by chance. So call the ones you love and tell them exactly what they mean to you. Treat your interactions in public like you're dying and tomorrow is your last day. Be courteous and humble, because you never know if that guy that left the parking lot before you is going to make it home safe, even if he's an asshole. Most importantly and hardest hitting, be completely honest with yourself and own up to every mistake. Acknowledge it, and if it really hurts you, do everything you can to make it better, constructively. You will grow wiser and appreciate the mundane so much more because your actions have meaning. At least for me. I was in college out getting a bike tire tube next to my dad, who was driving. We were going back for him to drop me off at the dorm, and we were talking about something I don't remember as we took the inlet exit ramp off the highway. We saw a motorcycle lying down in the middle of the only lane we could be in. My dad swerved to the right, dodging it by about a foot. In the next few seconds, I saw a dark lump on the ground, felt a jarring bump as we went over it at around 30 miles per hour, and we stopped. The bump didn't feel like much more than a big speed bump. I looked out the rear view window and saw the bike lying around. We swerved, but I couldn't see the lump we went over. I was about to get out of the car, I think, and looked over to my dad. I don't remember the exact words said, but he said something like, "Let's get off the ramp." So we drive off point, and we kept going. The car was dead silent, and about 1,000 feet or so ahead a car pulls up to the right of us with people screaming at us to stop, and that we just ran somebody over. My dad yelled back that we are finding a place to park, but they were frantic. So, we stopped. 2 or 3 more cars stopped too. We get out of the car, and an entire family gets out of the car. That stopped us. 2 adult children, their parents, and a grandparent as well. I noticed a long streak behind us that was dock of the road, and I looked under the car to see a bloody dead man we dragged the entire way. I didn't look for longer than a couple of seconds, and I think I went into shock because I don't remember much more than the rest below. Cops came. We gave statements saying we were just going to stop a bit ahead and call the police, and I'm quite sure the family gave statements saying it seemed like we didn't intend to stop. I haven't spoken to my father in a few months now, and every time I think of calling, this story comes to mind. It happened more than a few months ago, and when we did talk about it, all I asked was if anything happened with the police again later. I really do feel like we would have kept going and tried to forget the entire thing if he didn't get stabbed and stuck underneath our car. I wonder if he was dead before a lot, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't until we killed him. I feel like I need to establish this before I write this. I don't feel guilt or shame at all, period, so this had no effect on me, but it's according to the thread, so I'll share. I was part of an online community for a game I played and loved. Every day me and my guild would get together and play/talk for several hours, but there was one guy who hated me for some reason and went to the extent of faking DMs and spreading rumors. It got me kicked off the guild, but my friends I made during the stay joined me when I left. Love them with all my heart. So I didn't mind too much. Mostly I was just angry over the guy being a dick for no reason. A couple of months later he hits me up and tells me he has also been kicked off the guild for bad behavior. Yeah, big surprise. And he asks to be forgiven for what he did and join me and my friends again. I said fuck no and started writing to my friend what happened, and I did it in a not so very nice way, calling him a rat, douchebag, faggot amongst other bad things. Now I accidentally sent it to the very guy I was talking about. He doesn't respond, doesn't unfriend me either, and just goes offline for several weeks, never logging on to remove me. Later I found out he killed himself. Now my personal theory was that he had a big mental issue. He talked about crazy conspiracy theories all the time, was very paranoid, and generally didn't sleep much. He was only 16 though, and had a big family, which is why I felt sorry for them. I don't take responsibility like others have in this thread, but I was a factor in it, a cause for it. A scorching hot day in Western Australia, so I went down to the beach with the best mate. A decade of swimming lessons had me running into the water without hesitation, wanting to get past the waves and into the less chaotic breakers, rolling with the motion of the premature waves. My teenage brain does what it does best and surveys the waters for the ladies. I see some fine girls off in the distance and make a mental note of the delicious brunette a good swim away. Look over to my mate hilariously struggling with the whitewash and yell out how shit he is and where did he learn to swim. I receive the classic bro wave of acknowledgement with him flipping me the bird. Relaxing in the water, enjoying the sun, loving the smell of salt water. My mate calls out to me. I look around and see he is a bit further out from where I was. I wave back and tell him to get over to me. I look to see if the ladies are still there, because I'm pretty sure there has to be one that he will like. V look back to see if he is here yet. No movement. Looks like he is looking at something underwater. A momentary twinge from my panic senses gets me swimming hastily in his direction. I'm getting closer and reality is crashing hard because he hasn't moved for the 15 seconds I have taken to swim to him. Grab him, roll him over, a few bubbles escape his mouth and a blank stare meets my eyes. I pull him above the surface. I wrap my arm around his chest and start swimming backwards to shore. He is heavy, my muscles burn. How far is the shore? Am I close to the sand yet? I seek out tentatively for the ground. It's not there. We sink for a moment. Why am I swimming so slow? I find the ground and now I have footing, but the waves are now crashing around us, and he is so heavy. We are in the whitewash and I'm feeling like jelly. Am I far enough on land? Remember your CPR training. 5 compressions. Breath. More compressions. Breath. He is foaming at the mouth. I'm so tired. People are gathering. Children speak without understanding. Is he dead? Parents shush them. Someone call an ambulance. A beautiful brunette is crying. I'm a doctor. I feel myself pushed aside. I'm lost. Everything is so distant. I hear ribs crack. He will wake right. Like the movies. Nothing. An ambulance. A police officer. A police station. Do you have anyone you can contact? I call our best mate at work. He is skeptical and threatens that this better not be a joke. When he arrives at the station he takes about 5 steps in, sees me and the gravity of the whole situation pulls him to the ground in tears. It's fake from now. I remember a morgue and seeing his body. His family is from Melbourne, Victoria, so we have to identify him. I think I lasted 3 months in Perth before leaving for a wander around the country. I said I would be back in a few weeks. It was 10 years before I came back to Perth, Western Australia. I'm not 100% positive that this person's death was caused by my actions, but it sure did seem like it, so I'll share. I deliver medical equipment to patients on hospice care. Hospital beds, wheelchairs, and oxygen machines are the more common items we deal with. I drove out to a patient's home to upgrade their oxygen machine to a higher capacity unit. I took the time to set up the new machine and let it run for a few minutes to warm up and build up its 0-2 concentration levels before I switched the patient's tubing over to the new machine, but it wasn't enough. In the 5 to 10 seconds it took me to unscrew their O2 line and screw it into the new unit, they crashed. I'm sitting in their house writing down the serial numbers from the new and old machine on my work order when I hear a noise that I'll never forget. The patient's husband and family all start crying out her name in agony. She must have been in such bad shape that the drop in oxygen concentration level or brief lack of concentrated oxygen caused her to crash quickly. I've never been in such an awkward situation before. I had to ask this guy, whose wife most likely died due to me switching her oxygen machine over, to sign my work order for my service. Nothing negative happened with my job, since I did everything correctly and was there to do what the nurse had asked me to do. I know she was already terminally ill, and I did my job correctly, but I still felt guilty about it, since it seemed my actions directly caused this woman to lose to battle with whatever illness she was dealing with. Not really my fault, but I definitely could have saved the guy's life. Christmas time a few years back, it was snowing lightly. I sat at a red light and see a car coming up behind me. The lights change, so I pull away quickly just to see if I could accelerate away before the catches me up. At first I see the car in the rear view as I speed away. A little distance later I look in the mirror again, the car is gone. I thought it was really weird as it was a dual carriageway with no turnings. It bugged me for a little while, but I just thought it was strange the car vanished and got on with my journey. The next day I drove down the same stretch of road and noticed a car had gone into a ditch and landed on its roof. I had a moment where I thought about going back and checking the car in case it was the one I had lost sight of the evening before. I didn't, and if you have read this far I'm sure you can guess where the story is going. The spot where the car had crashed is very close to a major police station on a very busy road. I decided they must be aware, so why waste everyone's time? In the new year I read a story about a guy who had died after 3 days being stuck upside down in a ditch right near the police station, despite the police having a report he was missing. The guilt tears me up inside, for the sake of mile-and-a-half journey down the road and back up, or making a wasted phone call to the police. I could have saved a guy from freezing to death over 3 days. I'm not usually the kind of person that walks on by, but this time I did. It was junior year of high school. A friend and I were put into a class together and all we did was screw around. There was this really odd kid, didn't have any friends, and was essentially a hermit all of his life. He was a weirdo, but we accepted him for who he was. He used to fantasize about Columbine and stuff like that, wore a trench coat and combat boots to school on multiple occasions, but we saw through all of that. We end up being a really close group of friends and always included him on everything we do. We were all hanging out one night and decided to smoke some pot and let him try it for the first time. He ended up falling in love with it and would always smoke with us and sit around and bullshit. It really relieved his anxiety and stress. Fast forward a couple of months and we all take part in acid. This opens an entirely different realm for him and made him realize what real drugs actually do and that it's not all just a variation of the same thing. He started hanging out with another group of people and changed. Instead of hating everyone else, he turned on himself. All that hatred for other people had melted away and turned into self-hatred and loathing. He started to not come around as much and tried to distance himself from us. Then we found out he was using heroin. We tried everything we could. He ended up in the hospital for trying to kill himself a few months later. During his stay we brought 10 people up there to visit him and were supportive through the entire process. When he was released he would tell us that he quit using and only smokes pot. A few weeks go by and we broke into his room while he was sleeping, normal for us, and the entire thing was absolutely torn apart. Lamps broken, stuff torn up, just completely messed up. He ended up having a fit after work one day and went on a destruction spree. He never gave us an answer as to what happened. A few days later I get a call from a friend saying there was an ambulance in front of his house and they were taking him out on a stretcher. We all made jokes about it, and the next morning I get a call from a friend's mother telling me that his parents found him dead in his room. It was not until recently that I found out it was confirmed as a heroin overdose. I feel partially responsible for introducing him to drugs, especially since he wasn't completely sane to begin with. We spoke at his funeral and afterwards his parents wanted us to visit them and tell them stories and they thanked us for being his only friends. I never would have thought I would have to bury a best friend at 18. Hard drugs won't just hurt you, but everyone around you. Enough of my co-workers joked that I killed him, so it might fit here. I was working in a law firm, and the owner called to say a woman was coming in and was owed thousands in child support. It was the 3rd or 4th time she would be in. She had backed out every time before that because she was afraid of her ex. As my boss put it, get her to sign this time. Well, she came in and was obviously upset about the situation. I went through the details and the guy had treated her and their children horribly. He did, in fact, owe her thousands, tens of thousands. I got her to sign a contract and set to work on the motion for contempt of the court's order for child support. I did a good job. The motion was a litany of his sins for him and the judge to read and included a demand for his incarceration. A paralegal put the papers together and I dropped it off at the courthouse for sheriff's service on my way home. Out of sight and out of mind for a few weeks, maybe more than a month. I came into work on a Monday morning and my secretary said, "Jaborki, did you hear about case?" "Nope. What of it?" "Go talk to boss." I headed to his office, curious, and told him I was told to ask him about the case. Oh, well, I got a strange phone call from another jurisdiction, sheriff's office. "You know Mr. Casey?" "Yeah." "Well, I don't know him, but know of him. He's a deadbeat." "Well, dead is right, dead." "Yeah. The sheriff called asking for you. Apparently, he hanged himself in a motel room in other state. They found your motion under his dangling feet. The pen is mightier than the sword." He laughed. "That's pretty cold, Jaborki. Well, thanks for letting me know. We're refunding the retainer, right? And Then I had an argument with my boss when he didn't want to refund the retainer anyhow. The ladies in the office said I killed a guy and my boss called me killer for a week or two until the joke wore thin. I was assigned all the contempt motions after that. Rather on purpose by accident. I didn't think it would actually cause her to die. My other half sister and I did not get along. She was a manipulative evil person who pitted family members against one another, swindled my mother for every penny she had, and would use her own children as bargaining pawns against family members who would want to be involved in the kids' lives. Well, she went in for liver transplant surgery. For the second time. Second-hand knowledge, I was told she was declined the transplant the first time due to poor conditions in her heart rate/pressure. She led a very unhealthy lifestyle which contributed to her failing liver and caused complications preventing the surgery. Understand, my sister has wronged me in ways known only by my mental health professionals. She was a predator in many senses of the word. To say it plainly, I hated her. So, the second surgery is successful. She is recovering in ICU. That same day I learn about the operation and I call her phone with an intent. Her husband answers, "Hello, me, is she dead yet?" Him, "What, me?" I said, "Is she dead yet?" Him, "No. What do you want?" Me, "Well, I hope she faking dies." Clicker. Few hours later I get a phone call from my other sister's boyfriend, asking if I had heard about my older sister. It turns out, when her husband relayed the story to my sister, complications emerged and she died. It's been 6 years and I have no regrets. She was cancer. All of our lives have gotten better. I was referred to mental health due to the lack of remorse, but it has never come. I would do it again without hesitation. I know this doesn't count exactly, but it's kinda relatable to the question. When I was around 14, a week or two after I left for summer holidays and a week or two before my 15th birthday, my mum was attacked by 2 men and a woman. What happened was my mum was at her friend's having a smoke outside her house when the neighbor came out, recently moved in. She's got bipolar and a history of domestic violence, but still lived with her abuser and accused my mum of talking about her. So my mum went home after getting threats and ringing the police. At this time I was on my laptop playing games with both my ears covered by my headphones. I still heard something. So I went outside to see my mum by the door. I didn't think much of it, nothing was really alarming. So I sat back down and played on my laptop again. About 5 or 10 minutes later there was a knock on the door, and when I went outside I saw my mum lying on the floor. She was barely conscious, bruised, bleeding, hair ripped out, no glasses, fake, nails gone, etc. She was obviously rushed to hospital and recovered, but for a year following we still lived in that house opposite people who want us dead and know they could do it because they got away with attacking my mum. I've always felt guilty about that day. If I had just asked my mum if she was okay when I saw her at the door, maybe I could have got her in the house before she was attacked. Maybe during the attack I could have done something. I don't know. To add on to the bad experience a year later of living in that house, my mum couldn't handle it anymore. Around the same time, one night I was talking to her trying to comfort her, but she told me she just wanted to be alone. So I left her. About 10 minutes later I went back up and found her barely conscious. I asked her what she'd done, and she had taken a lot of her tablets. And these were major tablets for her brain injury and back problems. I rang the ambulance, then my nan and granddad, and for 2 weeks following she was in a coma. Every night I cried myself to sleep, and every day when I visited her for as long as I could I cried next to her. Again, always thinking that maybe I could have done something. Maybe I should have stayed. Since then, I get really anxious about taking pills. I'm sick right now and haven't taken any medicine besides throat soothers. I'm a lot more appreciative of my mum, but also a lot more skeptical of her. I'd like to think as time has gone by though I've become more relaxed with her, since she's a lot happier. We were finally able to move house and it's really peaceful. I'm still pretty depressed due to this and other shit in my life, but I manage. Sorry if this answer isn't allowed, but I thought it may be relevant. Sorry if it's too long too. I'm also glad to answer any questions. I don't think that I directly caused this, but I feel responsible. I dated this guy for almost 3 years in high school. I'll call him Sam. He was my first boyfriend, my first everything. We broke up before high school ended, and he ended up becoming a heroin addict. Not because of me, this was a separate thing. We hadn't spoken for almost 4 years after the breakup, but somehow, we ended up reconnecting, because he was friends with one of my best friends. Of course, that led to sex, which led me to thinking we were in love again. I probably would have done anything he asked. I started doing dope with him here and there, when we hung out. Fortunately, I always had a hold on it. I was broke the majority of the time, and could really only do it if he was sharing, so I was never able to become fully addicted. Plus, I only saw him a few times a week tops, and I was not about to take on his drug connections to buy it on my own. Well, I had this other friend. I'll call him Jake. He was this beautiful, clever, intelligent man who was dating one of my close friends. At one point, he'd been a photographer for my city's local newspaper, and he was friends with just about damn near everyone in St. Louis. I could not say a bad thing about this guy. We usually hung out and smoked pot, but I knew he would occasionally do other drugs if somebody just happened to have them. I went to hang out with him one night with my ex, the heroin addict. We all ended up buying a few beans. They were the strongest I'd ever experienced. At this point in time, I was only snorting it, but I still got faked the fuck up, like I'd never felt before. Jake ended up deciding he was going to shoot up with Sam, and they were both beyond gone. They survived and we were fine, but Jake was trying so hard to get us to let him do more. We refused. We knew then that the dealer had gotten his hands on some seriously potent stuff, and we knew what would happen if he did both at once. A few nights later, I was supposed to spend the night with Jake. It ended up falling through because I couldn't come up with the gas money in time, and I was 40 miles away. He ended up just hanging out with Sam that night, and they apparently got 4 beans. Sam took his home and let Jake leave with his 2. The next morning, Jake was found in the parking lot of a car wash a block away from his house. His boyfriend, my close friend, had been trying to reach him since the night before. He still had the tourniquet tied around his arm and a needle was still sticking out. He'd done both doses at the same time. I know that I'm not fully responsible for what happened, but at the same time, I've always felt like I am. He never would have met Sam if it weren't for me, and he would have never had access to that sheet if I hadn't introduced them. I just feel like it wouldn't have happened if I'd have been there that night. I never would have let him do both. Heroin will likely kill you eventually anyway, but this guy wasn't an addict. He just had no self-control. If he ever got his hands on drugs, I just have to force myself not to think of it anymore. This happened in 2013 and it still feels like yesterday. He was 28 years old and nobody saw it coming. Edit. Just to drive the point home, I did something really stupid at the end of that year. I wanted to post a Facebook status commemorating all of the people who had been there for me that year, and I included him in the list of like 30 other friends. I did the tagging before I wrote the post and immediately had to insert my foot in my mouth. I said something to the effect of, "I love all of you so much for making this year worthwhile. Let's make 2014 the best year yet." And I had tagged him in it. Cue the message from his poor faking mother. "Well, some people won't be alive for 2014. Maybe if it weren't for you and your boyfriend, that wouldn't be the case. Faking crushed. I'm an idiot." Edit 2. A bean is $10 worth of heroin cut with Dormin in a capsule. I haven't touched it since late summer 2013. Sam, however, is still very much addicted. We don't speak at all anymore because I went off on his girlfriend for enabling him a couple years ago. I'm sure that any day I'm going to get that phone call that he took it too far and it's going to absolutely destroy me. Please never try heroin. I was the rare unicorn that was able to put it down with ease, but that's usually never the case. Fuck heroin, fuck fentanyl, just fuck opiates in general. I was making a movie with some friends when I was 16ish, and we had the idea of being washed up on an island for one scene. There was a small island in the lake we lived near. We figured we could swim to it. My buddy went first. He floated the camera gear out on a buoy, went second, and my other friend went third. Suddenly I heard him yell for help. He was struggling in the water. I swam back to help him. I swam him up to the docks, and I put his hands on the docks, pulled myself out of the lake, and turned around, and he was gone. I yelled quickly for my other friend and dove in. I saw him drifting down into the water. I panicked, like really panicked, and thought I was going to drown, so I resurfaced for air. After that, no matter how many times we dove in, we couldn't see him beneath the murk. Took us between 7 and 10 minutes to get him out. We did CPR to the best of our abilities for as long as we could until a passer-by managed to get the police to us. Then everyone just left, and we were alone freezing in our skivvies on the dock at night. They told us later in the hospital that he didn't make it. He was one of our closest friends, a brother. I'll never ever be able to forgive myself for panicking in that key moment. If I had stayed calm and just gone for him, I could have pulled him out in time. I was weak and my friend died because of that. It's been 12 years and it haunts me every day of my life. It's certainly altered the course of my life. I can see him sometimes in my dreams, just floating there against that formless blackness that is a deep murky lake bed. Tough to let go, I guess. I was 15, almost 16, and learning to drive. I had my learner's permit and could operate a car with parental supervision. I was with my dad driving home from school one evening when I came to a crosswalk where two people were waiting to pass. I asked my dad if I should let them go, and he said yes, it's always important to yield to pedestrians and let them cross. So I'll let them go. They smiled and waved. I waved back. I remember one man had a fountain soda. A moment later, a drunk driver came speeding around a blind corner in a truck from the other direction and slammed into the first pedestrian. I later learned the driver was going around 60 miles per hour in a 25 zone. The pedestrian was sent flying about 60 feet down the road. His soda ended up all over our windshield. It happened so fast. I was in shock. My dad jumped into action. He pulled me out of the driver's seat, gave me his phone, and told me to call 911. He then flipped around and went after the drunk driver, who was fleeing the scene. As my dad was pulling away, he told me not to go look at the man who was hit. He could see that other people were already running to help him. I called the police and listened to my dad. I never went over to see the man, which I'm thankful for. I could hear from the screams that it was not good. My dad caught up to the drunk driver enough to get his license plate number, which he reported to the police when he returned. It seemed like he was gone forever, but it was only a few minutes. I gave a report to the police in a complete daze. Sadly, the pedestrian passed away from his serious injuries a couple days later in the hospital. Thankfully, the drunk driver was arrested and charged. He's still in prison, I believe. The experience messed me up for a long time. I wouldn't drive down that road anymore on the way home. I couldn't get the idea out of my mind that if I hadn't stopped and let the pedestrians cross, the man wouldn't have been hit and killed. I knew it wasn't my fault, but I felt responsible. I had nightmares for months afterward. Sometimes it would play out in my dream as it happened in reality, but sometimes the truck would swerve and strike my dad and me head on. Then I'd wake up in a panic. It was the first time I really started to seriously contemplate fate, free will, and mortality. Why him and not us? To this day I don't like going down that road, and I feel for the family of the man who was killed. Life is fragile and fleeting. While I was learning to drive, I stopped at a crosswalk and let pedestrians cross. One of them was hit and killed by a drunk driver as a result. When I was 16, I was at a church retreat with an age group between 6 to 18. The retreat site had a nice indoor basketball court and some of us older kids decided to play dodgeball. The game was nearing the end, and it was just me left on one side and another guy on the other side. He was really good and I was good at dodging, but my throws were unimpressive to say the least. Everyone was cheering on to see who was gonna win. While I was concentrating on dodging the next incoming ball, one of the younger children, 6 years old, decided to walk on the court on my side. I didn't see him at all as I was running full sprint across the court to dodge the ball. I tripped over something I didn't see or expect and went flying across the court. It hurt a lot as I pretty much just landing on hardwood floor, but no one showed any concern for my situation, so I got up to see what the fuck was going on. Then I saw who I tripped over. It was the little kid, and he hit his head really hard on the hardwood floor and was crying. I went over to see if it was okay, and there were no blood or anything, so it didn't look bad. But after some ice pack and a few hours later he was still crying. The adults finally decided it was probably more serious than it was, and took him to a nearby hospital. I felt super bad, and being stupid teenagers, some of my friends joked around that I had killed him to try to uplift the seriousness. 3 days later I had found out he had a birth defect in his head where the blood vessels were very fragile in his head area and the impact has caused all of them to rupture and bleed out, killing him. I had blamed myself for that incident for almost 10 years, having to see the boy's parents and sister at church every Sunday as a constant reminder of what I had done. I was always so sure and so scared that they blamed me every day they saw me. A few years ago I finally got the courage, with a little help from some booze, to ask the sister about finally and actually tell them that I was really sorry. And she looked at me like I was crazy and that they had never once blamed me and that it was an accident. I cried. It was like a boulder was finally lifted off my shoulders. It really helped with getting out of a lot of spiraling depressions I commonly fell into. I've since moved on and have my life fairly well put together, and no, I never went to therapy for it, although in hindsight I should have, but my mother, being the conservative Christian that she has, never believed in psychological therapy, but she's totally okay with physical doctor and medicine stuff. I don't understand her logic either. I'm a little late to this, but I'd like to share my story. I didn't directly cause it, but there are days I feel like I did. Backstory: I was a fuck up as a teenager, lived in a group home, truant from school, combative, stole from family members, basically anything to rebel, I did it. My grandfather never gave up on me. Well into my late teens he called me his little buddy. He was the best person I ever met, and my family tells me that he would be so proud of me for turning my life around. 2 days before my 20th birthday I went to visit my grandfather in the hospital. He was recovering from a hip replacement and was bedridden. I showed up with my boyfriend to say hi. We talked for about 30 minutes, and he suddenly got restless. He wasn't supposed to be out of his bed or really sitting up without a nurse to supervise. I didn't know this at the time. He started to pull himself out of bed to sit in a chair next to his bed. I could not bear to see him in pain, and I was trying to keep it together because I was about to cry. He didn't ever want to appear weak or helpless, so he refused my help when I tried to offer it. The nurse came in to give him his medicine and started laying in on him for trying to get out of bed. He fussed at her, and she very sternly told him that she had told him multiple times that he was to call for help if he needed anything. I decided that I had reached my limit. He was really upset that I was leaving. I hugged my grandfather and told him that I would see him the following weekend to celebrate my birthday with the family, since I wanted to wait until he was home to celebrate it with them. As soon as I was out of the room, I had been there for maybe just under an hour, I broke down and bawled. Something didn't feel right. The next morning I woke up at 5:30 am. I'm the type to sleep until noon on my days off. I just laid there, wide awake. My phone rang, and I ignored it, because it was my uncle and I knew. I just faking knew. I'll listen to the voicemail. Hey, barely know, so I just wanted to let you know that dad passed this morning. I remember going to my sister's bed and telling her. She started crying. My mom heard it and came out, so I told her. She hugged us and cried. I just faking stood there. I didn't cry, I just felt numb. I was later told by my dad that my grandfather was found in the bathroom on the ground. When they tried to get him back into bed, he fought them off and told them that no one cared about him and he wanted to die. It eats at me to this day. I'm almost 31. No one knew that I went to visit him the day before. This was one of the only people in my life that never gave up on me. I just left because I didn't want to think about him being in pain, when I should have thought more about how he didn't want to be alone. The next day after he passed was my birthday. I shopped for shoes for the funeral, received a birthday card from my grandparents that said love you, grandma and grandpa, and 2 days after that my boyfriend broke up with me via email because I had become needy. Edit words. Joplin tornado. tornado came through, and after the tornado I took heavy equipment from work to clear roads as my job was leveled and figured nobody would be mad. Clearing roads for M's, and moved a pile of wood that had someone in it. I can't prove to myself they were dead before, and that's what fucks with me. Alert. I found people is a lot more compact piles of rubble with no injury, but never found anyone in the middle of the road, and the road I was clearing was a duplex complex entrance that had taken a ton of damage with trapped people. I'll never forget the smell of fresh cut timber sitting on top of the D5 with nothing but helicopters overhead. I remember backing up on the dozer and turned around to look back and knocked my shoulder against the light on the frame of the cab and moved it. The tracks on concrete make a squeaking noise that's hard to describe, and found it odd the track went quiet. Turned around and saw my light had knocked around and pointed down. While still slowly rolling back, I adjusted the light and saw blood roll over the track. It was hard to process, it still is, but I remember saying nothing can be done and moved to the next road, then the next. The sun set, then rose again, and the dozer had run out of hydraulic fluid. It wouldn't move anymore, and I remember seeing the hydraulic leak. The fluid is a clear red color and I seen it, then out of nowhere I just fell apart. I learned the name of the person under the pile later that year. It was someone I knew. I moved out of the state a week later. I hate the smell of fresh wood now. I get sick if I use a chainsaw and haven't touched a dozer since. Brain does funny shit sometimes. I have. When I was around 12 to 13 years old, and me and my friend were walking by junior high on a Saturday afternoon. While we were walking by, two kids decided to jump us. I was willing to just give my money and valuables, but my friend was absolutely pissed. He tried to fight them, only for one of them to pull a knife out. They were upset that he had hit them, so one of them, for revenge, they smashed his face into a handrail, breaking his nose and knocking him unconscious. With my adrenaline pumping and fight or flight mode activating, I jumped on the kid who had hit him and started punching him in the face, with each blow landing and him struggling against me just made me angrier and angrier. I kept punching him until he stopped moving. Once I realized what I might have just done, I picked up my friend and ran as fast as I could to my house. It was only then that I noticed the blood all over my hands and broken knuckles. I made sure my friend was okay, then I went hysterical to my mom and confessed, which police eventually found me a few days later. They told me I had hit him in the face with the back his head against the concrete so hard I sent him into a seizure, which ended up killing him. After testifying about what had happened and the police finding the knife on the kid, they dropped any charges against me and followed through by getting me and psychiatrist and counselor to help me with the aftermath. I have to live with this every day, and it still haunts me with how beside myself I was with rage. Friday summer night in Peru, January 2008. I was picking up my girlfriend at the time to spend the weekend at my family's beach house and took the Panamericana Sur, longest highway in South America. It was a busy night, lots of cars, buses, and people along the road. I was cruising at around 80 km/h around this shady area on the middle lane, blasting Green Day's The Key album on my Suzuki Vitara at around 10 p.m. About 50 meters in front of me, I spot this group of 3 guys crossing the highway, ironically just under the pedestrian bridge. They managed to avoid the car on the left lane, but the third one hesitated for a millisecond and stayed behind, in the middle of the road, on my lane. In less than a second, my survival instincts hit hard, and I realized I had 2 options: slam the brakes, possibly lose control of my vehicle, crash into other cars, busy highway at the time, and kill myself and many others, or keep my vehicle under control, hands on the wheels, and sadly, run over this dude. I consciously made the decision and chose the second option. It sucked. Hit the guy at 75 km/h. Saw his body flying from my rear mirror 2 seconds after the impact, and while on shock, kept driving for another 10 seconds. Pulled over, parked and walked back to the scene. Longest 5-minute walk of my life. Pierce, that was his name. Body was split into and traffic had stopped. Witnesses claimed that he was still alive, but thankfully, he died seconds after. 26-year-old, left 2 kids. I stayed on the side of the road and cops and ambulance arrived to the scene shortly after. Many people knew him from the area. His parents arrived almost immediately and went to see the corpse, and that's a vivid image that will haunt me forever. People were accusing me of fleeing the scene, speeding, driving drunk and whatnot. Was detained for the weekend, all tests cleared, and well, since he jaywalked a damn intercontinental highway right under pedestrian bridge, the law backed me up. Took me a while to recover from the trauma. On top of that, his family kept coming to my place, bringing the widow and the 2 kids asking for some compensation, which I obliged to some extent. In the end, yeah, it was me or him. I'm glad I was selfish. For reference, here's exactly where it happened. Former paramedic here, so in theory there were many lives I could have saved if I acted differently, but you usually get quite good to ignore the what if thoughts in that job after some time. But there is one that I still remember. I was quite new in the job and mostly had done pretty basic stuff like broken arms etc. To that point, it was a few months after the initial education, and it was hard to consider all the important things I learned at once when there was an emergency, because I didn't have a real routine yet. So we were called to a motorcycle accident. That guy was obviously in a hurry or something, and didn't really care much about traffic rules. Ignored a red light, tried to sneak through that intersection, gets hit from his blind side point. He lies on the street on his back, alive and half conscious. Me and my partner detect several fractures. My partner goes to get the spine board. I tell motorcycle guy not to move and prepare to remove his helmet. A little explanation of that procedure, since it is important for the story. Motorcycle helmets shouldn't be removed at all after an accident, unless you're trained to do so. Assuming the victim lies on his back, the helmet holds his head in a straight line with his spine, like a pillow if you will. If you remove it, the head will lay on the ground, which will make his neck overstretch, which can easily be fatal if there is anything damaged around there. If you remove the helmet, you have to hold the head in your hands after that, in the same exact position the helmet held it in. I hope I made this understandable enough with my limited English skills. So, since I know how to remove it, and since we want to put on a collar to stabilize his neck, the helmet has to be removed. I remove it and see that guy's face. He is in his 20s, same age as me, and looks at me with an unbearable countenance of fear. At this moment I have one hand under his head while I put away the helmet with the other hand. That guy starts to breathe heavier and I can tell he is panicking. I tell him as gently as I can that he has to stay calm, that everything will be fine etc. But he doesn't calm down. He makes a small movement, his head rolled to the side off my hand, because I wasn't fast enough to get my other hand there. He passes out. We do some checks. He has no pulse. We try to revive him on the way to the hospital, but he is gone. Turned out later that he had a neck fracture, and moving his head destroyed his CNS. I know this is a risk you face in that job, but I practiced that maneuver so many times before, to a point where it became a smooth and quick movement with no possibility of head movement. But something wasn't right that day. I was unfocused. Had a pretty big mess in my private life at the time and let it affect my work. That moment I looked him in the eyes as he died still haunts me. A spine board is in a way like a wooden plank. You basically tie the patient to the plank with several belts to immobilize him to avoid further damage in case of spine fractures. When I was 13 I woke up one morning to the sound of my mother screaming. This was kind of normal because my mother had epilepsy, and every time she had a seizure she would do this uncontrollable wail/scream. I'd grown up with this being a natural occurrence. Pretty much every day of my life up to this point had been me worrying about my mother, thinking that this could be the day she died, or I'll come home from school and she wouldn't be there, or I'd find her lying on the floor in our house. Every time she'd had a seizure she was fine, but I still worried and it drove me crazy because there was nothing I could do when she had one. I was never even strong enough to turn her on her side because I was a child. Then this day came and I didn't go crazy. I didn't do anything. I didn't worry. I woke up, told my grandma what was happening, and we both went in the living room and waited for my mother's seizure to end and her to wake from the daze that came after and come out of the bathroom. I laid on the couch and went to sleep. A few minutes later my grandma wakes me up and says she can't hear my mother breathing. I get up and go to the bathroom and try to go inside, but I can't open the door. I push a little more and I get it open a little, but and squeeze inside. My mom had fallen against the door and her face was purple. I told my grandma to call 911, even though I knew in that moment it was too late, and I just sat in the bathroom with my mom for a while. The paramedics arrived and told us that she was dead and she may have died when she fell, but it was uncertain. I've always blamed myself for this, even though I may not have been able to do anything. The thing I always remember though is the night before. Me and her were talking about her epilepsy and I joking about it. And I got serious and told her how I always worried about her, and she looked at and told me I didn't have to worry about her anymore. I just wish that I had on that day. My friends and I spent the day at the river and got home about 4 p.m. As we got out of the car, we realized there was a man sleeping in his truck in our neighbor's driveway. He was really conked out. We thought it was hilarious and decided to take some photos as we were looking at him. We take a closer look and realized he was drooling quite a bit and his head was fully pointing down. One of my friends piped up, "Dude, I think he's dead." We then realized his vehicle was still running and that he wasn't actually parked in my neighbor's driveway, but his truck was propped up on the concrete garden divider between our house and our neighbor's house. We go up to the window. Sir, are you okay?" I was on the passenger side and I shake him and he wasn't reacting. Him half dangling out of the car and I turn off his ignition. That's when I realized his truck was still in drive and was only being propped up on the divider because it was trying to move forward. The truck rolls back with me dangling out of the passenger side, and while this was happening I see his skin was turning purple. I immediately phone 911 and they tell us to pull the man out. As we do this, I take a mental note that this doesn't feel like a human. He felt like I was carrying some organic material, hard to explain really. And dead weight is a real thing. I immediately starting performing chest compressions. I had just taken a first aid course and they told us to pump to the tune of the song Staying Alive. So here I'm pumping away on this man's chest with staying alive, staying alive, staying alive, staying alive. He is mimicking life in this moment as every time I pushed on his chest, he would complete the rhythm by breathing in while foam starts to bubble out of his mouth. Ambulance arrived pretty quickly and I was doing chest compressions the whole time, actually thinking that I might be saving this man's life. Maybe he was in a diabetic coma or something. Him mimicking life really threw me off. The cops get there, question us, and we go back inside. About an hour later a cop comes to the door and tells us their judgment was that he had died 7 hours earlier from a heart attack. That puts us at about 10:30 am. At that moment I remembered I was outside having a cigarette at that time. I had seen that truck earlier, but didn't see the man inside. From the angle it really looked like it was parked in the driveway. He was maybe 30 feet from me. I've always wondered if maybe I had looked and noticed him in there, if I could have saved his life. He lived up around the corner, and he had 2 kids and a wife. Maybe if I had been a little more receptive of the things around me, I would've noticed him and gotten him to the hospital in time, and he would be at home right now with his family. I know it's dangerous thinking these thoughts. I'm not really affected by his death as I didn't know him and only found him while he was still dead. But one small part of me still wonders. It wasn't just me, but I feel like I played a significant part. Backstory: my mother got pregnant with me at 16. She'd already had an abortion before and decided to keep this one. My mom, or her mom, was also pregnant with my aunt Savannah at the time, and we were born 2 weeks apart. My father skipped town and went to New York to do drugs and do what junkies do. So we grow up a few years. My mom meets a guy and we move in with him, and we became close over time. They have a daughter and break up a few years later due to his drug habits. I was still very close to him, and he was still my dad along my sister. We get our own place, and my mom meets a new guy from work. She had a son with him, and he was offered a promotion a few states south. He takes it, and we plan to move as a family. But my sister's father fought for custody and won. We still moved while she stayed in Tennessee, but she was heartbroken by it. This is when I remember the drama to start. She became an alcoholic, argued with family members constantly, and was mentally abused by her new man. I forgave him. We make mistakes. Plus, my mother was bipolar, possibly schizophrenic, and on antidepressants, while she secretly drank wine bottles in the garage. They break up a few times. We move in and out. She gets pregnant. They cheated on each other. I've actually caught both of them in the act, but I stayed out of it. Her man was the father though. Trust me. This is also when I began to treat her like shit. I constantly disrespected her and gave her shit for drinking. I began to feel disgusted by her presence. I felt toxic around her. She put on some weight and I began to be grossed out by her and made her feel bad. Because we eventually moved to Cali and their daughter is born, her 4th child. We were on and off. I was kicked out once because she hit me and I hit her back. I don't remember everything chronologically, but I remember telling her I don't love her, I hate her, I wish I was aborted, etc. At times when we'd fight and she'd become too emotional for my liking. She becomes drawn to alcohol again. She is the family's punching bag. Her mother, her uncle, her ex, her husband, and me. Plus a few others. I'm 17 at this time. Her and her husband have a huge fight over the baby while they are drunk. I stayed in my room because they fought like this for 10 years straight. I was used to it. I hear her come and go from the back door constantly throughout the night. She was smoking cigarettes until 2 AM rolls around and I don't remember hearing it anymore. I continue playing until 4 AM until I hear her husband scream my name from across the house. She hung herself in the closet while he was sleeping. Be nice to your mother. I'm talking to you specifically, kids. Being an adult faking sucks and nothing is worse than a demon child. Okay, I've been on here for a while and posted about this on multiple occasions, but I've never gone into full detail. But buckle up, because this is going to be a long one. I'm also on mobile, so just a warning. Alright, back when I was 11 I had gone over to a friend's house for a sleepover during the last week of fall break. She didn't go to school with me, but we had been friends since around preschool and my mom had stayed friends with her mom. You know the drill. Her family lived on a pretty large property behind a really large creek, and it was a double wide trailer, I believe, in the countryside. Her family was very into hunting, and the father had set up a large glass gun case off into a side room from their dining room. I don't remember it too much, but I do remember that he never really locked it, and he kept most of the smaller handguns loaded, a few of the rifles, and he always kept the safety on. So going back to that night, it was October 16th, 2008, and it was around 10:30 when we heard her parents begin arguing. Apparently from the little brother's testimonies in court, we found out that they had been planning a divorce and have been fairly abusive towards both of the children in the home. Supposedly the father was getting drunk fairly often and would beat the shit out of the kids and sometimes the mom. I didn't get the full story on this part, but from what I heard the father was also sexually abusing my best friend. So I'm in her little brother's room looking at one of his video game consoles, just fooling around, because he was a sweet kid. I think he was 8 at the time. I hear the parents arguing, and we just stay holed up in the room. Suddenly, I can hear my best friend coming down the hallway to her room at the end of the house, and she slammed the door shut. Kind of freaked out, I go and tell the little brother to just chill here while I go check on her. I get up and walk into the room and find my best friend sitting on the edge of her bed holding a small pistol in her hand. She was just 1 year older than me, just to let you guys know. So at the time she was 12, I believe, almost 13. I was old enough to understand that guns were dangerous and that you shouldn't mess with them, so I immediately go over to her side and ask her what she thinks she's doing. This part's kind of fuzzy because it was hard to hear her because she was facing away from me, but from what I got out of it, it sounded like she had said, "It's better if I'm not here, if I'm not in the way." My dumbass goes into panic mode and tries to grab the gun out of her hand, and this is where it got bad. I'm trying to take it out of her hands, and she starts crying hysterically, and the parents are still arguing. I'm beginning to panic, and just know that she has to put the gun down. After about a good minute of struggling with it going back and forth, the gun goes off, and takes the entire left side of her face with it. It was faking terrible. She ended up falling back onto the bed and a good portion of the side of her room was splattered with what I assumed to be brain and facial bits. The pressure from it pushed me back, and I had landed on the floor, the gun in my hand, which I immediately dropped, and just sat there not really knowing what to do. I'm not really sure what I felt in the moment, and I'm not really sure how it all happened so quickly, but I just remember seeing her face there for one moment, and then it being gone the next. Her parents heard the gun go off, but unfortunately her little brother was the first one to come into the room. I'll never forget that poor kid's face when he just started screaming, and he wouldn't stop until the police got there and pulled them outside the home. Honestly, the worst part was when the mom and dad both got in there. The dad just slowly walked over to his daughter and held her and kept telling her to wake up and that she was going to be fine. He even ran his fingers through her hair and some of her missing skull. The mom just began screaming, saw me on the floor, and she ended up beating me until I was knocked out. I've got a few scars on my face and where she broke my nose and cut my forehead open with her wedding ring. I got stitches. I don't remember getting to the hospital, but I was treated there, stayed overnight, and questioned by the police for a little bit before we had a court date set. We end up in court on and off for roughly 3 years. By the time it was all said and done I was 14 or 15. Court was really rough, and honestly sometimes it felt like it was worse than the incident itself. The parents in the beginning tried to charge me with manslaughter, but this didn't go over well. They ruled it as an accidental death, mainly because they said that, based on the way I was holding the gun, it was most likely my finger that had pulled the trigger on accident. In the end, the dad ends up in jail with I believe a lifetime sentence for child endangerment, child abuse, child neglect, and something to do with gun safety with the fact that he always had them loaded. I haven't heard from the little brother since the incident happened, but I also haven't really tried to reach out for him. Last I heard he was in the foster care system, but I'm assuming by now he may be getting ready to get out. The mom ended up taking the body and I think they moved to Minnesota, but I wasn't allowed to know. My parents had gotten me into a local hospital and I ended up in therapy and inpatient care for around 2 of those years on and off through court. I had seen multiple therapists and psychologists, which diagnosed me with PTSD, schizophrenia, anxiety, paranoia, and a lot of other things. It's been almost 9 years since the incident, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. I've been going to therapy on and off, but currently cannot afford it. I do plan to go back. I also recently hit a milestone in recovery because I was able to shoot a gun, and I'm super proud of myself. I honestly didn't ever think I was going to touch another gun again, and it can be really scary living here in the South. But I just recently moved into a new apartment with my fiance and his best friend, and we now have a rifle and pistol in our apartment. I know how to work both of them, and I've even held the rifle. I don't think I'm ready to shoot that one though. Also, to the few people up at the top comments who have gone through a similar situation, I just want to let you know that it is in no way your fault. This is something that I'm still working on, but it's what most of my therapists have said to me. No matter the situation, and no matter the circumstances, at the end of the day you cannot fix people and you cannot make them do what's best for them. You cannot force anyone to do anything. You can try to get them help, and you can try to persuade them to the best choice and answer, but in the end they will do what they want to do. I hope that everybody in this thread is okay and gets the help that they need. I know how badly this can affect your life, and I know how badly this can hurt you. So everyone, please be safe and don't put yourself down for other people's decisions. I'm actually not sure if I could have saved him, but me and my boyfriend would ride our bikes home from work. We live in a not so great part of town. It's not that bad, but there are some sketchy fellows around. Anyway, we take this bike path that is a bit secluded, away from business/traffic/houses. We were biking along and saw a guy towards the side of the path sort of hugging his bike. I don't know how to describe it. It was like he was sitting in the fetal position, but holding his bike at the same time. This is not usual. Me and my boyfriend stopped 20 feet away and stared at him. Did he need help? He was scruffy looking, and it wouldn't be unthinkable he was a drunk and would be belligerent if we woke him up. Considering how isolated the area was, if he had a knife we could easily mug us/stab us. After some muttering we decided to look out for number 1, and we rode by without disturbing him. Next morning we try to take the same path, only to find it is blocked off by police. We cut through a parking lot near it and crane our heads to see what happened. There is a guy, same position, still hugging his bike, with a sheet draped over him, and clearly dead point the dude might have been still alive. When we passed by, we could have feasibly saved him. But we didn't. Not exactly a clear-cut case of murder, but it still weighs on me. Logically we probably made the smart choice, but certain not the humane choice. When I was about 9 or 10, we had these neighbors with 2 kids that were my friends. We talked and played a lot, and because of this I was with them a lot, and knew their parents well. I often saw the mother and her fiancé eating dinner or lunch on the deck point well. One day when I was homesick from school, I saw the mother eating lunch on the patio with another man, who she was very clearly romantically involved with, kissing, holding hands, etc. Little 9-year-old me knew this wasn't good, so I took it upon myself to write a note and leave it under the wiper of the fiancé's car. About a month later, I woke up from a nap to the sound of sirens. The house was partially on fire and the fiancé was dead in the attic. I learned a few years afterward, from my mother, that the fiancé confronted the woman about the note, which she denied, and he chose to accept that and move on. The fiancé caught the woman on the porch with the man earlier on the day of the fire, even though they weren't doing anything incriminating, and became manic, throwing things off the wall. He locked himself in the attic, lit the house on fire, and then overdosed. I don't entirely blame myself, but if the fiancé wasn't already paranoid because of my note, he probably wouldn't have thought anything of his fiancé sitting on the porch with another man. Especially since they were only talking. About 2 years ago I was in another state visiting my now ex-girlfriend. She was at work, so I was just wandering around town and decided to go to the mall. I was driving my pickup through the mall parking lot and was pulling out of a row of cars. I looked left, then right, then left again, and began to pull left to exit the row I was in and enter another row. There was about 10 to 15 people standing on the sidewalk in front of a store to my right, and I noticed them, but didn't think anything of them, because they were on the sidewalk. As I pulled out of the row, I checked again over my right shoulder, to make sure nobody had came around the corner, while I was making my turn. All of this happened within about 2 to 3 seconds. I was probably traveling at about 10 miles per hour. I turned my head back to the left and there was an old man, probably in his late 70s, directly in front of my truck, maybe 3 feet away. At this point several things happened simultaneously. I struck him and watched as his upper body, head, and left hand bounced against the top of my hood. I slammed on the brakes and hit my horn reflexively. The truck stopped immediately and he was flung to the pavement. I threw the truck into park and jumped out after a brief struggle with the seatbelt that I had forgotten to unbuckle. He was trying to get up and was very confused, bleeding from some abrasions on his head and hands. I made him stay down and yelled at someone in the crowd that had gathered from the other people on the sidewalk to call 911 while I started talking to him, asking his name, trying to keep him awake and gently restraining him as he went between nearly passing out and struggling to get up. I also called 911, but not knowing the area well I wasn't able to give the dispatch a good direction. Someone brought him out a pillow from the department store, and after what seemed like a very long time the medics arrived, as well as a sheriff's deputy. She questioned me, while the medics placed him on a backboard and loaded him up. At some point during all of this, his wife came out, and I watched miserably as they took her to join her husband in the ambulance. The deputy spoke to several other people who all said the same thing. He stepped out in front of me without looking. I called my insurance agent who had me take some pictures, and I was eventually allowed to leave. The whole thing was surreal. I was jacked on adrenaline and shaking like a leaf, but I clearly remember going through what I could remember of my first aid training, especially what I knew about head injuries. I remember feeling like all of the people standing around blamed me for hitting him, even though none of them said anything like that. I kept expecting to be arrested or cited or something. I was actually pretty shocked when the deputy took my information and said I was free to leave. A month or so later I heard from my insurance that they were still working on a determination of fault, that he was an IQ, and that he wasn't doing well. That was the last communication I had for over a year and a half, except for a letter saying that I had been determined not to be at fault and that they were working towards resolution of payments with the Social Security Administration. I didn't think anything of this part until about 3 months ago when I received a letter from my insurance saying that the case had been resolved and they were letting me know that the estate of the guy had signed off. That one word hit me like a ton of bricks. I knew exactly what that meant, but I called to check anyway. Turns out that he had never left the hospital after being taken there. His injuries were worse due to his age, and he never recovered. I'm still struggling with this, and probably always will. I know that there's nothing I could have done to have prevented this, but I can't get the image of him, all dressed up from church, rebounding off the hood of my truck. TLDR, hit an old man with my truck. Didn't find out I had killed him for almost 2 years. We had a kid transfer into our class, 30 kids total, in the 7th grade. My best friend and I became very good friends with him. We hung out quite often throughout the 7th and 8th grade. When the end of 8th, maybe beginning of 9th grade came around, he became a little annoying to the both of us, so we didn't hang out as much. So naturally he found other people to hang out and spend time with. Except he found the kids that weren't always the best. His buddies and him got into smoking weed and eventually it turned into cocaine, shrooms, and other things. A longtime friend of mine told me that he was getting into this, and I didn't think much of it at the time. So I let it pass. At the end of our 10th grade year he moved across the country, where somewhat any little contact I had with him was completely gone. He continued to do drugs. He was always the one to be open about his using. He would post it on Snapchat. One of the kids in my class called his mother one day and left a message on her phone saying that her son was doing lots of drugs. Within a few days he was drug tested and his parents caught him. I want to say from this point on his quality of life declined significantly, but in reality I know it was when he started using. Later that month he drove an hour from his home and shot himself. He had troubles with the girl's parents. He loved the girl very much so, and her parents hated him. This was the reason they gave me. I watched one of the most caring, intelligent, genuine people I have ever met slowly waste their life, as I chose to not do anything about it. I felt pretty terrible about it. Since last year I wanted to leave y'all with this. Don't try something if you won't be able to keep yourself from it. You might say I'm not responsible for this, but every time I think about it, I feel like things would have been different if I was there. So it was graduation day from high school and my friend was having a bonfire he wanted me to go to. I was running on about 3 hours of sleep and was pretty tired by the time night rolled around, so I decided not to go. So he's having the bonfire and this guy who I'd never met showed up. I guess he'd been doing Percocet before he showed up, and when he showed up he started pounding beer. I guess a couple people were trying to tell him to chill out and that the two didn't mix well, but the guy wasn't really having it. The night goes on, the dude passes out, and everyone else goes to sleep after him. I'm not sure how it's discovered, but in the middle of the night they see that he'd puked and that he wasn't breathing. The kid's dad tries everything in his power after calling an ambulance to try to revive him, but to no avail. The cops showed up and all the kids at the party ended up getting underage drinking charges, but luckily not much more than that. But every time I think about the incident I just see things going different. Had I showed up, at the least I feel that I would laid down to sleep close enough to him to hear the incident go down and save his life. Or I cold talked him out of drinking as much as he did, as I'm not a pushover when it comes to stuff like that. I would straight up told a dude at least 5 years older than me that he's a faking idiot who needs to chill on the alcohol if he'd taken a bunch of perks earlier. Just knowing myself and the situation I cold saved his life. I wouldn't say I caused a death, but I definitely failed at saving a guy. I was working at a restaurant that had just opened. I was in the front with customers when one of my coworkers ran up to the front and said, "Hurry quick. We need you in the back. It's an emergency." So I go back and I'm thinking maybe a shelf fell on someone in the walk-in freezer. I'd had medical training in the army, so I was preparing for lifting a shelf, head trauma, broken bones or something that would happen if something big fell on you. Anyway, to my surprise the coworker leads me out behind the restaurant. The assistant manager is choking and turning colors. I tell one girl to call 911 ASAP and another to go ask if anyone up front had medical training. Then I proceed to do the Heimlich point. Here's where I fail. I'm 6 feet and 220 lbs. I'm not a small guy. The problem is the guy choking is 6 feet and 400 lbs. I can barely get my arms around him and can't get enough leverage. He's just too fat. So I start guiding him quickly over to a wall for him to sit up against so I can do an alternative Heimlich. About 4 or so feet from the wall he passes out. So I carry him to the wall and do some abdominal thrusts. It doesn't work. So I drag him away from the wall quickly, put him on his back, and try to probe his throat and find nothing. I try CPR just in case, because I'm running out of time and ideas, but of course there's blockage. At this point he's turned a very dark purple color and has no pulse. Just then the paramedics show up, so I finally stop, which is good, because I'd been doing this for almost 10 minutes and am exhausted. They try what I did and eventually do a tracheotomy on him. No luck and he dies in front of me and a few paramedics. I don't feel that bad, however. Later one of the paramedics came back and told me there was no way I could have saved him. He choked on a piece of steak the size of a cassette tape and they'd had to cut it out of him. It's just messed up to do exactly what you are supposed to do and have it absolutely not work at all. I don't consider myself a direct cause of this. I just feel like so could have done something more. I went to an out-of-state school and used our school's roommate placement program to find my roommate. We hit it off right away. He was my best friend while I was there, even though our time was short. We both did a lot of drugs. He sold cocaine, which was great because I loved cocaine. But he wouldn't do any of it. Instead he loved Xanax. At first it wasn't a big problem. I would do coke, he would do Xanax, and we'd hang out with our other friends and have completely conflicting types of highs that led to happy memories and generally fun times. I realized he had a problem when he crashed his car. He had this 90s Camaro that was cherry red and ran like it was brand new. He loved it. I loved it too. We were meeting up at a bar one night when he calls me saying he wrecked it on the way. It was just him involved, but he was drunk and high, so he didn't bother calling the police and drove it to the bar. I got a look at it and realized he ran over the median and slammed sideways into what I can only assume was a large tree or concrete wall. He was fine, but his pride and joy wasn't. Over the next few weeks I could tell he was doing more and more Xanax. Christmas break finally came and he FaceTimes me. Christmas morning he's in his parents' garage back home with a brand new Mercedes. He was so excited and the car was beautiful. We keep in touch as friends do over the next couple weeks before it's time to head back to school. The day I arrive I get a call from his grandmother who lived in the same town as our school and whom I'd grown close to. I knew right away it wasn't good news. The first thing she said to me, through her sobbing, was Steven's dead. He crashed his car last night. This was followed by us both sobbing uncontrollably. He wrapped his new car around a light post on the interstate. The toxicology report came back with an absurd amount of Xanax and alcohol. That was January 7th, 2016. I still think about him every morning when I see the pictures of us in my room. Every morning I can't help but think about how I could have helped him when I knew he had a serious drug problem and didn't. I miss you and love you, man, and I'm sorry I didn't help you when I had the chance. I'm a police officer. We were dispatched on a stabbing. Victim heard a knock at the door and opens it to find his mentally disturbed neighbor standing there. Neighbor stabs the victim in the lower chest and runs back into his own apartment. We arrive and the victim is lying on the floor. There is some blood coming out of the victim's chest. Victim is initially awake and talking before he passes out, and as best we can tell stops breathing. We started CPR. What started as a little bit of blood turned into a lot of blood. Just so much blood, and it gets worse as we continue. Paramedics arrive and they take over. As they work on the victim they realize there is something wrong. There is something in the middle of his chest. They keep clearing the blood away, but it's coming out at such a good pace now they can't see what it is. Finally they clear the blood and see it. The suspect had broken the blade of the knife off in the victim's chest. We had been sawing the blade in and out of his chest as we did CPR to the point it had penetrated out the back. Looking back, there is a good likelihood that the victim was maybe still breathing and didn't need CPR. Had just passed out from shock. From what I have seen now, I suspect his heart was still beating, which is why he was bleeding so bad. In the chaos, the victim's family yelling, etc. CPR seemed appropriate at the time. Either way, there is a good chance we, at minimum, contributed to that man's death. I didn't cause her death, but this is kinda related, and I need to say it. Sorry if it's misplaced, I won't mind if it gets removed. I just need to say it. I met a girl on a Cupid about 5 years back. She was extremely pretty, intelligent, fun, and friendly. The only issue was that she had a somewhat mangled face from a car accident where she was left in a coma and suffered hydrocephalus. Among other things, I knew her after this accident. She was interested in dating me, but I didn't really return the interest. We remained friends for a while, though. Anyways, about a year later I had broken up with a short-term girlfriend and was feeling kinda shitty. We started talking again. There seemed to be some interest, I don't know. She stopped talking to me. I felt somewhat hurt being ghosted, but my self-esteem has always been kinda shitty, so I didn't really think too much on it, just felt kinda sad. A few weeks later she texts me late one night, somewhat unintelligible, asking if I could call. It was like 2 AM, and I was asleep, so I responded and said I'd talk to her tomorrow. She never texted me again. I called, I think, or maybe I didn't. I don't remember. She never contacted me again. Then, about 2 years afterwards, I texted her. Then I messaged her on Facebook asking if she still had the same number, since I was in town and wanted to meet up for lunch or something. She didn't respond. I made my trip, and I was having dinner with a mutual friend when I brought her up. I'll never forget the response. "Oh, Yana's dead. She died almost 2 years ago." I checked the dates. I think she texted me because she wanted to say goodbye. Maybe she was scared and alone. I don't know. I'll never know. I don't know anyone who was with her when she passed. I don't even know how she died or what happened, although I can assume it was related to the lingering effects of her accident. I totally blew her off and all she wanted was to talk to me before she died. Or maybe she just wanted to talk to me and it was a coincidence. I don't know. I will never know. All I know is that I'd give damn near anything to hold her and say I'm sorry. Sorry for everything. Sorry I wasn't there. Sorry I didn't date her, even knowing in hindsight what was coming. I don't even know where or if she was buried. I have nothing except a poetry book she wrote and signed for me. Edit. Probably grammar and spelling. I'm not rereading this. I'm late to this thread, so I doubt this will be seen. I was working in frontline child protection. I'd been doing the job for about 6 months. My role is to meet with families, interview them and decide what needs to happen to keep the children safe. This can be nothing at all, or at worst, removing the children for a period while we address the CP concerns on this case. I'm investigating domestic violence allegations. Mum and child tell a very similar story. The most recent incident, the child jumped in the middle of the parents, got pushed out by dad and hit the door frame. No significant injuries, just bruising. I've seen far worse than this before. We're actually getting to this one early on, and we might be able to have a positive effect. I safety plan it with mum. I have mum take the child to her mum's house until we can speak to dad. He wasn't there when I turned up. To keep the child happy, mum and grandma go to a local theme park the following day, and I'm due to speak to dad the day after that. As long as he lets me book him into a men's TV counseling service, everything will be fine. Mum calls me that afternoon and says to cancel the meeting for the next day. She came home from the theme park to pick something up and found him deceased in the kitchen. Turns out he was about 4 years clean from heroin. Mum didn't know him as a user, met him soon after. Seems like the day after I had mum and child move out, he scored and injected a lethal dosage. It was highly unlikely I was going to remove the child. I used to work as a waiter when I was 17 at a pub restaurant. Nothing fancy. One night the barman asked me to look after the bar while he went to the toilet. I was used to looking after the bar while he was gone. In fact, I enjoyed it. I wasn't old enough to work behind the bar yet, but it was fun. When he came back, he had his bag and coat on and told me he was going home as he felt ill. He actually lived above the pub with the manager, so only had to go up some stairs, then he was home. I assumed he was ill, wished him well, and off he went, only to come back down 2/3 minutes later. Once he came back, he stood at the bar and ordered a pint. I checked with my supervisor if it was okay, and he said it was. I served him a few pints and he quickly became quite drunk. I told him I wasn't going to serve him anymore and he should go home. By this point, he was livid. He started shouting at me and even tried to throw a bottle at me. He pulled me over the bar and threatened me, so I just gave him a pint. I just wanted him to stop. A couple minutes later, my supervisor saw how drunk he was and kicked him out. He went straight upstairs and that was the end of it. He seemed to respect my supervisor more than me, so listened to him. The next day, I got a phone call saying the pub was shut, so my shift was cancelled. The barman had gone upstairs, threw up in his sleep, choked on his vomit, and died. I know I didn't really cause his death, but knowing that last pint might have been the reason he threw up still fucks with me. Little late to the party, but here it goes. I was 12 years old, walking down a very busy 2-lane street, with no sidewalk, towards the local gas station for some soda. There was a crest of a hill I was coming towards, and I was walking against traffic like a good boy, driving in the same direction as I was walking. So on the far lane was an older woman in a silver Honda Civic. She swerved into oncoming traffic just as a tow truck was coming up the hill. The little Civic does into then under the front wheels of the tow truck. I was maybe 10 feet away from this when it happened. I had pieces of her windshield stuck in my back. Apparently the tow truck driver saw the silver Civic coming, but he could not swerve off the road because I was there. He would have killed me for sure if he did. The tow truck driver did exactly what every driver Z tells you to do when presented with the dilemma of either hitting a car or a pedestrian. Always hit the car. The older woman was pronounced dead on the scene. They had cleared the road for an emergency evac. This was common on that street as it was right in front of a fire station, but called it off before the helicopter arrived. The friggin' cop walks up to the officer taking my statement and bluntly says, "Yep, she's a goner," as my 12-year-old self is standing there in shock. My father ended up meeting the tow truck driver at a local deli, purely by coincidence, and assured him that I was okay. He was worried that I had also been injured/killed. Everyone in the deli and even the police told the tow driver he did absolutely nothing wrong, but he was, and probably still is, shaken up by it. The image of that woman's mangled body in a mangled car still haunts me to this day. It took a lot of therapy and anti-anxiety medication for me to start driving, as I had a fear of shearing oncoming cars. It still took years of driving after getting my license to get somewhat comfortable, but I always have a certain level of anxiety while piloting a 2-ton Deathmobile. 2011. I was 18 and a patient at a psych hospital. Most of the other patients were quite a lot older than me, or just completely bonkers, but I'd made one friend, let's call her MM, was 22 and anorexic, and while she didn't stay permanently, she was frequently readmitted after a week or two in freedom. One day she asked me to help her smuggle in a hair straightener. No big deal, right? They were forbidden in this ward because we had some borderline patients who might intentionally burn themselves, but I knew M didn't do that, and she would keep it under lock and key in her room. It's just that the nurses strip searched her whenever she'd been outside the ward because she might buy laxatives. I, however, could walk through the doors unbothered because my illness didn't require any accessories. Soon after, a new patient, C, was brought in by the police. Usually when someone is forcibly admitted, they are quite violent and loud, so C's docile demeanor seemed odd. I figured she'd be allowed to stay in a regular room right away, like I had when I was admitted, but instead they put her in isolation. That's pretty much the highest level of escalation. For context, the previous tenant of the isolation room had been swallowing her cutlery, regurgitating it, and stabbing the staff. So that meant that there was something seriously off with C. 2 weeks passed without any interesting events, and I almost forgot that C existed. Since she was in isolation, none of the patients ever saw her, and unlike the cutlery girl, she didn't scream. Then M's roommate was released, and the doctors decided to move C in with her. M was understandably wary, but C seemed agreeable enough on a first impression, just very quiet and reserved. The next morning, M and I were sitting in the common room. I was drawing, M was knitting. She was getting close to finishing her current piece. When she asked me if I'd like some socks, I enthusiastically agreed, and we went to her room to pick out the yarn. She knocked before entering to make sure C wasn't currently half naked or anything. No answer, so we entered. The room was empty, but the door to the bathroom was ajar and the lights were on. M called out for C, no answer. M went inside the bathroom, empty. So she looked behind the door. That's when her face fell, and she just froze in place. I went to take a peek. It was C, strung up by her neck on a metal towel hook. A power cord was digging into her skin, the hair straightener grazing her shoulder. Her feet just barely off the ground. M went to fetch a doctor, but I knew there was nothing to be done. C's face didn't look human anymore. Not blue, as you might think, just dead. The drop obviously couldn't have been long enough to snap her neck, so she had just slowly suffocated while everyone else had been having breakfast. I imagine she climbed up onto the sink, wrapped the cord twice around her neck, and secured it with a knot, inserted it in the hooks on the wall, and slowly slid off the sink so she wouldn't break the cord or the hooks. All I could think while staring at her limp body was I did this over and over again. Now I know it wasn't my fault. If the hair straightener hadn't been there, she'd have killed herself in another way. Blow dryers weren't prohibited. No one had expected the possibility of a lethal use. The rule was just for preventing burns, and there had been no burns. But if the suicide was an impulsive act, her life might have been saved if there hadn't been a means available on hand. Then again, the method she chose was very likely to cause immense suffering, so I think she must have been desperate. And her behavior upon admission makes me think she had been deeply suicidal for a while. Which begs the question, why I didn't try and talk to her. It just goes back and forth. If anyone's to blame, it's the doctors who decided she wasn't at risk anymore. Though to be fair, I know how easy it is to pretend you're fine, even while you are actively working towards your death. Been there, done that. Epilogue, the hair straightener is still functional to this day. M managed to overcome her anorexia, is now a healthy weight, and is training for a marathon. I was driving home from lunch with a friend on my motorcycle. I was completely sober and have been riding motorcycles since I was 15, was 21 at that time. I chose to take the long way home to enjoy the weather since it had been raining for a few days. After making that decision I don't remember anything, but I woke up in the hospital unable to move. I had no clue which vehicle I had even crashed, my truck or my bike. I figured out that I had broken both arms, my left femur, tibia, and fibula, flattened my pelvis, bruised my lungs and some vertebrae. I was dead when the paramedics got to the scene, but was life flighted and revived, and was in the ICU for a week. After I woke up my family didn't want to overwhelm me with the details of the accident, so they let me heal and go through my surgeries before they told me anything. So a week or so after I woke up my parents were acting very weird and my mother stepped out of the room unexpectedly. Soon after a man enters my room and introduces himself as a chaplain. He explained that my parents had a hard time telling me about the details of my accident, so he was there to help. Then he told me what happened that day according to witnesses and the police report. So while driving home and SUV turned in front of me, I didn't have time to react, and I hit the rear passenger side wheel. I flew through the third row of the vehicle and apparently my helmet, still on my head, hit a small boy. I came out the vehicle on the other side. Both of our vehicles were totaled and me and the boy were both in critical condition. He didn't end up making it tragically. This accident was within a mile of a very similar accident I had a few years before. Nobody passed away but somebody turned in front of me and I didn't have a chance to react. After I was told about all of this, I couldn't really believe it. It was like a nightmare. I was devastated to think that I could have caused someone to die. Since then, I've healed up and can walk and use my limbs well enough. 7 months after the accident, I was indicted for manslaughter since they believe I was going 69 to 81 in a 50 miles per hour zone. I don't even know how fast or how I was driving that day since I don't remember anything. I'd like to say that in the time I got on my motorcycle I had no intention of anyone dying, especially a child. If I had the choice, I'd let him live instead of me. If I could go back, I would make different decisions leading up to that day. It was a tragic accident that will affect me and the other family for the rest of our lives. That is my story. I don't normally reply to these posts, and I don't know if this technically counts. I used to drive a fixed up VR6 GTI. My friend's uncle was selling a souped up GSXR 1000. After I bought it from him, I wanted to ride it home. On the way home at a light, I told me friend that was following me in my car as I drove my bike for the first time that I wanted to stop by a friend's house. A little bit after that we turned down a road and I hit it. I wanted to see what this thing had. It was so fast. As I hit it, I heard my friend rev up in my car to try and keep up. I swoop around this rounding corner and seconds later I heard a loud boom from behind me. In that short distance, a car had pulled out into the road I just passed, and my friend T-boned them. I can't know for sure how fast he was going, but I think he was speeding, and it was me who influenced him to do so. I turn around and roll up, and my friend spills out of my car crying and dazed. The car he hit had an old couple turning into their apartment. If they turned seconds earlier, that was it for, but on that day it wasn't me. I had to watch and listen as this old poor woman hollered in agony. She was trapped in their car bleeding to death and I just sat there watching the firemen do what they could. She didn't make it. She was in the passenger seat. I don't think the husband ever found out that it wasn't his fault. But I couldn't know for sure whose fault it was, and I wasn't about to incriminate him or myself. No one ever asked me any questions. My friend died just a few years later. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one alive that knows what really happened. This is more of a what if scenario than perhaps a full-fledged cause of the death, but it still bothers me to this day. I used to live in an apartment building and lucked out with some very nice neighbors, including a sweet older lady across the hall. We didn't cross paths all that often, but when we did we'd often stop for a chat to catch up. One day I was in my apartment on the phone with my ISP as I was having internet issues. I'm waiting on hold for the gent on the other end of the line to take me off hold as he was checking into something when I heard muffled yells coming from another apartment. I didn't think much of it. The walls were pretty thin there, and I figured it was just some kids horsing around. All of a sudden I hear another yell, but this time I could make out what they were saying. It was help. Within a second the guy from the support line came back on though, and I thought that perhaps I'd been hearing things and went back to the conversation. By the time the call ended 10 minutes or so later, I was no longer able to hear any noises coming from outside my apartment, so I quickly put those initial concerns out of my mind. About 4 or 5 hours later I heard a lot of commotion coming from outside my door, including loud frantic knocking to the neighbor across the hall and someone yelling out someone's name. This went on for some time and my concern started to grow once again. I kept an eye on things through the peephole of my door, and a short time later a superintendent came with a key and opened up the door. The two of them went inside, and then the superintendent came rushing out and went down the hall. About 15 minutes later she returned, and paramedics were with her. I'd stopped watching at that point, but was listening in, and my fears became a reality not long after as I heard a gurney being wheeled out. I hazarded another glance through the peephole, and it had a body bag on it. I realized my neighbor had been calling for help, and I could potentially done something to save them. This was a few years ago and it still bothers me when I think about it. My younger brother had been having a rough time. No lie what, trying to put a family and house together on a mediocre job. They had just had their son, which was probably 6 months old. He was laid off, and we kept telling him just take your time and keep looking. Our parents and family helped them financially as much as possible. He would send texts giving signs that I should have paid attention to. When I talked to him, he seemed just generally angry at the situation and trying to find work, but not suicidal. One morning I get a text at 0430 in the morning. I love you, brother. I rolled back over and went to sleep because he had done this before and it always seemed like he just wanted another complaining session. But at 0430 in the morning, I had to work the next day at a job I had just started 2 days prior. I go to work and my stepfather calls at 10:30. You need to come home. Your brother killed himself. My stepdad got up to mow the yard that morning and had mowed around a large portion of the yards. They lived next door to him before noticing he had wrapped a cloth line around his neck and was hanging, feet touching the ground. He screamed for my mother, who runs out to find my stepdad holding him up and yelling at her to unwrap the line. He was already gone. Later my mom told me that my stepdad screamed so loud that the closest neighbors half a mile down the road heard him and drove over to check on them. I wish I would have just called him back. I imagine it was the last text he sent out before doing it. Furthermore, I wish I would have been the one to find him and not my parents. They still live there and have the constant reminders. I've been to Afghanistan twice and seen some pretty gnarly shit. I think I have a better way of processing this type of stuff because years later I can still see that has affected both my parents deeply and they struggle with it. I know I didn't accidentally cause it, but it feels I could have possibly prevented it. I had a friend in HS we always hung out. He was meek, but when he'd open up he made everyone smile and feel energized. Everyone in our group loved him. He was smart and was gonna go places, we knew it, so we always tried to help him feel more confident. But as we hung out 2 weeks before his death, we were at a gas station just chatting and enjoying our drinks and snacks. He got real serious with me, asked me about advice on making someone violent. Fuck off. I told him you need to stand your ground. They may bark and lash out, it may hurt, but they'll leave you alone once they see you didn't bend. Now I didn't know his situation at home. I guess his dad was an abusive drunk to him, and his sister and their mom was too drugged up to care. The advice was for his dad, and I just thought some kids were bullying him, and he didn't want to say who, cause I would have kicked their shit in, I guess. And this came from his sister. Had stood against his dad when he was drunk one night and his dad beat him, and he ended up breaking his son's neck by accident. His sister ran to the neighbors and called the cops. I still feel responsible. I wish I never gave him that advice. Wish I told him to lay down and take it. We were all heartbroken to hear of his passing. He was such a good kid. I wish I'd known his situation, so I could have been put in jail for murdering his dad. I would have gladly gutted his dad and done the time. It's something I think of constantly and what I could have done differently. My best friend was depressed. He went to a doctor who ended up putting him on pretty high doses of some drugs, including a benzo and a stimulant. I think clonazepam and Ritalin. After a couple years he realized that psychiatrists didn't seem to know how to help him. Going off those drugs really screwed him up for a summer. That fall I moved a few hundred miles away to spend a semester with my girlfriend I was in a long distance relationship with. Everything was going fine with my friend for a bit. He seems to be getting better. He even came to visit me for a few days. After he gets back home we talk a few times. Then I don't hear from him for a couple weeks. I thought about going back to check on him, but I had spent the summer cheating on my girlfriend with someone in the same city and didn't want to go back there. I called the counselors at his college and asked them to check up on him. The way they approached him was legitimately traumatizing for him. I'm not sure I'll ever really understand why. He pleaded with me to come back for a few days. I said no, because I didn't want to be in the same city as the woman I had been cheating with. He was in a really fragile place, and being alone while going through something traumatic pretty much broke him. His life fell apart afterwards. He dropped out of school, stopped talking to his family and most of his friends. He started having nightmares and would lose his temper with strangers. Pretty much the only time he would start to feel okay was when I was around. I didn't like being around him when he was upset. He wasn't abusive with me, but seeing him hurt was hard for me. I lied to him a lot. Pretended I couldn't talk because I didn't have phone service in my apartment, or that I didn't have internet access, so I couldn't email him. He was reaching out for help, and I was just ignoring him. Eventually he told me to quit pretending we were still friends and to just leave him alone. He ended up homeless for a while. A couple years later he reached out to me repeatedly begging for help. He said he needed us to be friends again for him to be able to get better. He wasn't asking me to take care of him. He just wanted us to be able to email each other and talk on the phone sometimes. Apparently he was too terrified of therapists to talk to one after the ones at his college had reached out to him. He was trying to work through stuff on his own. He was the smartest guy I've ever met. He tried studying psychology and trauma recovery to figure out how to get better, but what he kept coming back to was that it wouldn't be possible for him to do it on his own. That he needed some way to reconnect with people, and he thought that if the two of us were in touch it might be enough for him to pull himself out of the hell I had inadvertently turned his life into. I don't know why I ignored him. I guess it was just too hard to look at how much I had screwed up his life, even if I had never meant to. Eventually I set up a filter to archive any email he sends, so I wouldn't have to see it. After a coworker committed suicide I started to worry about how my friend was doing. There was a time when I loved him and thought of him as family. I looked through my emails to see if he had kept messaging me. He had. I tried writing to him, but never heard back. He had killed himself a few months after the last time he reached out to me for help. I was volunteering at a suicide hotline on Christmas Day. The night shift was mine alone. Got a call from a somewhat regular, let's call her Anna, who lived alone in a secluded area. She had called us a bunch in the past talking about relationships and how making meaningful relationships outside her parents was always hard. That night she was adamant about taking her life, especially with her close neighbors gone for the holidays. When we talked through risk assessment, she was to the point where she was mid to high level risk, so she knew how she would take her life, was not dissuaded from talking about death in realistic terms. So this is the point where we would call up our hotline manager and they would guide us through the rest of the call. The hotline manager would assess the current situation and would in tandem talk to emergency services, and if it's as escalated as it is then extra steps would be taken by authorities. Except I didn't do that. I figured that, since we talked to her somewhat frequently, the worst wouldn't happen. I left her in an uneasy place where her cry for help fell of deaf ears. I talked to my manager about it right afterward, about my nervousness and uncertainty, and she said not to worry about it and that it wasn't my fault and that most likely she's doing okay. We never heard from her again. I'm sure I was the last person to ever speak to her. I'm mostly over the regret. No, it wasn't all my fault. Know that I've helped hundreds of people before that, and that motions are in play that aren't ever the movement of one person. I still think about Anna, though. TLDR suicide hotline caller probably didn't get the attention she deserved from me. Posting from an alt, so hopefully it gets buried, but I feel the need to tell it. My friend, let's call him Ryan. Grew up with Ryan, middle school, high school and college with him. Faker was a riot. His mom passed away unexpectedly his senior year of HS. It hit him hard, but we all assumed time healed all. I worked with Ryan for a spell during college for about 2 years. Great worker, great coworker, and we had some downtime a few times, so we would go to the liquor store and grab some shitty whiskey from time to time. Nothing habitual, just some good old day drinking while getting paid, or so I thought. What I had viewed as a minor thing became a regular thing for Ryan. I had started him along the path of what would ultimately lead to his demise. Ryan started faking up at work, and being that I was a year older, I had quit the job and graduated college. A coworker had called me expressing concern about him, to which I tried to talk with him about it. Nope. He wasn't having it, and reminded me about how we did the same things. Thankfully, Ryan got arrested soon after that and stopped drinking, started going to meetings, got a good girlfriend, was working out, and on the right track. It was like a dream come true seeing him like that. Then his girlfriend broke up with him, and the spiral started. I saw him with an alcoholic beverage, and physically hit it out of his hand, and asked him what the fuck he was doing, and he lied, and told us he was doing it for a while now, but I knew the truth. Alcoholics, we can see/smell you. As soon as you take one swig of booze, you're not fooling anyone. After watching him go on the downward spiral before and somewhat accompanying him down that spiral, myself and none of my friends could ever see it happen again. So we distanced ourselves from him. I started getting phone calls from him at random hours of the night. I slowly started ignoring them. Then, the night he passed, I ignored one of those phone calls. He died in his father's house, in the bathroom from an apparent odd. We attended his funeral this year, and I'm the one who sent him down the path to begin with. This is a very long story. I'll try to TLDR. If I can point a long time ago, I was not famous, but known among a certain subculture. Call it minor celebrity. I slept around, and some, though not most, of those flings were with female fans of mine. One fan started sending me very long letters. Yes, written. This was a long time ago. Like 8 to 10 pages. Some were graphically sexual, and incredibly arousing. I found out she was around 18. I was in my 20s, and at first put her off. But she stalked me. And I do mean stalked. She found out my phone hash, the phone hash of a woman I had settled into a relationship with, and at times, would call literally hundreds of times in a weekend. I had to unplug my phone, because it would perpetually ring. This went on for over 2 years. I wish I could say I put things at arm's length, but the truth was much more complicated. I was aware she had been in and out of mental hospitals, but more importantly, I was attracted to her. She was brilliant, and kind, and funny, and impossibly sexy, and I was a total mess at the time. Eventually, I went on tour, and when we went through her city, I met her, and slept with her. She was 20, and bouncing around different locations, something between couch surfing and homelessness. She asked if she could come with me, and be with me, forever. I was terrified, and gave a variation on a not right now answer. In hindsight, this was an awful choice among many awful choices. A week later my shrink suggested that I cut off all contact. When I said I was worried she'd attempt suicide, my shrink said no, she'll just feel sad, and then she'll get a plan together for herself when she realizes she needs to do something. I didn't think so, but my confidence was so low I took her advice. A week later, after ignoring her incessant calls, I got one a bit later than usual, about 3 AM. It was her, committing suicide 1,000 miles away in a motel room, forcing me to listen to her die. She screamed at me and blamed me for abandoning her, and the truth is, I did. She told me it was my fault she was going to die, and then she died. I desperately tried to call the police where she was, but, unsurprisingly, they had already dealt with her so many times, they did not take my call very seriously. She called back 5 minutes later, and said I love you, and those are the last words she spoke. This was unfortunately within a 2-year period, where I had also witnessed the deaths of 2 friends, one murdered, one in an accident. I'm still very scarred from this, despite so much therapy and etc. I know her choices are not entirely my fault, but I do feel that my decisions contributed to her pain, misery, and depression. I also came to regard suicide as a very violent act, often with multiple victims. I changed completely. I'm now a very withdrawn person, live in a remote area, and have eradicated any ties to my past. I no longer think about it daily, but when I'm reminded of that situation, usually weekly/monthly, I work very hard to forgive her and myself. It is a struggle. TLDR, failed to set boundaries, slept with, exploited, a mentally ill person, then abandoned them, contributing to their suicidal ideation. Was forced to listen to her kill herself, while she blamed me. Bit late to this, but here goes. My father was a raging alcoholic all my life. I honestly couldn't remember a time when he was sober. It was so normal in my life that it just became the norm to come home and find him passed out with a cigarette lit in his hand, etc. He got worse and worse over time, where I would have to clean up number 2s from that stairs or living room, as he was either too drunk to go to the bathroom or just went when he was asleep. About 10 years ago he came home from work. He worked nights as security, but literally just spent the night drinking in work, and would saunter home. This morning was different. He was really slurring his words, couldn't stand straight, kept trying to take his shirt off, saying he was too hot. My mum was worried, but I told her to let him just sleep it off. I was sick of him at this stage. By the way, he was a very abusive man also. I know on numerous occasions he hid my mother. Once when I caught him do it, I knocked him out, but anyway, I digress. Anyway, my mother agreed to let him sleep it off. A few hours later we tried to wake him, but he was unresponsive. He was still breathing, but couldn't be woken up. We rang an ambulance, which took them over 2 hours to turn up as they got lost. They rushed him to hospital. Turned out that he drank antifreeze in work to get drunk, and it started to kill all of his organs or something. He was in a coma for 3 weeks, and then had a series of mini strokes while in the coma. This led to something developing called Lewy bodies dementia. He then suffered for 5 years and died. We were told that it was preventable if we had gotten him to a hospital sooner, but I honestly thought he was just really drunk. His entire family blame me for his death. My mother doesn't. If anything, I think it was a relief after 25 years of abuse, but it still plays on my mind that if I wasn't so fed up with him, I probably would have taken more care and gotten him the help faster, and he would still be alive today. I personally haven't done so, but someone killed my nephew years back. I'll just copy the post I made in another thread months ago. A man killed my 8-year-old nephew a few years back. He wasn't speeding, and Andrew kind of just ran across the road. I felt really bad for him. He was torn up badly. He tried to come to Andrew's funeral to pay his respects and apologize in person, but his parents lost it and called the RCMP and had him escorted out. We're all human and our emotions tend to get the best of us. Even it's obvious we're wrong. Edit. Getting some messages asking how this happened and the details. Andrew lived in a small town literally minutes outside of the big city. Still not a very well traveled road. Now this small town had expanded over the years across the highway. So the town was physically split between the highway. So they built a tunnel going underneath the highway to safely travel across. Andrew was 8 and a little brat for sure. I loved him, but a brat nonetheless. He was picking on his older sister early in the morning. As punishment for picking on her, his dad told him he had to deliver her papers that morning. As Andrew finished one side of the town, he had to cross the highway under the tunnel. Andrew was terrified of this tunnel. It was winter time in Saskatchewan, Canada at 6 in the morning. It was pitch dark out, and the tunnel only had just barely enough light to cross through. So Andrew made the choice to run across the highway instead. He ran, and a man who couldn't see him because it was pitch dark out struck and killed him instantly. Andrew's father to this day has not forgiven himself. He made him deliver papers as punishment, and his son died because of this decision. This is why he was so emotional, so angry with the man who had killed his son, because he wishes he could blame someone else, but he blames himself, and he can never let that go. I was 17 and going on hour 5 of a 7-hour drive into the Appalachian Mountains to visit family. As I headed down a winding, dark country road, a car came peeling out of a hidden entrance and cut in front of the car in front of me. They had a trailer attached and lost control and ran into the oncoming lane. A car coming the opposite direction was forced off the road and straight up the mountainside. I quickly pulled over and ran to help. The car that had run into the mountain was perched precariously several feet up the incline, completely sideways, with the driver's side facing the ground. I was by far the smallest person at the scene, so the other witnesses hoisted me up to the window to see if the driver was okay. He most definitely was not. He was an elderly man, and the steering wheel was shoved into his chest. There was a ton of blood, and there was this awful wet rattle when he breathed. He mumbled something and tried to open his door. I was scared that he would fall out, so I shoved him by the shoulder back in and pushed the door shut. When I did, he suddenly stiffened and his eyes glazed over and his breathing stopped. I kept trying to get him to answer me, but he was gone. The paramedics that showed up 10 lifetimes later said his neck was broken and that he died instantly on impact. I knew he hadn't died on impact. He was trying to talk and looking at me with clear understanding until I shoved him. I sat on the side of the road for a long time, well after everyone was gone and the scene had been cleared, before I could manage to get back on the road and make the final leg of my trip. It's been over 20 years, and I still remember his face and the way his eyes looked when he died. I'm going to start this by saying that this is possibly a major trigger warning to anybody battling mental illness, so if you're reading this, prepare yourself From about 2013 to 2015, I was battling major depression, and from about 2015 until now, off and on between depression and major depression along with many other things such as anxiety, mania, and I sometimes get delusional among many other issues. Well, in May of 2015 after a major failed suicide attempt that took place on October 19th, 2014, I tried to hang myself in May of 2015. I stopped due to honestly it being too fast and it kinda scared me, whereas the bad attempt in 2014 didn't at all. I stopped. I later told my best friend in the world and best friend I have ever had about my hanging attempt. I told him about the May attempt, but told him I had stopped myself, and I told him that in either October or November, when I was feeling a bit mentally better. I brought it up because my friend was aware of my attempts and had actually saved my life, and he was a major influence and support to me getting better. He was also battling mental illness and a new drug addiction. I remember very clearly sitting on my bed having a conversation about this. My friend had just spent nearly a year trying to convince all of his friends, with me included, that he was depression free as well as all of his financial debt was paid off. I believed him because he made $350,000 that year and bought a brand new truck, and he was in the process of purchasing a travel trailer / camper for a bit over $30,000. I assumed nothing but the truth from him, and he had literally never told a lie to me ever and possibly never told a lie in his life. He was an amazing person and literally flew across the country in my time of need, and that was more than once. I worked his same job, so I was working all over the country too, and he would just fly in on a moment's notice anywhere from Delaware, Pennsylvania, and Maryland, on over to Illinois, and down in Texas, and met in the middle a few times. He would literally do anything for anybody, and he truly cared about your feelings. Well, I remember it so clearly, but in October or November of 2015 when telling him about my hanging attempt, he said in such a voice that still replays in my head over and over today, he goes, "If you don't mind my asking, how did you do that?" I had used my belt in the bathroom and put it over the door. Things got weird with my friend, or weird at the time, but things I now know are major signs. My friend decided to take a road trip in late November of 2015, and he literally came and visited every single friend and family member that he loved, and he went and did those favorite things with us, such as with me. We went hiking. We had dinner one of the 2 nights he was visiting, and he was telling me things that were crazy to me at the time, such as how he forgave his mother's rapist. I told him, that is not up to you to forgive, and is up to your mother. We argued about various things, and I had never in my life even had a slight argument with him. I eventually kinda snapped and I said, "You are really reminding me of the day I snapped," except I was referring to my dark day where I attempted suicide in October 2014. He knew exactly what I meant, because he began acting like a child and making funny voices and tried to change the subject on me. I then got angry, and I was like, "You aren't even taking this seriously." Little did I know exactly what I had called out, and I wish I had more of a talk with him regarding that. On February 6th, 2016, I sent his mom a message for the first time in 2 years, and I was like, "I think there is something going on with Eric." I said, "He can ignore friends, but he cannot ignore family." His mom first responded with, "He seems so happy, and I've had some worries, but I think he is going to do alright." She then sent me another message like 30 minutes later, and she was like, "I do have some concerns," and said, "Perhaps we can talk tonight." Well, it was my wife's father's birthday, so I said, "Maybe call back tomorrow or the next day." Well, it was Super Bowl weekend and his mom was a huge fan as well as he was of football, and she said, "I'll call you on Tuesday," which Tuesday was February 9th, 2016. Well, she called me as I was just waking up on February 9th, and I ignored her phone call because I was still groggy, and it was like 2 p.m. So I was kinda embarrassed I was sleeping in so late, so basically I was going to call her once I'd drank some water. Well, then my other best friend, who is also best friends with Eric, he called me, and I decided to answer because he sleeps like I do and wouldn't think anything of it. I answered with hello or something like that, and he immediately goes, "Are you sitting down?" I kinda make a joke and I go, "Oh, that is never good." The next words out of his mouth were, "He's gone. He hung himself." My best friend on this planet and best friend that I have ever had listened to me detail for detail on my hanging attempt, and he did 100% detail for detail what I had told him happened with me. I cannot tell you how much guilt I have and will always have. People have told me, "Oh, he could have gotten that from the internet or anywhere, but not like this. He got it from me." I don't think I can ever get past this. I didn't realize his state of mind due to lying to me and being very good at hiding how he was really doing and saying that he was better and he left. This happened in October of 2016. My roommate had type 2 diabetes. He told me this the day we moved in together in a 3-bedroom off campus. He said there couldn't be any drinking in the apartment. Told me he had no phone. I laughed and told him he didn't need to partake in my drinking and not to worry what I did. I thought he was a huge nerd. I'm older than most university kids, and he was about 6 years my junior. He played Yu-Gi-Oh, drew lame little cartoons, and would come knock on my door every single day to tell me about some event at the school I never ever attended. We couldn't be friends because we were different, but I learned later he was actually a member of a gaming group I had been an early member of that had ballooned to a huge size in our state. We had more in common than I had thought. In October, flu season was in full swing. He got very sick, we all did in the apartment, and was throwing up all day and into the night. Later that evening, around 9, he came to my room as usual and asked if I wanted eggs and cinnamon rolls, and I, naturally, said hell yes. In the morning before class I came out and saw he had left a plate with a cinnamon roll on it and eggs on the counter. The pan of cinnamon rolls was on the stove top and sitting there. I saw the plate, thinking it was for me, scarfed it down, noting it was ice cold, and left for class. When I came back later the food was still out, which I noted and thought was weird, but I put it away for him. On the first night he hadn't come to my room. I went and knocked on his door looking for him. I peeked into his room calling for him, but he wasn't in there. Over the next 2 days I noticed his bike never left the living room and thought he must have gone home to his parents to recover from the flu. I would write little notes on our whiteboard where he and I had taken to writing comics back and forth to each other. Notably, "Let me know if you're dead" as a joke. On the third day his sister came to the door panicked, asking if we had seen him. I said no, we thought he was at home with you guys. She said no and started crying and left. He had no phone so there was no way to reach him. I went and checked his room again, and this time did go all the way into the room to be more thorough. He was lying behind the bed, dead, where he had collapsed and been for 3 days straight. He had decided to take a insulin shot in advance so he could eat the sugary plate of food, but all the vomiting had left his sugar levels already very low. He had misinterpreted his low levels for simple flu symptoms. We learned he had not died right away and could have been helped, but my apathy and lack of attention had inadvertently led to his death. In November I was 9 months pregnant with my first baby. My entire pregnancy had been perfect. I was very healthy. I took my prenatals religiously, ate well, walked, did everything OBS recommended for a healthy pregnancy and baby. My son always moved very vigorously. Our OB appointments were quick-in and out checks on his heartbeat and my blood pressure. My last appointment, at 38 weeks, I went in and did the usual check for baby's heart rate and my blood pressure. I was checked for dilation and was just beginning to. Everything was moving along great and I was very excited. My midwife was telling me that I'll have my baby in my arms in 2 weeks, maybe less. After my OB appointment, I decided to go to the mall with my sisters. I wanted to get my Pandora bracelet cleaned, and I remember talking excitedly to the girls there about my "it's a boy" charm for my son, how I'm so close to having him, and they joked that I should keep my bracelet on during labor. I remember my son kicking up a storm and I joked to my sisters that he was being super hype for the day after I was busy with my husband assembling our baby's car seat and stroller. I noticed he was moving a little less, but I chalked it up to him having a lazy day, and I was told that babies move less when labor was approaching. I began to worry in the evening and my husband asked if I wanted to go to the hospital. Every time we went to labor and delivery, I would go for small things and the nurses would dispatch me within 2 hours. I told him I was being overly worried, like everyone always liked to tell me, and our son was having a lazy day. The next morning we decided to go to the hospital to reassure ourselves. I went in and was looking at some pamphlets on skin to skin and childbirth. My husband and I were eager to hear our son's heartbeat, and we didn't have the slightest idea anything could be amiss. The nurse had me lay down and told me if I was concerned about movement, he's probably just running out of room and they would check him and have me back at home in no time. She put the Doppler on my stomach and there was silence. I felt numb. I stared at my husband, who shook his head and tried to reassure me. The nurse looked nervous, but tried to reassure me too. He might be in an odd position. They immediately brought an ultrasound to check. He wasn't moving. His heart wasn't beating. The doctor told us our son was dead. I had to give birth to him, a 24-hour induction and delivery. The doctors told me over and over again I did nothing wrong. They believe I had a placental abruption. It happened within minutes, and it was concealed. Sometimes the mother bleeds as a warning sign something is wrong, but I didn't bleed at all. They told me there was no way I could have seen it coming, and no way I could have saved him. I had a completely low risk, healthy pregnancy until the very end. They ran tests on me, and I have no risk factors. One of my doctors wanted to label it a cord accident. He was the most beautiful boy I had ever seen. I wish there was some way I knew he was in trouble, and I could have saved him. I wish endlessly I could rewind time and help my little boy. I don't mean to ramble. It's been 7 months, and I'm still trying not to blame myself, but I do. My husband hates that I do this. He wishes I didn't, but I do. I still feel wholly responsible for my son's death. I was incredibly attentive to him yet lost him anyway. The doctors told me any movement I thought I had was him shifting inside of me, and he most likely died the same day of my 38-week appointment. In a matter of hours I'm seeing a therapist who is helping me process my grief and trauma, but I don't think I will ever stop blaming myself for his stillbirth. It totally shattered me. My stepdad was in a bad football accident when he played in college, and because of that he had many back surgeries to try and repair the damage, ease the pain. This was sometime after the latest one, and he had the extreme painkillers, like Oxy or something else like that. He had healed enough that he could get around but still needed the pain meds as he'd have intense back spasms of pain. So one night my sibling and mother were out at my sibling's sports practice, and my mom called to check on me, and she asked me to check on my stepdad because she knew that he'd had more pain that day than normal. I blew it off because I was an 11-year-old that was watching my favorite show and too lazy to get up and check. When my mom came home she said hello and asked if I'd checked on him, and I lied and said I did because I didn't want to get in trouble. My mom went into their room and I could hear her calling for one of us to call 911. I grabbed the phone and walked to the room to see what was going on, and as I told the operator that my dad wasn't breathing I looked at him and knew that he was dead. I could just tell. It was later ruled an accidental overdose, but it took a very long time to not feel like I could have done something had I just gotten up and opened a door. Damn, I have only told my therapist and sibling the truth about lying, though I'm sure my mom knew I was lying and doesn't blame me. During high school I worked for a community center that hired out kids to do odd jobs for people in our little town. One of my jobs was buying and delivering groceries for an elderly lady. This lady was alone in the deepest sense of the word. She was the last surviving member of her family, no friends, terrified of technology, and couldn't walk well enough to leave her house. I would always hang around after I got her groceries to chat and listen to her stories. It really seemed to cheer her up, so sometimes I'd give up my afternoons to drop by. So high school ends and I go off to college, and thus ends my ability to keep her company. The first month I'm away, she calls me almost daily to talk about the most trivial stuff, like a bird she saw, or the loud Mexicans working next door. It started to get on my nerves really badly, so eventually I stopped picking up. It gets to the point where I have about 50 missed calls and a full voicemail box, and I can't take it anymore. I pick up and snap, ranting at her like the little sheet I was for a solid 10 minutes, saying shit like this is why you're all alone, and why do you have to be such a goddamn burden? Her response still breaks my heart. "Oh, well, thank you for all the time you spent to me. I'll just go now." After that, nothing. A few weeks later, I get a letter from the state saying I had been named the sole recipient of a will. She had literally no one else in her life, and I said those horrible things to her. Apparently she drank bleach and killed herself. Her body was only found when the neighbors noticed the smell. I've never regretted anything quite so much as that last phone call. What would have been the consequence of a couple minutes out of my day? I was in traffic and accidentally ran into the back of another car. I thought I had my foot on the brake, but I guess the car was moving. I had been talking to me girlfriend beside me. I swear. We literally gently rolled into the guy's car. Not much damage at all. A friend of mine that works with me, a lot older, knew him and was lucky enough to be there to cool down the situation, so I didn't have to go to the police to report it. I fixed his car and never thought about it. A few years later I asked my business friend about him. His neck pain caused him a lot of agony, and he was bedridden for a few months. He died uncomfortable a few months after the accident. Point that bugged me for a long time. I mean, I didn't feel that I killed him, but I certainly affected the last days of his life. This was about 20 years ago. Hadn't thought about it for a long time. Reading these circumstances makes me think about it. All I can think is to tell young drivers that it's not always driving fast or reckless like in the movies that is dangerous. Just being distracted, even when you don't think anything can cause harm, can become a situation that does a lot of damage. It's not worth it. Pay attention. You're driving a very heavy piece of machinery that even at slow speeds could hurt, maim or even kill someone. When I was just out of high school, I moved away for college. It wasn't far though. My girlfriend would still drive to see me. Unfortunately she ended up pregnant, and a month later, my father was killed in car accident, and my brother was left with a broken neck, minor brain damage, and PTSD. When my daughter was born, there were a lot of mixed emotions in my grandfather's house next door. My great aunt now lived alone. My grandfather had died the year prior, and my father had been taking care of her. My mom filled in for several months while I moved back into the house and we figured out what was to be done. Before my daughter was born, I checked on my great aunt quite often. We ate dinner together every other night. Her favorite dish was lemon peppered salmon, as was mine. I made this for her often, as well as many other dishes. After my daughter was born, I was hit with some serious depression stemming from the culmination of events. I took care of my daughter and did basically nothing else. 1 week was particularly bad, and I didn't leave my room for several days. My mother called me to tell me that my great aunt had fallen in her wheelchair several days prior. She had slumped and she couldn't get up. She was stuck in the chair for 3 days before my mother found her. She died in the hospital a few days later. I didn't visit. I still blame myself for this often. I wonder how many times over the 3 days she was alone, stuck in her chair, and unable to call for help, how many times she had hoped that I was coming over with salmon. My sister comforted me, telling me that I never should have been in that situation, and neither should my aunt, but it never really sunk in. I'm not really sure how I should feel. I wasn't even going to post if Spooky in Overwatch hadn't asked for a shoutout. Hell, I didn't even tell my wife till last month. My wife and I moved into our first apartment together a few months back. We recruited an excellent group of my buddies to help us out with our move, since we were moving across the state. One of the gentlemen who came to help us, we'll call him Jay, was the only person I knew with a truck, so he helped drive some of the heavier stuff. Jay was an older guy who I had known since I was a kid. I lived down the street from him. I would hop off the bus after school and run straight to he and his wifey's house instead of going home, so I could listen to stories from his time in the military and his travels abroad. He was an incredible man that I looked up to very much. After one of the trips to my new place, his truck wouldn't start. I kept trying to find ways to help, but eventually we just had to call a tow. I tried to stick around with him, but he wouldn't let us. He just told us to go get the next load and we would see him when he got back. So, we left him there listening to music from his truck radio. I didn't hear back from him that whole day. When we got back to the new place with the next load, he was gone. I assumed everything worked out, and he went home, because he was tired. My crew and I worked on moving the whole next day, and at the end of the day my dad walked up to me. He placed his hand on my shoulder and said you/throw away 424,295. Jay passed away last night. He passed away in his sleep, and it was peaceful. Initial report says it was heart failure from physical stress. He wants you to know that it isn't your fault. He had heart problems for a while that apparently kept quiet. That was that. I broke down. I shattered me. I don't remember the first few days in my new place. I just remember crying for what must have been hours at a time. I killed him. I never meant another man harm, let alone someone I looked up to so much. I haven't shared this with anyone before. I just put it here as a reminder to never forget to show those close to you that you love them. Make a throwaway, because I would not like this to be with my normal account. I was 14 at the time, 4th of July. We had a redneck uncle who gave us a shit ton of fireworks every year, a lot of small ones, but also a decent amount of mortar ones. The big ones, that go way far up. He was very specific about the instructions for those. Drop in flat down with fuse out, light, and to run fast. Naturally, being a boy, I wanted to fuck with them. And the way I found out how was to stuff smaller types of fireworks under it, and the force of the mortar launch would cause them to pop out and do their thing, or just explode. I didn't care. I thought it was cool. We fired them in a football field with a bar in front of it, loads of hedges around it. Bar guys would come out to watch. I did the same thing, having already done it a few times before, and it was fine, but this time it faked up. One of the smaller fireworks might have gone off or something, but before the mortar launched there was a pop in the tube, and a chunk of the bottom blew out. It fell, then fired, fortunately nowhere near the bar, or this may have been a different story. Those mortars are a hell of a lot bigger than I could have ever thought. The entire bar rushed out and started stomping out fires in the field. I was laughing like a maniac and helping out. The hedges were bad though, no one wanted to get close to it, but it wasn't hooked up to the grass, so everyone thought it was fine. Who could think? Anyway, most were just really drunk, or in a frenzy like me. If we could keep it there. I'm not sure how long it was, but we stomped out the field and we are trying to figure out what happened to the tube. Then a woman screamed. I tried to see what was up, but the adults stopped us. We were quickly rushed away to the bar by our parents. I don't remember much after. I learned when I was 18 from my dad that there was a drunk/drugged guy out in those hedges. Though he didn't know if he was dead from the alcohol and drugs or the fire. It was deemed a unfortunate accident and no one was charged. I don't know if he was dead before the fire, but it still gets me. The creepy thing for me is I always thought fondly on that memory till then, as it was incredibly fun to me, having a pretty big pyro streak. Moved from Florida to North Carolina in January of 2014. Had sent the wife and 3 of the kids a half day ahead, so I could stay with my oldest son and the carpet cleaning guy at the house in Florida while he finished. Around noon we left the house, locked it up, and headed to the Comcast place to drop off their modem. If anyone lives in Yulee, Florida or has been there, the intersection of 17 and 200 is a prime spot for accidents. Anyhow, I had a loaded Chevy Tahoe and a 16 feet U-Haul trailer loaded to the gills. I had clocked in on the local scales at just shy of 10 kLbs, well within legal limits, but plenty heavy enough to need a lot of room to both stop and get going. Was headed east on 17, and as I was coming up to the intersection, I had gotten there just a minute or so after the light had turned green in the eastbound lanes. The westbound left turning lane, turning across our path of travel, had a green light, but it was a solid light, and not the arrow, and thus eastbound traffic had the right of way. There was a truck in front of me, I was just a bit behind, and a Chevy Avalanche in the westbound turn lane, that had to yield to us, had turned and made it through safely, but he had cut it really close. The guy behind him, an older man in his early 60s in a late 80s model Chevy S10 pickup, didn't make it. I hit him dead front of my vehicle in his front passenger fender. Had enough time to say "oh shit," and it was done. I was doing about 37 miles per hour the last time I'd looked, and the limit was 35. It hit him hard enough to put him completely back across both westbound lanes and into the ditch. My son and I were fine. Made it to the side of the road, got out, surveyed the damage, knew the Tahoe was totaled. U-Haul trailer made it through with just the tongue bent. Ambulance came and picked the old man up, carted him off. Police officer said he wasn't wearing a seatbelt and looked pretty bad. Got a call from a lawyer a couple of weeks later about a wrongful death lawsuit as the old man had died in the hospital a day or so later from internal injuries. From what I found out later, he was terminal with cancer and only had a few months left to live. He was on his way to a doctor's appointment when I hit him and pushed up the timetable a few months. USAA was great, said not to worry about anything as they would handle the legal side of things given my insurance coverage. Never heard anything else. TLDR. Old guy turned in front of me. I hit him. He died. Didn't bother me. I've seen a lot of dead and dying people. I met a woman I fell in love with and fell in love with her child. I cared for them, brought them into my family and country. After 12 months we had a visa issue due to her ex-husband. She had to return to her home country and I decided to move with her. She left before me. A week before I moved they moved to our new house in that country. The act didn't work. I sent the act repairman to the house. I was still in my home country. He left the pool gate open. My partner's daughter got in the pool and drowned. If I had never met my partner, the child would still be alive. If I never ordered the act man there, the child would still be alive. If I had been able to earn more money to keep them in the country, the child would still be alive. But the mother completely lost her way, became hateful to the world, became a completely different person. And I stuck by her for as long as I could before she was completely dead inside. And she went back to her own country. So I feel like my chain reaction I set off by meeting this beautiful girl and her child and wanting to care for them and give them a better life caused the death of the two of them. And the death of the beautiful little family we had. Normally I work away on projects overseas and always come home to a full house full of love and happiness. This was the first time I came home to an empty cold home. I'm not sure this counts, but it sure feels like it. I was 17 at the time and this must have been almost 3 years ago. My best friend and one of my only childhood friends came down with his family to the Tahoe/Truckee area for what I guess was a mini trip for them to help another family member. He came over to do what we had always done as kids, play video games and have a good time. After ordering a lot of Chinese food that he graciously paid for, watching one of the Final Destination movies. How fitting. We played games all night long. I can't remember what we played exactly, but I remember showing him DayZ, which he claimed was extremely boring, followed by Civ V for the rest of the time. He also bought and brought a copy of one of the LEGO Star Wars games over for good old times, which we regretfully never got a chance to play. Eventually the sun came up and he called his father asking when he needed to be back. Turns out he needed to be back in an hour to help renovate his grandfather's lake house. I want to believe I gave him an energy drink or something, but I remember him turning it down. We said our goodbyes and he went on his way. Laid down shortly after and fell asleep. Woke up to the most horrifying panicked wake up from my father. I was so tired I could hardly comprehend what was going on. He had apparently either tried to pass someone or got distracted by a plane that was taking off. He collided headfirst into another vehicle, both going highway speeds. Miraculously, the person or persons he hit escaped without injury. However, he had to be airlifted to the hospital. My father took the brunt of the guilt. It took years for the wound to mend. He always felt like, why didn't he check when he had to be back? Why did I let them do X? But the truth was, he had just turned 18 and I was only a month away myself. We were basically adults and he shouldn't have to take any blame. While we were waiting for news on his condition, it started to hail, hard hail, thick balls of ice in August for a solid 5 minutes. We got news. It wasn't good. Went to visit him and his family in the He was in a coma and his intracranial pressure was unsafe. The crash had done severe damage to one of his legs as well, which was suspected to have been providing clot material that went to his head. They suggested amputation, but it was too late. I got to say my last goodbyes to my best friend, but he wasn't conscious to reply. Maybe he heard me, who knows. The days following I wrote up a speech, went to a memorial service with 100 or so people, all that knew him. Could barely hold it together, and that was that. 3 years later I live in the same place and use the same computer and chair that he sat in before leaving. I'm fine, although I never had many friends, and it really sucks that he had to go at such a young age. Not sure what he would have done. He was not your average geek. Dude was in shape, loved football, loved his dogs and loved games. RIP. Now I sit here, programming away in my mountaintop lair, like I'm Dr. Evil or some shit, making Minecraft games and servers, never forgetting that the world can be unpredictable and cruel. I try not to think about it too much, but that is the chaos of life. Sure, he may be alive, if he got some rest, took the energy drink, or if I said bye 5 seconds later. Who knows, had to write about it somewhere, never had before, and it's good to put it down somewhere, even if nobody reads it. Well, this happened 6 years ago. I used to love riding motorcycles. I still do. So this was in the dead of winter on December 24th. I was riding my motorcycle after getting back from work. It was almost 10 p.m., which inevitably meant a few drunk riders on the road. A guy riding his motorcycle came out of nowhere and hit me head on. It happened so quick, all I could remember in the last seconds was a hazy blur of lights. I got thrown off my bike and blacked out for a few minutes, but when I came to I found myself sitting with a broken helmet, torn upper lip, and couldn't see from one eye. It was swollen shut, but I could still see I was sitting in a pool of blood. I looked around and found the other guy was wrapped around his motorcycle. He had no helmet on him, and his head had split open. It was so shocking that I still dream about it many nights. Cops concluded from the ensuing investigation that I was not at fault. He had jumped 3 lanes and rammed straight into me. He was 4 times the legal alcohol driving limit. It wasn't my fault, and it happened so fast that I couldn't even do something about it. But till this day I sometimes have nightmares about that night. I still sometimes take out my motorcycle for a ride, but don't really enjoy it as I used to once. It's difficult having a death on your conscience, but hopefully I can move past that incident someday. In high school, some friends of mine and I were really stupid and used to play around with whippets. If you're smart enough to not be familiar, I'm referring to inhaling nitrous oxide out of whipped cream canisters to get high. Please don't ever do this. I had another friend in my science class who was a year older than me. I always really looked up to him. He was cool as shit, popular with girls, tough as nails, and the type of guy who wouldn't take shit from anybody. He had a bit of a reputation for being a fighter. I remember watching him beat the shit out of some guy that was bullying another kid once. That's the kind of guy he was. He and I used to play video games together after school and hang out at school during lunch. I always wanted to impress him, I guess, like make him think I was cooler than I really was. So one day I bragged about doing whippets. He'd never heard of it, so I guess I felt like teaching him about them would make me look cool. I told him how easy they were to get a hold of. Literally, you can walk into a grocery store right now and buy them with your lunch money. He came to school a few days later and told me he'd tried some and said he really enjoyed it. It was like our thing. We'd come into school and talk about how we'd had some whippets the day before and talk about when we'd get a chance to do it again, etc. It all just seemed like harmless fun. Kids being stupid and joking around about a cheap thrill that lasts less than a minute point anyway. He graduated a year before me and we kinda lost touch. A few years later, when Facebook became a thing, I went around trying to find old friends from high school and couldn't find him, but did manage to find another guy who was a mutual friend. I asked the mutual friend if he ever heard from him or knew how I could get in touch with him, and was really crushed to find out that he'd died a year after graduating high school as a result of abusing other legal inhalants. Turns out he'd upgraded from simply using the low-level whipped cream canisters and had been using spray paint cans, aerosol deodorants, just about anything that had a gas propellant to get higher and higher. If you're reading this, please don't ever even think of doing that shit. I'm a little late to this, but I'll share anyways. I was a med student living with 3 of my best friends I've ever had in an apartment. After one of our med social brigades in a poor part of our city, one of my roommates, Jane, not a real name, Started feeling sick. After a few hours she went to her bedroom to rest and came out just once to have some cereal and socialize a bit. She looked exhausted, but she said she was fine, took an Advil, and went to bed. Next day my roommates and I were planning to go to a party, but couldn't locate her, and no one had seen her during class hours. We returned to our apartment around 6 p.m. and knocked on her door to see if she felt better. We found her in her bed, dead. We didn't know what to even think or do. We all fell in a shock state. While our brains were processing that one of our best friends was dead in front of us, her phone started ringing, and it was her dad. One of my mates answered it, but I couldn't listen to that conversation and left the room. She died of acute meningitis. I feel responsible for her death every single time I think of her. I should've known. We all should've. I quit med school after that, and my life went downhill ever since. I've kind of accepted the fact that it's not directly my fault, but that doesn't take away the feeling I get sometimes that I could've prevented it. Thanks for this topic, Opus. I like to clear things because I feel my stories are hard to pay attention to because of my storytelling style. Spring break. I was 17. Came back from the beach and was on the ferry, sober. I noticed a car behind me on the ferry was acting belligerent. As we leave the ferry I'm first in line, so I go onto the highway. I'm catching up to the prior cars that unloaded from a different ferry. I see that the car in front of me is swerving so much that he or she is about to fly off the bridge. I keep my distance and slow down 40 miles per hour. I put my hazards on to let people behind me know shit's going down in front of me. Well, belligerent man behind me passes me up. This is a 1-lane road for 10 miles. As he passes me, he starts swerving onto the other lane's shoulder and back into the opposite lane. He never moves back over, and for a good 2 minutes he's going 60 to 70. Then a truck is coming towards him and it happened. Belligerent driver and truck flew in the air and did a 180. I pulled over and my two friends rushed out to the accident. Belligerent man had a baby in the car seat, so buddy one got them out. I turned my car around to flash the other cars behind me. Buddy 2 runs to the truck and it's 2 elderly people. The woman is pinned in and buddy 2 is trying to get them out. I'm terrified but flashing my lights. It was foggy and some cars pulled over, but one didn't notice and drove right past me going 60. Buddy 2 runs from the truck as this new car collided with the truck and car again. After that hit, the elderly man lost his wife that night. The belligerent man walks away with no harm. The baby is also fine. Detective pulled me and Bud is from school and we have our testimony. He was charged with vehicular manslaughter. I feel the burden, but I remind myself I was just trying to be safe and keep my distance. I have a small family: mom, brother, grandmother. Pretty much, I mean, that is what I consider close family. There are other family members, but they are all mostly distant aside from maybe my uncle. Long story short, my grandfather had 2 strokes and he also had Parkinson's. So after the second stroke he was pretty much bedridden. My mom and grandma had full-time jobs and I just had a part-time job. And we all decided we didn't want to put him in a hospice because grandpa raised our family. He was the most selfless human being I have ever met, and to this day I try to carry him with me in everything I do. I agreed to quit my job and become his primary caregiver at home. I wasn't certified or anything, but we did have help through in homemade every other day or some. I did this for a good 6 years. While he deteriorated, he would have good days and really bad days. Thanks to the Parkinson's and dementia, he taught me how to play blues on acoustic before he got really bad. It was really hard taking care of him though. He hated us having to wait on him and was a very proud person. It was so devastating to hear him say things like, "I want to die already. I can't stand being alive." He was a very hard-working man. Until he lost his mind, he would always talk about going back to work. He was a pretty big man. When he first got sick, around 250 lbs, he was impossible for me to carry alone. But near the end he had dropped to 120. I was able to move him by myself as well as carry him. If needed toward the end, he would do nothing but sleep. He would wake up briefly, but he didn't recognize us. I remember before he passed he had slept a week straight before being up for a day. I remember spending that day with him. He didn't say anything at all that day, just stared out the window because he didn't know where he was. He went back to sleep though we would turn him every hour and gave him his meds and food through a tube. He would get very congested though and coughed a lot. We had a machine that we could use to clear the mucus for him. I don't remember what it was called though. Well, one morning, it was around 7:30 am, and I hear grandpa coughing through his monitor, so I go in to check on him. It was a day of the week my grandma and mother were off of work. I lived with the grandparents, mom and brother lived next door, so I know grandma is taking care of him, but I go into the room anyways. He wouldn't stop coughing, it was really bad. Then he started choking. We sat next to his bed non-stop. Because of his coughing we were always clearing his throat and had him elevated so he didn't choke. My grandma was panicking, so she went to call his doctor over, and I sat next to the bed doing the best I could to keep him from choking, but it wasn't enough. He wouldn't stop coughing. It sounded like he was drowning. I started to panic too. I had no idea what to do, but keep trying to clear his throat. My grandma had called my mom, so she came over too. We were all crying standing next to the bed. We had called an ambulance, but I think we all knew that they weren't going to make it in time. We just stood there and cried as he choked. He opened his eyes and looked right at me. He didn't look as scared as we were. He reached up and grabbed my hand and just held on to me for a good minute or so before letting go and closing his eyes. After that he stopped choking. His breathing went really slow and he slowly faded away. The rest of the morning was a blur to me. I remember the priest showing up to say his final prayer and pronounce his death, as well as the people to pick his body up. Everyone was crying except for me. I was angry at myself because I felt so helpless. I blamed myself all the way to his funeral. It's been years though, and I've come to peace with it. Everyone's time comes. I'm just happy I was able to keep him with his family instead of putting him in a hospice for his final years. It's the least I could have done for him. This happened 3 years ago. I dated a girl from when I was 12 to 19. She went to school across the country for college and we tried the long distance, but it was real hard, so we decided that she should focus on school, and if after we wanted to get back together that's what we'd do. We kept in contact still, but communication got more and more sparse. Then 4 years later she gets in contact with me after a long absence. A lot of stuff went down in her life, a lot of bad stuff. She said she was moving back to our home state and wanted to see me again. At this point I was living multiple states away. She was really in a bad way though, so I put in my 2 weeks at my job and moved back home so we could try and start a life together again. My parents though wouldn't let her move in with us, so she had to stay with her friend. I picked up 3 jobs to try and save money for us to get an apartment, but between my parents asking for rent and paying for her expenses it was taking a while. On top of that her friend lived about a 3-hour drive away. I found out her friend had been in love with her for a long time. He wouldn't let me come up and see her. She was so scared of him kicking her out that she would only let me come up when he was at work. Working so much though it was hard for me to make the 6-hour round trip. I did it as much as I could, though in the end she ended up sleeping with him since he put so much pressure on her and she didn't want to get kicked out. She told me, and I was pretty upset. The whole situation upset me. It seemed to me everything was insane. I was an adult and this felt like a situation teenagers would deal with. I was having issues with my parents at the same time, so I just shut down completely and didn't answer her texts or calls. She ended up killing herself. I don't blame her. I don't blame myself. I don't blame anyone really, at least when I'm in an alright mental state. There are nights where I lie in bed awake thinking about her and it hurts. She was a very damaged individual, put through a lot by life. I still wish I did more to help. Put her into a hotel until I could afford to get us an apartment. Maybe worked less, so I could've seen her more. She wrote me a note before she died. It took me a year to be able to read it. I keep it safe. I don't want to forget her. We went through a lot through our whole lives together. I'm doing alright now, but things were rough for a bit. Really late to this one, but it is a couple stories that are not mine but my grandpa's. He isn't around anymore to tell them, so I'll tell them for him. My grandpa killed 3 people in all throughout his life. The first one he was just a kid. My grandpa and his best friend were around 10 to 12 years old and were playing cowboys and Indians out in an old barn. My grandpa's friend finds a rifle and they start playing with it. My grandpa gets the rifle and ends up shooting his best friend in the chest. He then picks up his friend and carries him to his house across the yard, but was locked out of the house by his sister, who thought they were just playing, and refused to open the door for him. His friend died in his arms. The friend's mom blamed my grandpa her entire life for his death, and tried running him down with her car many times throughout the years. The second time, my grandpa was drunk, and got into a bar fight, and ended up beating a man to death in a ditch. This was a long time ago, and I'm not sure of the details, but he was never caught or charged with anything as he was an out-of-towner and nobody knew who he was. The third time my grandpa had went to prison for safe cracking, and he was always told that once there, in order to establish himself, he would need to fight the biggest guy he could find. And he had been put on the chain gang busting up rocks and bricks. He took a loose brick and slammed it into another, bigger, inmate's head, causing a lot of trauma and killing the inmate. He was then put on death row points due to a paperwork mistake between two prisons. My grandpa was released on a technicality. He took this as a sign from God and became a minister and was a dedicated preacher and man of God for the last 3/4 of his life until he passed away about 7 years ago from leukemia. Okay, I'm really late to this, but I figured I'd share point. My grandpa, was sick my entire life. Heart attacks, diabetes, blood pressure. Just constantly sick. But it never stopped him. He was very active, and he always made a point to get my sister and I every weekend. Well, when I turned 16 I moved to Alabama to be with my real dad, originally from Texas. Before I moved my papa was in the hospital. I made it a point to call him every day and talk to him for hours on end. He wouldn't tell me what was wrong. Nobody would. He was my favorite person, and I was 1,000 miles away in a new school. They wanted me to focus as this was a fresh start for me. Well, called my uncle one day to see if I could get some answers. He told me my papa had stage 4 colon cancer that metastasized to his liver, bladder and small intestines. It was bad. The outlook was bad, but my papa never gave up or lost faith. I moved back home after the school year ended. I started using drugs to cope with the emotions I was feeling. Turns out I was undiagnosed bipolar. My mom pulled me out of school my sophomore year. I was 17 by now, and I started hanging out with my papa every day after that. I sobered up after odding unintentionally. I took care of him until I was 19. January of 2014 I was at my grandparents' house. I was in my papa's room playing DK64 and my mom, grandma and papa were in my grandma's room talking. They called me and told me that my papa was giving 6 months. I remember thinking 6 months isn't a long time. He got really sick about 3 weeks later, was in the hospital for a week, and came home on hospice. He wasn't the same person. He was always hallucinating and babbling. It broke my heart. On the night of March 5th, 2014, I decided I wanted to watch some home videos of my childhood when my papa wasn't as sick. I feel as it was God's way of preparing me for what was about to happen. I went to bed early that night, just really emotional over watching the videos. My grandma had left for work, so it was just me and my papa. He woke me up screaming for my grandma at 11:28. I told him she had went to work and asked what he needed. He said, "Baby, call 911. I'm dying." I yelled at him, "You aren't dying, I'm not." I called my grandma to let her know what was going on and what was said. She told me to crush up his medication and try to give them to him. He hadn't been taking them and he needed them, so the stent in his heart wouldn't close. I walked into the kitchen. I was in there for 5 minutes because I walked back into the room at 11:33 and he was gone. His dentures had fallen, so I knew as soon as I saw him. Called my grandma and my mom, since I was by myself, and then I just sat there. 911 couldn't have done anything because he had a DNR, but I feel if I would've called when he told me to, he wouldn't haven't died, and they could've helped him. Still the worst night of my life. I lost my best friend and favorite person, the man I turned to for everything. I just had a baby almost 2 weeks ago, and she constantly is smiling in her sleep. She started smiling in her sleep 30 minutes after I had her. I know my papa is talking to her, and I know he is protecting us. I miss you so much, papa. Was on my out to a party in a super upbeagle Talon after an American Head Charge concert, which was absolutely amazing. Got invited up on stage and acted like a total dumb ass because alcohol and metal. Was driving a 130 miles per hour on a straight road. Hit a bump. That bump at that speed made the wheel jerk. Couldn't save it. Went in the ditch. My last thought as I was compensating the drift was, this is gonna be a hell of a story, which should give you insight into the level of douchebaggery I had at age 22. And the lights went out. Woke up in the ambulance for just a minute. Asked what happened. Lights went out again. Woke up in the hospital. Had a dislocated toe along with a shit ton of other injuries. I asked what happened to my two good buddies that were in the car. Doctor, as he was resetting my toe, told me my buddy in the back seat died. I flipped the fuck out. My toe that was being reset at that moment is still faked up 13 years later. Had plastic surgery done all over my face. Cops spent 2 weeks trying to figure out what exactly happened in the wreck. Turns out the car rolled 17 times end over end. Huge divots in the ground. Tooled into a huge tree. Plowed over, but tree made a ramp. Launched approximately 15 feet in the air. 110 meters later the car landed on its wheels. I tried getting out of the car, but was totally beat to shit. My buddy in the passenger seat with his arm broken, literally, in half, pulled me from a burning vehicle, dragged me 20 feet or so. I remember for just a second looking at the car in flames, and heard a loud pop. Car turned into a ball of flame. Next thing I remember is walking up to a stranger's house asking if I could shower. I'm very hygienic like that. Dude said no and shoved me out because I terrified him with my bleeding face all over his nice carpet. My brand new glasses literally ripped all the flesh down to the bone off the front of my face. My girlfriend at the time, who rushed to the hospital, said my face was hanging off my face. Anyways, my good buddy in the backseat got sent out the back window at 100 miles per hour and literally got wrapped around a tree. God faking damn it. I went to jail. Got out on bail 6 months later. I took a plea bargain for a 10-year sentence compared to 25 years. I did 4 years in prison. Came out a totally different person. After much struggle and many stories to tell, I'm a GM for a smart home tech company with 2 gorgeous baby girls and a wife who puts up with all my bullshit. Life is good, but not a day goes by that I don't think of my buddy who I killed by my recklessness. I'm a faking asshole. Back in the summer of '03, I and my best friend were 16, and being small town Texas had started to experiment with meth. We ended up keeping company with a lot of older people, amongst which a relatively young couple in their late 20s. Both had lost their rights to their children from previous relationships and had a 6-month-old infant together that they had managed to keep the rights to. They had a decent apartment, presumably paid for by their parents, as neither worked and would stay up for literally days on end. It wasn't uncommon to hear of somebody staying up for 2 weeks, and the most I'd ever personally heard of was over 30 days. This means that there is inevitably a crash lasting several days. We ended up posting up at this apartment as the bills were paid and the drugs were available. We never considered the safety of the infant too seriously, as we weren't quite mature enough to distinguish where the line could be drawn. It didn't feel right that the baby's parents were on drugs heavily, but as far as myself or anyone could tell, the baby was kept clean and fed and was happy. They weren't negligent or abusive to anybody's knowledge, but inevitably the day came when both parents crashed simultaneously and the baby was left unattended. But it didn't happen the way I'm sure it sounds by this point, by dehydration or some other result of prolonged negligence, but from suffocation. I showed up with my best friend within hours of the parents crashing sometime in the afternoon. The door was unlocked and the house was quiet, so we let ourselves in. We peeked in their room and all was quiet, and my buddy decides to check on the baby. His first thought is a plastic bag shouldn't be in there with him, that's not safe, and proceeds to remove the bag from the crib. Once he starts pulling on the bag, he quickly realizes that the baby has inhaled it as he is pulling several inches of it from the infant's mouth and throat. He screams at me to call 911 and wanted the parents panicking, who despite the commotion still take several seconds to complete stir awake. Soon after, the father is attempting CPR, but it's far too late for that. He probably realizes, but does so regardless. The police arrived, and the baby is pronounced dead at the scene. The parents were charged with negligent infanticide. There is no doubt in my mind that that child would have survived if either of us had had the clairvoyance to recognize the situation for what it was and reported the parents, but we just didn't. I still think about it all the time and has nightmares of the way the baby looked completely devoid of life, which literally had the effect of appearing more like a toy doll than an actual human being. My buddy was hit worse and suffers mod PTSD as a result to this day. I didn't really cause her death so much as I feel I failed to prevent it, but I want to get this off my chest. Me and my fiancée had made a friend. She was in her 60s and was bedridden. She had been in a motorcycle accident years before that resulted in the loss of her legs and her mobility. She was on a lot of different medications and was frequently getting infections and other issues due to her being in bed and not using certain muscles. We would visit her every couple weeks just to see how she was doing and keep her company. She told us how badly she was hurting and how much she missed her husband, who had passed away some years ago. We left her house one day, planning to go over the following weekend so I could give her a haircut and we could all watch a movie together. She made comments like, "You don't need to drive all that way just for me, I'm boring." Of course we told her that was silly and we loved visiting her. We call her up that Friday and she says she's not feeling great so not to come. We call her Saturday and she says the same thing. We couldn't reach her by Monday. She passed away sometime between Sunday morning and Monday afternoon. I don't know how she passed. I only found out she did while calling various hospitals trying to find out if she'd been hospitalized. I hate the thought of her dying in pain and all alone. I can't shake the thought that if we had just insisted on coming we could have helped her make it through, either by realizing her new infection was bad enough to be hospitalized, or preventing her from taking too many meds. Not knowing exactly how she passed prevents me from shaking that thought point. It's been over a month now, and I still get choked up wishing we had just gone. I know she was in terrible pain and wasn't scared to die, but I really do miss her a lot. Right, I've got a story for this one. When I was 14 my bike was robbed by someone at knife point. It sucked, I know, but about 2 months later we get a call from the police saying I need to go into the station to pick the guy out from a lineup. It's safe to say I wasn't confident considering it was pretty traumatic and I'd spent the last 2 months trying to forget about it, but why not give it a go point? So we get to the station the next day and before we walk into the room my mum pulls me to the side and says only pick one out if you're 100% sure he's the one, otherwise an innocent boy could go to jail. So 1. I'm impressed by my mum for the good advice, and 2. I'm all the more nervous knowing someone's life could be ruined if I got it wrong. Finally I get into the room and they show me tape recordings of each person, which by the way, is so much harder than them standing next to each other, and I decide that it's between 2 of them, but I'm not 100% sure which one, so I tell the cops that and get a bowl locking from mother for not being sure. Yeah, she was a very contradicting person, and that was that. He never got arrested, and life went on. Then a couple of years later my dad told me that he'd been thrown in a river dead, and I don't feel any shame in saying that it made me smile, because he was a terrible person and he showed no remorse for his own actions. TLDR, couldn't pick someone out of the lineup at the police station, so instead of going to prison he got killed. Kinda works okay. Sorry I'm late, but I'm a lifeguard at a fairly busy rec center in the American South. It's busy all year round. Open from 5 AM to 10 PM every day to accommodate lap swimmers who work during the day. There are a lot of hours for a lot of things to go wrong. I've seen a lot of things go wrong in my time here. I'm a teenager, just graduated high school. I've worked here for 2.5 years in July and have made over 50 rescues, 4 of which were unconscious or unresponsive guests. One man in particular sticks out. He was a regular in our park. He came in every day at 8 PM and swam laps for an hour, then came to the hot tub to shoot the sheet with whoever happened to be guarding the hot tub until we closed at 10. He was a professional photographer who had done work for Nat Geo, traveled the world, hiked innumerable mountains, and had thousands of amazing stories and pictures to be heard and seen. One night, he came in to swim his normal laps at 8 PM. About halfway through, my coworker noticed that he had stopped moving in the middle of the lap pool, face down. He performed an unconscious rib hug rescue and opened the airway. For those of you unaware, even an unconscious rescues, opening the airway almost always, like 80% of the time, will cause the victim to begin breathing again on their own, even if they are still unresponsive. We got him onto a backboard and had him out of the water within 1 minute of my coworker's original code red call. A bystander had called EMS under our instructions. We performed 8 rounds of CPR with rescue breathing with an oxygen tank and a BVM, bagged valve mask, before EMS arrived and took over the scene. Only later were we informed by a friend of ours who was an EMT who used to guard with us, but now responded to our call as an EMT, that my CPR had shattered his rib cage. According to him, I had done the CPR right as far as he could tell from the security camera in the lap pool, kept mainly for liability purposes, but the victim had a history of breaking ribs, making the cage exceptionally weak. I didn't stop CPR when I heard cracks because A, life over limb, and B, even when performed perfectly, the ribs still often separate from the sternum during CPR. Apparently multiple fragments from his ribcage had punctured through his lungs, and one hit his heart. I literally kept stabbing a man to death with his own ribs at 90 beats per minute. I might have sped up the death of a kid with cancer. I don't know if I caused it. It's up in the air, but I guess it counts. Several years ago, while I was nearing the end of high school, a good chunk of my class and I were part of this program, where we went to a hospital entirely meant for children with cancer or similar terminal/long shot cases, and either helped out in whatever the hospital did for the kids' entertainment, or just spent time with them. Well, I say program, but it was more like it was just something we did for extracurricular stuff. It wasn't very organized. Either way, we went every weekend and helped out. On my first trip there I met this kid only a few years younger than me, 14 or 15, who was going through chemotherapy. His immune system was shot to hell. As each of us split off to interact with other kids, I stuck around by this one and we talked for a bit. Bright guy, came from not the most fortunate home, but he was strangely optimistic, always had a smile on his face. After asking about his interests, he said he was interested in photography, but his family couldn't afford a camera. Now it just so happened that I had brought a DSLR along, something my dad bought for company work, that he eventually let me have when they basically were done using it. So I brought it out and handed it to him. We spent the rest of my time there basically taking pictures. I talked to him about a bunch of stuff, rule of thirds, the effects of focal length on composition, depth of field, based on the aperture, etc. I was trying my hand out at amateur photography at the time. I eventually let him figure out the controls, giving him a mission to take a decent photo using everything I taught him. While I went to meet the others, I came across a lady, basically the one who was supposed to keep an eye on us, the students. I spoke to her and found out about this kid, how his chances of making it were slim. So at this point they were mostly trying to make him comfortable. The other patients were much younger and most of them were much more optimistic. So I spent a little time with them alongside my classmates and eventually headed back. On my way back though, the supervisor lady pulled me aside and told me that I may have missed the briefing since I split off from the main group, but if we physically interacted with the kids we needed to thoroughly clean anything they came into contact with, for safety, since most of them didn't have the best immune responses. There was sanitizer available next to each bed and towels in the washroom and the like. I hadn't considered this, being a faking dumbass and all. I thanked her and quickly left to meet the first kid. He handed me the camera saying it was fun and that he'd like to do this again, though he was too weak to do much. I promised we'd do this every weekend until he was a master. Eventually we left the hospital as our hours were up for the day and went home. The next Saturday I went back to meet him. I met the other kids, but I couldn't find him. I asked the supervisor about him and she told me he had passed away a couple of days ago. He'd been happy, though, and he had talked a lot about the time he spent with me and that he was eagerly waiting for our next meeting point. Now this camera had been through some shit. I basically took it everywhere, from hikes to urban crawls, forests to alleyways. In India, not the cleanest environment. Who knows what sort of germs it may have tracked in that time point. I spent the next few sessions playing with the other kids, even helped out at a magic show, all to distract from the possibility. Eventually, though, I stopped going. It hit me harder than I thought it would, not knowing if maybe, just maybe, I had faked it up. My stupid teenage negligence might have robbed this wonderful child of a few more days, maybe even weeks, of life. I dunno, it could be nothing. Even worse, in trying to distract myself from it, I realized I couldn't even remember his name. What kind of a joke is that? I haven't really thought about it much since, but I do remember it sometimes. I've mostly not let it affect me, and I don't feel as much guilt anymore, but maybe I should. I don't know. I've never actually personally caused a death on accident, but I once came extremely close to letting someone die inadvertently. This was the summer between my junior and senior years at high school. At the time, I was dating a girl who was going through a lot of hardship and also had some mental health issues. We'll call her Sarah, not her real name. For about a week, she had been acting really depressed, like more than I had ever seen her before. One night, one of her friends texts me saying she's worried since Sarah isn't answering her calls. I call Sarah, and she neither answers nor declines. I try to think of what to do next. Deep inside, I'm worried she may have harmed herself, but I don't want to overreact and make her think I think she's crazy or something. Before I really have any time to decide what to do, the smoke detector in my house goes off. At the time, I was home alone with my 10-year-old sister, who is disabled and needs constant supervision/care. So I temporarily forget about the Sarah situation, put my sister's shoes on, and take her outside. So I'm trying to figure out whether I should call my mom or 911 first, while simultaneously watching my special needs sister. I get my sister settled in the driveway and take out my phone to call my mom. My phone is blowing up with texts and calls from Sarah's friend. Sarah said she wants to kill herself. I'm basically in panic mode at this point. I call my mom and make it as quick as I can, then proceed to blow up Sarah's phone as well. She doesn't answer. Meanwhile, my house doesn't even look like it's on fire. There's no smoke or flames or heat, but the smoke detector is ringing. Now that I'm sure my mom is on her way, I try to focus on the Sarah situation. Panicking, I literally friend request her father on Facebook and call him through Messenger in order to maybe get his attention. He doesn't answer either. I blow his phone up as well. Still no answer. My mom arrives home, and I decide to tell her what's happening with Sarah. Mind you, my mom didn't even know I had a girlfriend before this. I tell my mom to drive me to her house so I can kick in the door and save her. I jump in the car and my mother begins backing out of the driveway when Sarah's father texts me. He saw my messages, rushed back to their house, kicked down Sarah's bedroom door, and walked in on her slitting her wrists. He took her to the hospital, and if he had been just a couple minutes later, she would bled out. My mom and I walk back in the house, and there's not even any fire. The smoke detector seems to have gone off for no reason. It's never done that before, and has never done that since. It still haunts me to think that, if I had been just a couple minutes later, in letting her dad know, she could be dead, and all because the faking fire alarm went off for no reason. TLDR, smoke alarm went off at my house, distracted me from my phone, and almost prevented me from saving my then girlfriend from suicide. After the fact, it turned out that the alarm just glitched out and started going off for no reason. I've never told anyone about this, and I really need to get it off my chest. Back in my senior year of high school, I started dating a guy kind of on a whim. He was a good friend of mine, and a better friend of my best friend. We decided to keep our relationship quiet in the beginning, because it started casual, and we weren't sure it was going to go anywhere. One night, me and B were hanging out without friend CC left, leaving B and I alone, and I told her about the relationship. At first, she tried to rib me about it, asked me raunchy questions, but something was wrong. I turned on the lights with an excuse, and noticed she was crying. When I asked her what was wrong, she blurted out two things. 1. She was in love with me and had been since we met in freshman year, and 2. C had just confided in her that my new boyfriend had rapped her while she was drunk a few weeks ago. Apparently, C had asked B to keep it quiet, but I think considering the circumstances she couldn't. I did the worst thing possible. I told her I didn't believe her and told her she should stop having feelings for me because it wasn't going to happen. She asked me to leave her house, sobbing and clearly disturbed. I really didn't believe her. My boyfriend was such a nice guy, and the more time went on the more I realized we had a solid foundation. I just kept telling myself C was lying, or had misinterpreted things, or B had. I completely lost contact with B that night. I didn't speak to her for weeks, until one day my friends all got together at our usual coffee shop. To everyone's surprise, B was there. She had gone completely off the radar since that night. She didn't respond to texts and was never at lunch. Apparently she had been eating in a study room in the library and skipping class to avoid me and my boyfriend. That day she saw us holding hands and blew up. She told our whole friend group everything, confronting my boyfriend directly. He didn't deny what happened. He just apologized. She left the coffee shop in a storm and I followed her and told her I never wanted to see her again and that I didn't consider her a friend anymore. I think I was in shock about the whole thing, but, Jesus, I should have been on her side instead of defending a rapist. 6 hours later I checked her blog out of habit and sadness. She'd posted a suicide note. I called her mom, but it was too late. She'd taken every pill in the medicine closet and then just laid down on her bed, listening to her favorite album. One of our other friends had seen it first and called an ambulance. She died in the hospital a few hours later, even after an 4th drip and a stomach pump. In the note she didn't talk about me or my boyfriend at all. Instead, she'd said that for years she'd been quietly dealing with her deeply seated issues, her inability to accept her lesbianism, the trauma from her childhood sexual abuse, and the world was just too cruel for her now. She said she'd been given one too many signs. Her parents went through her phone looking for clues. All they found were texts from coworkers a few hours before we had met for coffee, with her agreeing to cover shifts for the next day. I know at the end of the day I caused her suicide. I will live with that weight for the rest of my life. It feels good to finally admit this, but I don't think a day will ever go by when I don't think about the things that my friends injured in private while I defended a monster. I wasn't the only one that caused this, but I had a part. A few years ago, the weekend before high school graduation, a big group of us went to a friend's house whose parents were out of town. There was lots of alcohol and people constantly dropping by and leaving. Mostly people I didn't know. My main group was just 5 or 6 of us, and we kind of stuck together the whole time. We're all enjoying ourselves, making toast and shotgunning beers, celebrating the end of high school. We're all pretty drunk by this point, but I noticed one of my friends, or is really drunk, can barely speak at all, slurring really bad, and his eyes are super glossy and doesn't make any sense. I'm the only one that seemed to notice as everyone just got more and more liquored up. I kind of pulled him over to the side and asked if he was on anything else, and he mumbles took some bars. So I'm like, Xanax? You took Xanax? What the fuck, man, you need to sit down and chill with the alcohol. Well, taking his beer from him ended up in him getting pissed and trying to fight me. I dealt with it as long as I could, but I just got tired of arguing with him and walked away mad. It was about 3 AM by this point, and I'm just trying to find somewhere to go to sleep. Almost everyone is gone, except maybe 10 people who are sitting in the living room and drinking another beer. So I go down there pissed as fuck this time, and I'm like, dude, quit faking drinking. I can't babysit you all night. It's 3 AM and you're a mess. Go to sleep. So I just leave him downstairs and tell the few remaining people to make sure he doesn't leave. Yeah, alright man, I got you, says one of them. And I walk upstairs and just pass out. The next morning I'm one of the first people up, and my mouth is super dry. I walk downstairs to get some water and see people just laid out still asleep. Except for Orr. I knew something was wrong. I go into panic mode and start waking people up and asking, where's Orr? Has anyone seen him? And one girl is like, yeah, his girlfriend got mad at him last night and left, and I think he left right after her. At this point I knew nothing good was to come out of it, but maybe, hopefully by the grace of God, he made it to a destination. I find phone and start blowing him up, but he doesn't answer. I was honestly just thinking he got pulled over and was in jail. So I call his girlfriend and asked if he was with her. She immediately went from an "ugh, I'm hungover and still asleep" voice to dead serious "wait, he left last night." I told her that's what everyone downstairs said. That after she left he followed her. She's panicking too. I told her to call his mom and I'll start searching arrest records. I'm looking, nothing. She calls back, "Hey, is he at home? He didn't get our..." She cuts me off crying, "He's dead. He's dead. He got ran over last night on my exit." My heart sank. There's no way. He couldn't be dead, something was wrong. He wasn't the one that would actually happen to. He was the funny, extroverted one that kind of held our group together. He had the biggest plans, the most going for him, already had a full ride to state for football. He never even took Xanax before, he just messed up. Every lie I could tell myself to make myself believe there had to be a mistake was going through my head. I didn't even know what to say to her. I just fell back on the couch and we stayed on the phone for a few minutes without saying a word. She's just crying and screaming, and I'm just sitting there silently going over last night in my head. The last words we exchanged were us almost fighting. Me just walking away and not taking his keys. Me getting physically tired and mentally tired of babysitting, so I just left him down there to be someone else's responsibility. How me trying to find a bed was a bigger issue than making sure he didn't leave. I closed the bedroom door and that was the end of our friendship that we built since first grade. Over in a single night that was supposed to be a celebration. I was about to lose it and I didn't know what else to say to her, so I just hung up and ran outside and got in my truck and drove to the exit he got hit. Exit 4. Just praying this wasn't real. It's a super skinny exit with guardrails on both sides, so I couldn't pull over. But it was just like any other day. Traffic as usual. I don't know what I expected to find, but there was no trace of anything happening there until I got a little further up. A big dent in the guardrail and the same blue paint from his Explorer that he drove just smudged across it. Fuck. I lost it then. That was it. I felt sick to my stomach and just pulled over at the Hadis right there and cried and stared at that spot from 100 yards away for about an hour. And then the calls and texts started coming in. "Dude, Or is dead. Hey, what happened to Or? I'm so sorry about Or. It was such a shitty day. I know it was his fault for taking the pills and drinking and driving, but I really could have stopped him. I just didn't. And now he's gone." It really hit me bad the next week. I didn't go to school at all. His visitation was that Tuesday, his funeral that Wednesday, and graduation Thursday. It all sucked. Every bit of it. I went down a dark path for about a year after. Still kind of choking up typing this, but it feels good to let it out. I haven't thought about it in a while, honestly. I'm better now, but it still hurts. Just not as much. Apparently he hit the guardrail on the exit around 4 AM and got out of his sub to look at the damage, I guess, and another teenage girl came down the exit and hit him. He was pronounced Doa. Throwaway because I led to gang leader and a dealer being arrested. Right out of college, me and one of my best friends would always play pranks on each other. His name was Gabriel, and he was a real goofy fun guy. He would always fall for conspiracy theories and did some weird shit. One of the things he did was withdraw all of his money from his savings account and keep it in a little lockbox under his bed. As a prank, I replaced all his money with Monopoly money and trimmed index cards and hid his real money in his dresser. I knew he was kind of crazy, but something didn't feel right about that lockbox. I never got his text message that night and knew something was up, but wanted to wait in case he decided to stay somewhere else that night. 2 days later they found his car in a field. That night they found his body, shot 3 times, along with the open lockbox. Turns out what happened is Gabe became a trafficking mule a couple months prior for a local gang. That lockbox was filled with money to be used for a large cocaine deal. As soon as the dealer opened the lockbox to check the money, he shot Gabe on sight, assuming he was trying to scam him. The police were able to match the fingerprints from the box with the ones in their database, leading to his arrest. He later confessed the name of the gang leader he was selling to for a reduced sentence. I know it wasn't my fault that Gabriel got himself tied up with these horrible people, but I can't help but feel partially responsible, because if I didn't do this prank he wouldn't have been killed that night. TLDR. Replaced Buddy's money with Monopoly money. Buddy shot and killed for using it in a drug deal. Edit 1. Spelling. He was a young boy, no more than 10. I still do not know his name even after 15 years. He fell into the river, was sucked below by the current. Police divers brought him up after my partner and stopped each other from diving in. We got him on shore and up the embankment. My partner started a knife. My supervisor intubated him. Fireman and I switched off on chest compressions. I grabbed the defib. Placed the paddles on his chest. V-touch. Shockable rhythm. Asked the boss for the okay to shock. He said no. Loaded him up. Boss and partner in back W/fireman. I drove. It wasn't a long trip to the I got pissed at cars not moving aside. I used the PA on the squad. Faking move. Beach. Not professional, but a young kid's life was on the line. The staff worked for 45 minutes to bring him back. They failed. I asked my boss why he didn't want me to shock him. He thought the heart rhythm was from CPR. He was a boy. I couldn't use the paddles to check while a fireman was doing compressions. It was a boy. Small chest. The fireman backed away as soon as placed the patches. We had the airway. There was no trauma. I didn't speak up. That boy's dead. He still haunts my dreams on occasion. I'm so sorry. Source. Former EMT edit. After that call my boss, who I respect deeply, and I were at each other's throats. We had no CISD. I wound up calling in backup and quitting. He quit being the boss soon after. Last I heard he is now firefighter/paramedic for a town nearby. I don't use Facebook anymore, so I don't really know. Mr. Bell, we did our best. If you see this, I'll buy you a beer. I was doing shrooms with a friend one evening. He insisted on taking much more than he really should have and started having a bad trip later on at night. I took care of him and tried my hardest to make his experience as comfortable as possible. When he had a moment of lucidity, I was able to guide him home and get him safely into his bedroom. I told him that I'd go to the bathroom and come back to chill with him some more until he was okay, but when I came back he had turned out the lights and tucked himself into bed. I thought at that point he'd be okay without me, so I asked him if he was going to sleep and stay put until the morning. He replied yes, so I took his word for it and went home. The next morning, I got calls and texts from his friends and family that he'd gone missing, leaving behind all of his belongings such as his phone, wallet, and keys. The entire day was spent trying to find him. A missing person report was filed with the police, and everyone who knew him was notified to keep an eye out. Later in the afternoon, it was determined that he was hit by the subway late the previous night. The story, as I was told, was that shortly after I had left, he bolted from his apartment building and off into the night. He ended up getting to a nearby subway station and was acting erratically. People around were trying to calm him down, but their efforts were not understood by my friend. He was way too distraught with the situation, so he ran off into the subway tunnels. Improbably so late, now that this will be buried, but here we go. My friend and I had been clean from heroin for 2 months at that point, and things were going great for both of us. We both felt so alive, for the first time in years for both of us. He was able to see his daughter again, we both had our own places to live, and we both had good respectable jobs. He didn't have a car, so I would take him to get groceries, run errands, or just to get him out of the house. I picked him up one day and he asked if we could go get it. He was struggling, and I argued. I thought that this was a bad decision, but I ended up caving because, I don't know, maybe I thought he would just get it somewhere else if I didn't take him. Maybe I thought if I was with him, I could make sure it wasn't too much. I do know that I was weak. I took him, and we got a tiny amount compared to what we used to do. We were just so caught up in things going right that we didn't consider the fact that things go wrong And in matters concerning drugs, you don't want to be wrong about dosage point. We got it, did it, and made plans to go play disc golf in a few days once it was out of our system and we were normal again. I didn't hear from him at all for 2 days, which although we'd planned on meeting 3 or 4 days later, we talked almost every day. He was a brother to me. So I freaked out. I started calling everyone. It was another day and a half before I finally made contact with his aunt. He was found dead at his place the day after we met. It's only been a few months now since that happened, but I still have nightmares almost every night about that last day. I can't stop thinking about how my friend, one of the kindest and most creative people I will ever know, would be alive if I'd been stronger, better, somehow. I'm sorry bro. You did not deserve a life so short. I don't know how to talk about this. It's mostly my cousin's story, but I'll try to explain it from my angle and his. I used to live with my grandma, great aunt, brother, and mother in one house. We moved out leaving my great aunt and grandma alone. Me and my cousins, one a 12-year-old, the other probably only 8. She was young, Anyways, they were dropped off there for their mom to go on a date night with their dad, and the older one asked for me to come over. I asked my parents, and they shot me down, and I thought nothing of it. My grandma died that night they were there. My cousins used my old bedroom to hang out alone from my grandma, and my great aunt was sleeping downstairs. The younger one went out to get something from my grandma. She walked up to her and saw her sleeping on the couch with her headphones on to listen to the radio for our local college team's game. Her hobby was writing the stats down as the game happened. Younger cousin ran to her brother and said, "I can't wake Mimi up." My cousin told me he went out there and tried to do the same, but touched her hand, and he immediately ran to get my great aunt downstairs. She was announced dead at the scene, heart attack 4 years later, and finally he talked about it. My older cousin takes it personal because he said I always just hid in your old room away from her. If I had just watched the game with her, maybe I could have done something. And then as he stared off into the TV screen while mindless playing Call of Duty, he whispered she was so cold. That's all I have. The only side of my story is that I didn't know she had died, only that something had happened and was driven to my aunt's house when I had been told we were going to the hospital. I was confused and ended up finding my mom and all her sisters crying in the living room before looking at me and just shaking her head. I wish I had been there for more cousin that night. If I had been allowed to go over, maybe he wouldn't have been so scared all these years and haunted by it all. I'll try to keep the story short and to the point, but I dated a very manipulative man. I fell for a lot of shit, but the final straw was when I found out he was shooting up heroin and meth. I instantly moved myself and my 4-year-old, not his, out of his home. For months he texted me, at times threatening, at others he was extra sweet. I could tell he was using the drugs by his erratic messages. He liked to try to use my daughter against me and say he helped raise her and I was keeping her away from him, and tried to make me feel like I was in the wrong. He sent me book-length messages about how much he loved me and how he'd change, and then turn around and the next batch of messages were about how cruel and shallow I am. He begged me to reply, begged and begged to know if I was getting his messages. I never once replied, never. His messages started concentrating on the fact that he was going to die. He even made false statements that he was leaving his house to my daughter if anything happened to him. I saw it for what it was, drug-fueled manipulation. His messages got less frequent, but I still got a few here and there even 4 months later. Then on my birthday he tried to call me. I didn't answer. So he sent more of the same kind of messages and concentrated a lot on death. 3 days later his neighbor called me telling me that he found my ex dead in his bed. The toxicology eventually came back as a drug overdose from cocaine and meth. What bothers me, I was so upset with him that I never tried to get him help. I was so mad that he put me and my daughter in jeopardy that I just left and never spoke another word to him. I didn't try to contact his friends or family. I actually did contact one friend, but he blew it off like my ex didn't really have a problem. He was good at manipulating people and everyone thought I was nuts and overreacting when I left. I honestly could have called his parents, but I didn't feel they'd believe me and he'd just talk his way of it. This really hits me hard today because a few days ago my daughter asked me if he died. I had never told her. She's 6 now and this was 3 years ago. It took her 3 years of probably putting it all together to realize he probably died. I never told her sooner because I didn't want her to deal with that reality at such a young age, which is why I left him soon as I found out about the drugs. She was okay with it and didn't seem sad. She just took the information matter-of-factly. 3 years ago she did call him dad, but she doesn't remember that much. I'm somewhat proud of myself for not responding to his manipulative tactics, but I also feel like shit for not trying to get him help or involving more people. I feel like I was done with him, so I just let him die. So I'm going to prerequisite this story with saying my father was often an abusive and/or violent man who often choked, hit, or threw things at me. I over time caused the death of my father with expanding heart problems. I stressed him out. It began with me being about 6 or 7 and running away from him and my mom due to their fighting and the violence. My dad ran around town trying to find me and had a massive heart attack, which was then aggravated by the police putting him in custody and holding him for a couple hours. This caused massive damage and he had stents put in. I ran away periodically because I kept hoping that I could somehow get far enough away he wouldn't find me. I grew up with different religious and political beliefs, and the constant fighting caused him to often have small heart attacks over time, and he was already a diabetic with ulcers, whom had gone blind. Finally 2 years ago on January 4th, a month before my 18th birthday, my dad collapsed in the middle of the hallway. I was the only one in the house at the time. I came running out to my father convulsing on the floor and being completely unresponsive. I panicked and waited too long to call my mother, a nurse. She got there and we got paramedics on the way. The male nurse who met us at the hospital tried to console me that it wasn't my fault, that he was already dead. But maybe if I hadn't been such a shit kid it wouldn't have happened in the first place. I try not to feel guilty because he was a violent man, but no matter how I look at it, I should have been a better kid. I could have put up with his sexist and racist opinions, and I was strong enough to handle being hit. I should have just dealt with it. Sorry this went on way too long, and I'm starting to cry. Well, he didn't die, but my best friend lost his hand inside of an industrial dough kneading machine. Just imagine a giant bowl with several arm-length blades covering every inch of the interior. Now normally, upon emptying the contents, he would push/hold the button, whilst I would pull the dough down into a great big mixing bowl. This day in particular, however, I was fired for being tardy one too many times. Long story short, I met a girl at work. She had 2 kids, and I just had finished moving in with her, so my life was crazy. Well, her life was, and now I was taking it on with her mistake. Anyways, back to my friend, who lost his hand. They forced him to empty the machine by himself. Unheard of. To this day it pisses me off. They should've sent him home until they had another person trained to help, but they didn't. So he ends up getting his finger caught up inside the machine with all the blades trying to empty it all by himself. I received a call not 1 hour after I got fired that my best friend just lost his hand and he's on the way to the emergency room. Immediately I blamed myself. Of course he never saw it that way at all, neither did anyone else. But as far as I was concerned, it was my fault. I've never been fired over such crazy nonsense. Blows my mind to this day that I would ever risk my job over some booty. Then to top that off, my friend loses his hand. Sucked point. But fast forward to now, 1 year later. His girlfriend of 6 years left him. Had to move back in with his mom. Lost his dog. Needless to say, he's fairly depressed. I can hardly talk to the guy anymore. He's lost far more than his hand in such a short time span. Anyways, I'm ranting. My mom and I were going Christmas shopping, and I'd gotten a new SUV, so I wanted to drive. On our way back I decided to take the highway. I was in the middle lane when a small red sports car came barreling up behind me. He was going at least 100 miles per hour. To my left was a family with a Christmas tree on top of their van, so he couldn't pass in the passing lane. He decided to pass on the right point. As soon as he got in the right lane he floored it, because the lane was ending soon. His plan must have been to whip back in front of me at the last minute, but because I was driving and SUV, he didn't know there was a car already in front of me. He spun out of control, crossed behind my car and hit the van with a Christmas tree on top. It flipped over and spun, upside down, into the massive traffic behind us. There was a massive pileup. My mom called 911, and I kept driving. I was afraid we'd get hit by one of the many cars still spinning out and crashing. We got a call from the police department the next day about making a statement. They informed us that there were 8 casualties including an 8-year-old child. I know I didn't directly hurt anyone, but I feel like I abandoned them by driving away when I inadvertently caused the accident. If I hadn't been driving such a big vehicle, the driver would have seen the car in front of me. I should have stopped to help. I should have done something. It gives me a sick, empty feeling when I think about it. I was in high school, and my school put up this fence that blocked a walking path near the back of our school. The walking path went through a pretty dense wooded area, but it cut about 10 minutes off my walking time in the morning/afternoon, so I was pretty upset about it. My brother and I decided to take my dad's bolt cutters to school one morning, and we snipped the chain link fence to put a hole for us to walk through. Weeks went by and people started finding out about the hole, so we started seeing more traffic back there. One day a kid went missing. I knew him mostly through other friends, but hadn't hung out with him personally. Good kid, kinda goofy but generally a nice guy. After a day or so, the police start searching the walking path. They find the kid's body tied up underneath a log in the lake not far off the walking path. Come to find out, another kid in the school had some kind of vendetta against him. He lured him out to the walking path one day after school and murdered him off the walking path. Dragged his body down to the lake, tied it to the log, and rifted it out onto the lake. To this day I still can't stop wondering if that kid would be alive today had I not cut that faking fence. I'd like to think that I don't carry guilt for it, but here I'm typing this up with tears in my eyes. I was 17 at the time, and I'm now 36 and constantly think about it. I'm so sorry, Chris. I moved to Florida to live with my best friend after high school. He had moved there because his grandparents went, and they were his guardians. We bought dogs together, and they ended up having puppies. When we sold them, we split the money, and he bought a motorcycle. Our dogs liked escaping from the yard, and he had gone out to meet his boyfriend to help him buy a computer. I was leaving to go to his grandparents because the night before we had had a serious conversation where we talked about me going to college and asking his grandparents to help me pay the application fee, and he gave me some life advice on taking help while it's there. When I went to leave, the dogs escaped and bolted up the street farther than usual. They never usually got out of sight, but they did this time, and we lived near a semi-major road, so I freaked out. I called him freaking out and saying I needed help because they got out. He said he'd be on his way. He was going straight, and on the opposite side of Major Road an old lady turned while she was in a straight lane and the light in the turning lane had been red. She turned into him. He wouldn't have been driving that way if I hadn't called him and asked him to come home. His grandmother extremely sternly told me it wasn't my fault when I told her, and it was the lady's fault who turned into him. But I still think about it sometimes. He was always safe on his bike, was wearing a helmet, wasn't speeding. He was my brother and always helped me through everything in life. I'm who I am, and I have what I have in my life because of him. Well, it's something I don't like to talk about, but I think it fits. I'll try keep it short and simple. Got into a big fight with my dad, an alcoholic and chain smoker, that got pretty intense. My mom broke her foot trying to split us up, so I agreed to take her to the hospital. My dad looked me in the eyes and said he wasn't going if I was going. I take her, don't hear from him for the 2 hours we are gone. We get home. I help my mom into her bedroom and go to get her some movies to watch while in bed. Right next to the movies I find my dad laying on the floor. I thought maybe he had passed out, as it wasn't something that he hadn't done before while drunk, but then remembered he was actually sober when we left, and he wasn't snoring. I look at him and notice that his skin is purple. He was face down. I touch him, and he is cold and stiff. I run down to my mom's room told her he was dead and to call the police. I run back upstairs and grab the other landline and listen to the instructions to turn my dad over and start CPR. Turning him over and witnessing how stiff he was, no breath, face purple, it all hit me that I was looking at the shell of my father. Luckily the EMTs came in at that point because I was a mess. He had a heart attack. He was supposed to go to the doctor the next day for an appointment to check his heart. It was also my parents' wedding anniversary the next day. My whole life changed, and I felt like the worst daughter in the world for years, still do. I'll have nights where I just remember that whole night in vivid detail and just cry huge, sobbing cries. I always feel responsible, no matter what anyone I've confided that story in says. I often just tell people that he died unexpectedly of a heart attack, though, because I don't want to have to explain basically my whole childhood. I was 13 years old when I was responsible for my sister's suicide. My sister had celebrated her 16th birthday just a week beforehand. I had been playing GTA V on those barks from about 2 PM to 9 PM, and throughout the day, my sister would say I'm eating my troubles away, and she was clearly very depressed. Her desk was right near my barks, and she spent almost the whole day with her laptop at her desk, but facing away from me. At 13 however, I didn't take much notice of it, since I was so wrapped up in my game. Next thing you know, I'm walking upstairs and my mum screams out to my other sister and I to call an ambulance. I rush into my sister's room, where she had hung herself by tying a belt to the doorknob. The first thing I said was, "Oh, she's faking it." Then I noticed she had dark black splotches on her face. Mum told me to get a pair of scissors and use them to cut the belt. That was faking traumatizing, using these tiny faking scissors to cut the belt around her neck. After that, the usual process happened with the paramedics arriving, performing CPR. After an hour, Mum gets in the ambulance with my sister who hung herself, and they go to the hospital. My other sister and I had to sleep at our neighbor's house for the night. For the next week, it was constant visits to the hospital to see how she was going. Her face was always red, and she was stuck in a coma for the whole time. We had constant meetings with the doctor supervising everything where he would try and explain what was happening. Best case scenario, she would lose a bit of her memory and would need help. Worst case scenario is obvious. Eventually, we pulled the plug on her, since she wasn't getting any better. At school, people would help me for a while. Now, if I piss someone off, they use my sister's death as a way of getting to me. A few months after it happened, my parents would sometimes say the wrong child had died, meaning I should have been the one to die. They say it's because I failed to notice the signs of what was happening. Nothing sucks more than having your parents basically admit they want you dead. I'm 15 now, and things have kind of blown over. Parents don't talk about it much anymore, but still one particular as at school using her death to get to me. I don't know if I was necessarily the cause of his death, but I certainly could have done more to save his life. My childhood home is hidden above a blind curve on a highway with 2 lanes going each direction. The speed limit is 40 miles per hour, but people regularly go 60 plus. It was after school. I was a sophomore in high school, and my 3 brothers and I were watching TV in the living room when I heard a weird noise outside by the road. Car crashes don't sound the way you think they should. I looked out the window and saw no cars moving, which seemed odd, since it was afternoon rush hour on a weekday in June. I ran to the kitchen and pulled on the first shoes I could find, a pair of winter boots I used to feed the horses when it was muddy. I ran down the driveway and saw 2 vehicles facing the guardrail opposite my house in a V-shaped point. Traffic had stopped in both directions and a man to my left who had gotten out of his car yelled that he had called 911. To the right of the vehicles was a woman laying in the road. I was certain she had been thrown out of her car's windshield. Seemed especially likely, since I had just finished driver's ed in school and all we ever seemed to do was watch videos about that happening. I ran over to her without looking at either vehicle. I started talking to her, asking if she was injured, if she knew her name. She still had on a lanyard with her ID card, with her name, I'll call her Tina, which showed that she was a nurse at a hospital, and told me that her leg and her back hurt. Around that time, 2 other women who had been in cars behind hers came over to me and Tina. I asked if she had been thrown from the car, and she started rambling that she smelled smoke and she had to get out of the car. She kept repeating that it had smelled like smoke and she had to get out. She started struggling to get up, and me and the other two women told her to stay lying down and keep still. My 3 brothers had made it to the road by this point, and the oldest one, around 13 at the time, was holding the younger two, 7 and 6, back at the side of the road. He asked if he could help, and I told him to just keep the younger ones back and out of the road. Tina was begging for one of us to call her husband because she couldn't find her phone. It was still in her car. One of the other women said she would call and asked Tina for her husband's phone number. It took Tina a few moments to understand the request before reciting it. She was still struggling to get up while we tried to keep her calm and still, since she had already told us she was injured. One of the women asked if there had been anyone else in the car, which she thankfully said no. After a few more minutes of us talking to Tina about random things to keep her calm, did she have children, what was her job, the cops and EMTs finally showed up. We gave the EMTs as much info about Tina as we could, since she had taken to mostly rambling. They had taken over, and the other women went back to their cars. The cops started redirecting traffic. I finally stood up and went over to my brothers and ushered them back towards the house. This was the first time I actually took a good look at the scene. There was a black truck and Tina's white SUV, both front bumpers touching the guardrail. One of the wheels from the truck had come off completely and was about 20 feet away, so the truck was sitting unevenly. Both vehicles' front bumpers were hanging off, and the guardrail was dented between them. EMTs were at the driver's side of the truck, and all I could make out between them was the white airbags against the dark interior of the truck. I stood at the bottom of my driveway as the cops started to piece together what had happened. My 13-year-old brother had come back down and joined me, having left the younger two in the house watching TV. He pointed out ripped up grass beside our driveway and tire tracks cutting across the dirt driveway. From this and from listening to the cops, we were able to piece together that the man driving the truck had been speeding in the right-hand lane on our side of the road, jumped half his truck onto the curb, and rode there for 30+ feet, then veered left, cut across the left-hand lane on our side and hit Tina's SUV in the left lane going the opposite direction. A few minutes later, the cops told us we couldn't be there. We went inside, but I continued watching from higher up the driveway and later one of our front windows. An ambulance came along, and they loaded up the male truck driver, almost an hour after the accident had occurred. The ambulance drove away slowly with no lights or sirens. It was later confirmed to me that he had died. I was never told exactly from what. Could have been a heart attack which made him lose control and cause the accident, or he could have died on impact, or even while I was with Tina. I talked later with my 13-year-old brother about it. He told me that no one had gone over to help the truck driver. He had been left to die alone. There were 3 of us helping Tina and no one ever once thought to go check on the other driver. In the moment, I had been so concerned with the woman laying in the street that I ran to her first without even thinking to check on the other driver. I had a fleeting thought at one point that someone else was helping him, like maybe the man who had called 911, since he could have easily seen the driver from where he was out of his car and standing in the road. But that man died alone and no one ever even checked on him, let alone tried to help him, or even just been there with him in his last moments. I felt guilty for weeks and still do just a little, since I knew the man was there but never checked on him and never made sure anyone else was helping him. Edit. TLDR. Car crash outside my house. Me and 2 others ran to help the female driver. No one helped the male driver, and he died alone. I was 10. I lived in the city by a railroad track. During the winter my friend B.J and I would sled down the hill going up to the track on our dead-end street. It was dark. We should have probably been home, but I insisted we stay and sled more. So me and B.I were gonna race down the hill. We both seen the plow coming down the street and figured it would have turned down the street that went of it before the dead end. I said go too soon. He went down. I stopped myself. He went down the hill, up the makeshift ramp we had made of snow, gone airborne, and hit that plow headfirst, damn near decapitating him. It was a mess. His parents despised me. My mother became an alcoholic because his mother was her best friend and blamed us for everything. The plow driver was a mess too. Also became an alcoholic/crack addict because of that incident. I, on the other hand, after my depression during my teenage years, have basically blocked it from my feelings. I sometimes have nightmares about it, but it never consumes me anymore. I guess I grew out of it. But I'll tell ya, I'm super fucking vigilant about my kids and where they play and them not playing in the leaves by the street. Another friend of BJ and I meet that fate probably a year or two before the sled incident. I still visit BJ's cave every year on that date for the last 28 years. Not many, if any, outside my family know of it. I've never told my ex-wife or any of my so I guess it's my dark secret. My skeleton in the closet, if you will. It was friend's party. I've seen this guy like 5 times. He was nice, but that night he just decided to get extremely drunk, like drinking full glasses of rum fast. So he got extremely wasted. At the end of the night, maybe 2 AM, some of us decided to go to a park near my house to keep it going, but the closest friends of this guy just left him behind. He was extremely drunk and got in my friend's car and passed out, so we would just go to that park and meet everyone there. The thing is, this guy started puking inside my friend's car, expensive car of his parents, so he got mad and we stopped at a gas station to try to wash it off. The drunk guy got of the car and started panicking, saying he wanted to go home and he lived nearby. We didn't know the number of his friends or anyone to call at that moment. After maybe 20 minutes at the gas station, the guy decided to stand up and run away from us. My friend was still washing his car and I chased the guy maybe a block, but I gave up after that. I was also drunk and tired, so I didn't put more effort chasing him. I just hoped he got to his home safe because he recognized the neighborhood. My friend was pissed about all the puking, so after that we just got to the park. Some friends were there, but the friends of this guy never came, and our common friend called them, but I think they never answered, or they went home. The next day I got a call from my friend, the one of the car, saying the drunk guy got hit by a car and we have to go to the police. I met him there, and his family was there too to ask us what the fuck happened. After telling them everything, they just insulted us and how we were supposed to take care of him. The same morning before that, my parents called me. They were going to the funeral of a son of one of his clients. Never thought it was him, but then I got the call from my friend some hours later. I still feel weird. Things could have been different if I had run faster and caught him, but I was drunk and I gave up. I don't think I caused his death like op title, but I feel I had the chance to prevent his death. I went to a strip club for the first time when I was younger, met a girl that I naively thought was interested in me given the attention I got from her and the fact I spent relatively nothing on her the entire night, and she still talked to me. Went back another day on a work night, hanging around to see if she'd be there, and ended up staying up the entire night. No, she wasn't there that night. Went to work on an hour of sleep and got through the day okay. On my way home, a few miles from my house, nodded off at the wheel and passed over into the other lane, hitting a truck and flipping my car a full time. Got out of my car suffering only a head injury that was relatively minor, but I recall seeing the old man in the truck bleeding from his head and his truck was smoking. People were stopping to check on us, and we determined quickly he needed removed from his smoking vehicle. We pulled him out and laid him down, and he was making this awful wheezing sound and we couldn't get him to wake up. Cops came and he was taken away as soon as an ambulance showed up. I went home after being cleared by the medics at the scene, since I wasn't really banged up that bad. Got a call the next day that he had passed away from his injuries during the night. I had to go to court and listen to his daughter tell me how I ruined her life and he'd never get to walk her down the aisle of her wedding or see his grandkids grow up. I was a really good kid growing up and stayed out of trouble, and it was so devastating that this had happened to me. I was lost, never sought counseling, and sometimes wonder if I ever should have. Moved away from the state after serving a short jail sentence and paying a fine, and have only gone back to visit family. I don't go back to that scene though. Haven't been past that spot since the accident happened years and years ago. It was one of those events you only read about, but then it happens to you, and it's terrifying and changes your life completely. Not necessarily my fault, but it almost was. I was driving in the very left lane, braking for a red light probably 80 yards ahead of me. Between the point at where my car was and the red light, the opposite flowing traffic across the median may make a rather dangerous left turn in which they drive in front of my car and 3 other lanes of traffic. Before entering the desired shopping center, I saw an older haggard looking man on a bicycle who may have been inebriated pedaling through this turn made for cars and knew it wasn't going to end well. I had no cars behind me and slowed down a good bit much earlier than it needed to in some far-fetched attempt to warn the other cars in the 3 lanes to the right of me. The car in the lane right next to mine was coming in hot at like 45 miles per hour, and that collision will forever be engraved in my mind. The man on the bike flew 10 feet in the air like a rag doll and landed on his head a few feet near my car. His neck looked like an owl's and his legs had bones sticking out of them. For the first time in my life I was in complete shock and couldn't look away for like 8 to 10 seconds, but in a panic / not wanting to be dragged into this sticky situation that didn't look good on my part despite any wrongdoing, I bailed. My immediate reaction was that in no position to deal with such a situation, being a broke college kid with little to no money to my name and no family or friends willing to provide said money. I always reflect and just think had I cold been the guy that actually killed him in the lane next to me, and the slow of burdening events in his life that probably occurred after as a result of that, not only on his conscious but his wallet and personal life. Maybe his kids were in the car and had to see that sheet. Just a terrible situation that could've been avoided. I grew up with an abusive stepfather. He is the father of my younger brothers though. I left home at 14 and moved in with a different family member. My brothers weren't so fortunate and were still in the house. After a particularly bad bout of abuse where he beat one of my brothers with a pipe, my mother and stepfather lost custody. I knew it was inevitable and told myself from the time we got together that at some point I would be approached to take custody of my brothers. As expected, CPS offered me custody through kinship care. We jumped through the hoops and were at the day of our home inspection when my so changed his mind and refused to let my brothers live with us. I was devastated. Prior to this, my parents had kicked the oldest out of the goose since he was 18. He immediately showed up at my door and I had him a place to stay and a job by the end of the night. Fast forwards a few months to October. The oldest shows up at my house and my ex so turns him away again, as in offered to take him to a homeless shelter. That night was the last time I saw my brother. He got in a petty fight with another brother and went for a walk to cool his head. He was killed in a hit and run. I know the driver of that car caused his death, but I think turning him away added to it. I live with that guilt. If he had loved with knew he would not have been in the area to get hit. In the aftermath, the younger two brothers both developed substance abuse issues. The youngest got trashed with his childhood best friend. One of them sped super fast on backcountry roads and the car ended up around a pole. The best friend died on scene. So at the end of the day, my so refusing to allow my brothers to stay with us caused 2 deaths. Throwaway for this: driving home, someone on a moped, not wearing a helmet, pulled in front of my truck. I swerved hard and into oncoming traffic, but wound up hitting them anyway. Later on, they died. I won't get into the gory specifics. The part that stuck with me wasn't the accident or the aftermath. The part that stuck with me was the cop who, after taking a number of statements from witnesses, told me you're lucky this happened at 1 in the afternoon and there were a ton of people who saw what happened. If this happened at 2 in the morning without any witnesses, you're being caught for the next 5 years and might even be in handcuffs. I was a super duper early adopter of dashcams for this reason and have never been without one since they became commonly available. I realized that I had been incredibly naive about the potential liability that swirls around us in our daily lives. In a way, it was sort of how like people say that getting mugged changes your entire perspective on life. That up until that point you view the world one way, but thereafter, things are different. For me, this accident had that same effect. I realized that the world was a bit scarier than I had initially thought, knowing that right or wrong be damned, everything I ever worked for could been taken away had circumstances been different. I felt truly bad for the person who died, but it was absolutely their fault, so there was nothing I could do about that, and don't torture myself about it. Late to the party as usual, but we let a girl leave our house drunk. It was actually the day after a big party we threw. Everyone was really drunk and this girl had a bad habit of driving drunk. My mom even told me once she was going to kill someone. We had to literally tackle her and steal her keys to make her stay the night. The next day my husband and I had plans, and she tried to come with, which should have told me she was still drunk, but we were stupidly and selfishly just trying to get on our way. It was 1 in the afternoon the next day. She was going in the same direction, but said she was taking the highway and we took the scenic route. Because of that, when we came up upon the accident scene 10 minutes later, we never even knew it was her. She wasn't a close friend, so I didn't recognize her totaled car and we didn't see her. We were distracted by the bodies on the road. I texted her to make sure she made it safely. No answer. I told her we saw a horrible, fatal accident on our way. No answer. She killed a couple on a motorcycle. Had we taken the time to recognize that she still wasn't okay to drive, and I suspected it to be honest, but I was selfish and just wanted to get to our birthday vacation, and I made the stupid assumption that by that time, the next day, she had to be fine. She just got sentenced to 20 years over it. I put money on her books once a month minimum, because of how guilty I feel. I very much could have prevented the death of 2 people had we not been so selfish and stayed with her until she was more straight. I know this isn't technically my fault, but I feel like it's something I could have prevented. One day I was walking to the grocery store and saw a guy lying on the sidewalk. There was a guy bent down next to him. I figured he fell, and that the other guy was his friend and had it under control. After I passed him, something didn't feel right, so I turned around for another look and there was blood streaming from the guy's head. I asked the other guy, the one kneeling next to him, what happened, and he said, I don't know him. He just fell down like 30 seconds ago, and I can't wake him up. I ran over to the guy and took his pulse. He wasn't breathing. Apparently he just fell down out of nowhere. I started CPR, even though I wasn't 100% sure what I was doing. This went on for almost 15 minutes. A huge crowd was gathered around me, and I quickly realized that most of the people watching this go down knew the guy. He lived in the neighborhood. I literally moved onto the block that day. They were all so freaked out that no one wanted to jump in and help with CPR, so I just kept going. The 911 dispatcher helped talk me through it. A few times I thought I got him back, but I later learned those are what are called agonal breaths. Eventually, an ambulance showed up, and they took over. I didn't know what ended up happening to the guy until I was walking home a few days later and noticed a memorial with candles set up on a different block from where this happened. I just happened to be walking by. There was a poster with the guy's picture on it. His family was there, and they said that he wasn't able to be revived. I told them what happened and that I tried to help. We cried and hugged, and I was so grateful they weren't angry that I wasn't able to do more. I've never been able to shake the feeling that maybe I could have saved him if I'd been better prepared. I signed up for a CPR course the next day and take a refresher course every few years. I know most people who need CPR can't be revived, but it's just hard to shake it. The place where it happened is directly across the street from my apartment. I think of the guy every time I walk by. A close friend of mine from high school was addicted to heroin. The last few times I'd seen him, he was messed up on a variety of different drugs. He'd been refusing to see me. I think he was embarrassed about his reliance on them. The last time I ever spoke to him, he had called me and asked if I wanted to hang out. He wanted me to go up to Manhattan from Stamford, Connecticut, to see him that night, and it was already 10 o'clock at night. I was seriously thinking about it, but leaning on not going. I had been drinking a little, and he had been telling my other friend that he was doing heroin a decent amount. Being the nosy drunk piece of shit that I brought up that I'd heard he'd gotten himself addicted to opiates. He freaked out, told me I was a bad friend, and we got into a huge fight. I got so mad at him that I deleted his number from my phone and pledged to never contact him again. I was so angry. About 2 weeks later I had gone back to Denver, where I go to college, and I found out that the week prior he had overdosed on heroin. I missed his funeral. I found out about his death from a mutual acquaintance of ours. In that instant I forgot all that anger I had towards him. It's amazing how much a death can put a circumstance into perspective. I think that if I hadn't asked him about his opiate addiction that day, or at least went to Manhattan and saw him and asked him in person, then maybe he would still be here today. Part of me also thinks that I might have pulled the last thread because his overdose was more than likely a suicide. I think that this memory is going to stay with me for the rest of my life, and I'm always going to ask myself why I didn't just go up to see him. I miss him a lot. I still think about him all the time. This happened 3 years ago. At 18 I had gone to rehab for the first time, or a larxicodone. I was in there for about 3 months, where I had met 2 good friends, Tim and JB. We had all gotten out, and I went home to complete high school, and Tim and JB, who were around their mid-20s at the time. Anyway, I ended up relapsing and got kicked out of the house, so I ended up going to stay with them, whom had been getting high a week or 2 prior to my relapse. I moved in and had cashed a large check from work, roughly $2,000, and they convinced me to try heroin. In reality it seemed like a big deal at the time, but it's the exact same thing as oxy. Anyway, Tim was an experienced 4th user and JB had started a week prior to me. 4th, that is, so he knew what he was doing much more than me. We went to cop, and I gave everyone a 1:1 ratio, so we all did the same. Tim and I went into his bedroom and JB went to his me, and Tim came out after doing it and sat on the couch. About 40 minutes go by, and we were like, where is JB? And we went to check on him. Yeah, he was overdosing. We put him in the bathtub with cold shower water and ice packs. I ran to go dispose of all the evidence of drug use, and Tim called 911. There was no Good Samaritan law at the time in my state. The ambulance and police get there and take him into the bus, and it's not leaving, and I'm screaming at the police as they search the house for anything incriminating. Long story shorter, he died. 4 years I thought it should been me, my tolerance was lower, and we did the same amount. Only until recently did I find out he had walking pneumonia, which exacerbated the respiratory depression. I still am not right and have nightmares, but it has gotten better, and I'm able to continue on in my sobriety. In high school, I had gone to a fairly large party at a friend's house, where the parents were cool with us drinking, but they took everyone's keys to be safe. I hadn't been drinking, because I had given blood earlier in the day, and I felt kinda shaky, but I went to the party anyways, just to hang. One of the kids there, that I wasn't great friends with, but who lived relatively close to me, wanted to leave at like 3 AM for some reason, and I offered to drive his car back to his house, and I could just walk the last couple blocks. We asked the girl whose house it was where her parents kept the keys, and she went and got the kids for us. Because she knew I was sober, I went to the bathroom before we were going to leave, and the kid asked me for the keys so he could start the car and turn the heat on from the window near the driveway. It was late October/early November in Massachusetts, a time of year where it starts getting fairly cold overnight. And I didn't think anything of it because it was like 30 degrees out. Halfway through my piss, the girl whose house it was nearly broke the bathroom door down trying to get to me. The kid had gone outside, gotten in the driver's seat, and taken off. He made it less than a mile before he went off-road and directly into a tree at what the cops ended up believing to be around 60 miles per hour without a seatbelt. Went through the windshield and probably died on impact. I know I didn't directly cause his death, but I definitely contributed, as did the girl who gave us the keys. Neither of us needed to go home, but because I was sober, we didn't think anything would have happened. If anything, I thought someone would have stopped him from going outside while I was in the bathroom. Lots of people were around, and they knew I was supposed to drive, not him. They just let him drive off, without a single person trying to stop it. It was tough going back to school the next week. Everyone knew, deep down, I wasn't any more at fault than the next person who let him go, but they didn't treat me that way. It took the entire rest of junior year for people to start leaving me alone. His family didn't blame me. His mom made it clear that it was his choice to drive, knowing he had a DD, but I still feel responsible. I skipped my 5-year reunion because I know most people there wouldn't have changed their opinion of me. I'm glad I don't have a real connection to a lot of people I went to HS with outside of my close friends, because I don't feel comfortable at all around 95% of them. It's been almost 8 years since that night, and I try to think about it as little as possible. There's nothing I can do to change it, so looking back and feeling bad doesn't do anyone good. A few things that I would like to say before I start. Point: I'm drunk, which is the only way I can truly tell this story to others, so keep that in mind, as the spelling and grammar will most likely be awful. Point: the person I'm about to talk about is not dead, but what I have done is just as awful, if not more so. I have yet to see a thread on here that asks about causing a part of someone to die, so keep in mind that this person is still alive, but I do not know whether or not that is for the better or for the worse. I'm going to use letters to signify names in order to keep things private. For those who might be related to the story who frequently browse Reddit, I'm sorry in advance, but I have to tell this to someone. Point: I can't really say anything else here, but I'm sorry. In 2012 I graduated from high school and started working at a local home improvement store while attending community college. I originally started out as a loader/cart wrangler, but was promoted a few months after that summer to a cashier. Skip to a year later, and one of my best friends of all time starts working at the same store. We become known as the Goof Troop. A few months after he gets hired on, a girl, who I will refer to as K, starts working there as well. A few weeks passed, and I keep hearing from other employees how similar the two of us are, and how we have a lot in common. To be specific, we both like video games, anime, art, and also literature. I wrangle up what little courage I have to talk to her on a normal basis without things being too awkward. One day my friends and I decide to hang out after we get off work, and I really wanted to invite her to come with us. I found out by talking to her that she was not a local and had no friends. She had simply ran away from home for reasons I did not know about at the time. I was so nervous that I couldn't do it, but my friend, who I will call P, gladly asked her for me without a moment of hesitation. I was really excited, and, needless to say, we all hit it off as best friends almost immediately. Now this is where things started to get more complicated. We found out that she had a boyfriend who was a total as to her, and even went as far as to physically assault her at times. I'm not going to make this a very long and drawn out post to explain how much we cared about one another, but needless to say this pissed a lot of us off to the point where we supported her decision to dump him and told her that we would be her support if loneliness is what drove her to seek him out in the first place. I did find out later that he was the guy who convinced her to move states, but never invited her to stay at his place. She stayed with a nice elderly couple for a long time who took in runaway kids. So after that, she started hanging out with us more often, and a lot of our friends picked up on the vibe that I was falling head over heels for her. I was quite obvious, but I've always had low self-esteem and, in all honesty, look towards bettering my friends' lives than my own. Sounds complicated, I know. It became more obvious when she quit working at our store and moved in with a guy who we later called the filthy casual. This guy seemed nice at first, but my best friend could tell that I was obviously hurting. P, K, and I became a trio of best friends over the years. She never had a clue that everything happened because I honestly did, and still do, love her. To exemplify my nature and how much I cared for her, allow me to give a proper example. As I mentioned before, Kay was really into anime. Her favorite show of all time was Sailor Moon, and there was a convention in December of 2014 that would host the original English voice actors from the show. She really wanted to go, and so did her boyfriend, who I will call Jay. So to help her live her dream of meeting the girls who made her childhood, I paid for everyone's admission tickets and room fees to go. I honestly feel as though money should not stand in the way of happiness when it comes to friends just wanting to get away for a few days. She loved the convention and loved the masquerade ball too, at which we had a slow dance with one another because we were really close friends, at least in her eyes. A few months pass and things are going as normal. Eventually things change, however, as she starts showing up to our hangout rather skittish and somewhat paranoid. Apparently, Jay had been verbally abusing her, and she was afraid to admit it to us. She wanted reassurance that their relationship was meant to be, not I don't know how to truly define it. J constantly got into trouble, 3 DUIs to be precise, and relied on K a lot to see him through his rough times. He came back from being locked up an angry man who wanted to curse the world for his pain and suffering and took it out on her. She would call me and text me all the time with questions on what to do and how to deal with this situation. Once again, I've never thought of myself as a great person or even a human being, so I told her that he was being a jerk, but that she would have to choose whether or not to stay with him and see him through these hard times or simply move on. She decided to stay, but kept thinking about other guys who she had a chance with beside him. I'm gonna skip ahead a bit farther to the main issue that arises. One night she locks me in a room with her to talk. She's in tears. He broke a mirror, glass cut her foot, and at work he told people that she was just being clumsy and broke it herself. This got her to think hard about their relationship. She thought about other guys that would treat her nice and as an equal, but they never gave her the time of day. Eventually she broke down in front of me and asked why people didn't love her. I'm aware that some of what I wrote may come off as making her look like a bad person, but trust me when I state that she deserved none of this treatment whatsoever. I eventually confessed that night to her that I've loved her for a long time and that a lot of our friends were aware. We hugged and she felt complete in a way. She, of course, asked why I kept it a secret for so long, and I simply told her that my road does not lead to happiness, and she was sort of confused. But then, things went for the worse. She accidentally brushed against my back pocket with her hand and discovered a note. This note was what you might think it was, a suicide note. Her hero 4 years immediately became a hollowed husk. So many of our conversations were important through hard times, and this one note ruined it all. She was confused, angry, and sad all at once. To keep things short, the relationship between me, my friends, and her was beginning to shorten more and more as time went on. I knew this was inevitable, but I didn't want it to be. I finally felt human for once when I was with them, and I didn't want that to end. Perhaps it was this greed that ultimately led to the end result. One night I drunkenly texted her to help me, which was my cry for I faked up, and I don't want things to change for the worse. All I know that happened after this is that she got into a car accident with Jay in the car, ended up in the hospital, and ran away one day when I came to check up on her. I blamed Jay so much for the accident and even got into a fist fight with him. I've grown more depressed every single day and worry about her all the time. My friends tried to convince me that it wasn't my fault, that she ran away, and that she's somewhere better than here, but I can't help but feel responsible. All she ever wanted was to be a part of a family, and at first that's what we gave her. But then I let my greed get the better of me and tried to convince her that leaving him was for the better, while also making it seem like anyone was a better choice than me, the one who built her up with confidence in her darkest moments. I've sacrificed a lot for my friends, but I will always feel like I never sacrificed enough for her happiness. She was suicidal and had nowhere else to go. I worry every day that she's dead or alone. All because of me. I'm sorry if this is cut, like, a lot, but I'm drunk and this is really difficult to type. I've done a lot of bad things in my life, and this is one of my all-time worst. I lost any and all connections with my friends. I'm not the same person I used to be, and everyone around me is picking up on that fact, and I just don't know who I'm anymore. I don't know what to do with my life, or what is worth fighting for anymore. She was not the only one who suffered that year, in 2016, and I let all of my friends down when they needed me the most. I just want to find her and all of them one last time, if only to say, I'm sorry,